Welcome to the Offensive Hacking Cookbook course. This hands-on no-nonsense course is designed to turn you into a formidable ethical hacker and penetration tester. We will dive deep into the world of offensive security, exploring real-world techniques used by attackers to get into the most secure systems on earth. My name is Architect and I'm thrilled to guide you through the exciting world of ethical hacking. A bit about me. I'm the founder of Invent Your Shit, a platform dedicated to promoting and fostering hacker culture worldwide by providing free learning resources related to hacking. As a hacker, artist and philosopher, I bring a unique blend of skills and perspectives to the cybersecurity community. Despite being a college dropout, I have achieved significant milestones in my career. I hold several industry-recognized certifications, including OSCP, that is Offensive Security Certified Professional, CISA Plus, that is Cybersecurity Analyst from CompTIA, and Sec Plus, that is Security Plus from CompTIA as well. These certifications validate my expertise in offensive security techniques, cybersecurity analysis, and foundational security principles. My dedication to continuous learning and practical application has earned me a place among the top 5,000 hackers globally on TryHackMe, a platform known for its challenging and educational cybersecurity content. This recognition underscores my commitment to mastering the field and staying at the forefront of cybersecurity advancements. At Invent Your Shit, our mission is to provide aspiring hackers and cybersecurity enthusiasts with the tools, knowledge, and resources they need to excel in the world of cybersecurity. We offer a range of free resources, including tutorials, blog posts, and hands-on exercises designed to help individuals learn ethical hacking and cybersecurity skills. Now let's talk about why this course. So our course model is a rolling release model. That means new modules will be adding regularly, ensuring you are always learning the latest techniques with lifetime access to all the updates, keeping your skill fresh and relevant. Just to tell you that this is only 20% of the entire course that we are learning as of now. This number will change as I will add more modules in the course ranging from Active Directory, privilege escalation, web application hacking, wireless hacking, and whatnot. The good thing about this approach for the already enrolled student is that they will get every new module update at straight 50% discount and even more on certain scenarios. Next, we will be moving from noob to cyber junkie. So this course has a comprehensive curriculum designed to take you from a beginner to advanced level. It provides step-by-step guidance to build a solid foundation in offensive security and provides hands-on labs and real-world scenarios to accelerate your learning. ACE certifications like OSCP. This course content is heavily aligned with industry-leading certifications, and there's a reason for that, as we are teaching your practical skills and knowledge directly applicable to OSCP and other top certs. With this way, you can kill two birds with one stone, preparing effectively for a certification exam while also building the real-world skills. And at last, we have lifetime access and 10-day 100% refund policy. So this is a self-paced course. That means you can learn at your own pace without the pressure of time constraints, and the accessibility to the course material and community support will be for lifetime. So you can revisit content anytime to reinforce your skills or brush up on specific topics. Now what sets this course apart is its cookbook style format. Each recipe will guide you through specific offensive hacking technique, from reconnaissance to exploitation and whatnot. So we have 12 interesting modules as of now. Let's see each one of them. At first, we have Networking Refresher. This module covers essential networking concepts including IP and MAC addresses, DNS, TCP/UDP protocols, OSI model, and subnetting. It provides a solid foundation for understanding network communication and security. Next, we have Linux Refresher. Here, students will learn to navigate and utilize Kali Linux, a powerful penetration testing platform. Topics include file system management, user privileges, command line tools, and basic networking. After that, we have cybersecurity principles. This module introduces core concepts such as threat actors, the CIA Triad, cyber kill chain, and ethical hacking methodology. It provides a framework for understanding cybersecurity challenges and approaches. Post that, we have passive reconnaissance. It is divided into 3 levels, L1, L2, and L3. This module covers various techniques for gathering information about targets, from basic OSINT to advanced DNS enumeration and cloud resource discovery. Moving on, we have active reconnaissance. Here the student will learn the hands-on techniques for discovering and analyzing live host, ports, and services using tools like Nmap, Masscan, and directory brute forcing. Then we have enumeration. This module focuses on detailed information gathering from specific services and protocols. such as FTP, SSH, SMB, SNMP, and various database systems. Next, we have vulnerability scanning. Here the student will learn to identify and classify vulnerabilities using popular tools like Nessus, OpenVAS, and Nmap scripts. Next, we have exploitation. This module covers various exploitation techniques including reverse shells, malware, and credential attacks, teaching students how to gain initial access to systems. Moving on, we have Metasploit framework. A deep dive into the Metasploit framework for exploitation, payload generation, and post-exploitation activities will be done. After that, we have client-side attacks. So we will focus on exploiting vulnerabilities in client applications, including techniques like malicious Office macros and browser exploitation. Then we have antivirus and EDR evasion. Students will learn here about antivirus detection mechanism and techniques to evade them, including using tools like Shelter and Scarecrow. Last but not the least, we have getting hands dirty. This practical module allows students to apply their skills in real-world scenarios, working through various vulnerable machines and capture the flag style challenges. So this comprehensive curriculum covers the full spectrum of ethical hacking, from foundational knowledge to advanced techniques, providing students with both theoretical understanding and practical skills. Welcome to the Note-Taking and Learning Strategies module of our hacking course. In the dynamic world of ethical hacking, your ability to absorb, retain, and apply information quickly is just as crucial as your technical skills. This module is designed to equip you with powerful strategies for effective learning and meticulous note-taking, essential skills that will accelerate your journey from novice to cybersecurity expert. In this module, we will first cover the note-taking process and how I make my notes. Next, we will look into the difference between reading versus visual learning. Third, we will talk about learning in public. Post that, we will look into the assignments, quizzes, and labs in the course. And at last, we will look into how we can access the course Discord. So by the end of this module, you will have a robust system for capturing, organizing, and internalizing the wealth of information you will encounter, and you will be equipped to learn more efficiently, retain information longer, and apply your knowledge more effectively in real-world scenarios. Alright, so in this section, we will look into how I take notes while performing a penetration test. So for note taking, I use an application called Obsidian. You can try out other applications also. So if I type Obsidian, let's see. So this is Obsidian. This is, you can get it for Windows, Mac, and Linux also. You can download it from here. So if you click on download, you can download the Windows version from here. It is also available in iOS, Android, Windows, Mac, and Linux. So according to your platform, you can download the Obsidian version. And after that, after you have downloaded, so Obsidian is a markdown editor basically. So all the things you see here is in markdown. So if I go to my desktop and double click on it, so this is now telling me to either create a new vault, or I can use the existing vault that I have here, or open folder as vault, or I can create or open vault from Obsidian sync. So we'll create a new one, and I'll type IYS here, vault name, and let's go to a browse location. So select folder, and let's use another folder. So I'll save it in documents, and let's save it in this fax one. So now the Obsidian vault has been created. Let me cancel out these. So this is a graph view, which I will tell you in a minute. And this is a welcome screen, or you can say a default markdown. So it has a white theme right now. Let me go to the settings. So you can go to the settings from here, and let's change the appearance. So I'll go to appearance and color theme. Let's make it dark so it looks nice now. So to create a note, we'll just have to click here for new note, and you can give a title. So let's say I want to machine hacking a machine. So vague title, but usually what I do is I'll give it a date. So whatever date I'm working on. So if I hit Control P, I've got a command palette over here, and if I type date over here, date, so it will display my current date. Now time also, if I want to include the current time I'm working on the project or a particular machine, so I can use Control P and then time, and let's do that. So this is a basic thing I do while I'm creating any note, and after that I have used these dash 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 to create this line. So we are now good to go. Now while hacking any machine, I usually take notes in sections. So the first section I use is enumeration. So if I type enumeration over here, let's Control P and I'll type heading. Now I can set a heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4. So let's use a heading 2. So if I type now enumeration, okay, so now I can display all the notes here for enumeration. Now let's get here. Let's say I have started a scan over here. So started scan, started a scan, So I have my Kali over here and I have performed a basic Nmap scan on this particular domain. So let's copy it. If I want to copy it, I'll just copy it from here, and let's get back to our notes. So for bullet points, I have used dash and then enter, and I've created the bullet. Same if you want to create this type of, I think it is called a ordered bullet. So you can create a ordered list from this one, and then you can hit space. So let's add the scan results here. So I'll type this, and this have created me a code block. And if I use bash over here and then let's paste our code. So I've also got a color coding. So if I'm using Python, I can also use Python, but here now I've got a shell output, so I'll use bash, and it looks pretty. So we've got the scan results over here, and this is the basic thing. So you can add heading. For heading, I've told you that you have to perform a Control P and then you can type heading over here and you'll get all sorts of heading you can use. Then for the bullet points, I've told you can dash and then enter, so you'll get this bullet. And for this code block, so before one there is a tilde sign, you have to do that and then you will get this code block. So pretty basic till now. Now after that, I usually do another heading over here, and I'll use like initial access for a box, and then privilege escalation. So this is my basic template that I usually use. So privilege escalation, privask, I'll write in short, privask. Okay, so I hope you get that. Now let's see how I take screenshots. So for the screenshot, I use FlameShot. So it is an open source screenshot software, and I think it is for Windows and both Linux, because I usually use it in Linux. So I can go to downloads, and yeah, it is available in Windows, Mac OS and Linux. So for Windows, you can download the installer from here, but I usually use that in Linux. So let's get back to our Kali, and if I type sudo apt install FlameShot, and I'll provide my Kali password, I'll hit yes, and this will install FlameShot on my machine. So I'll give it a second, and it is about to complete now. Yeah, it is completed now. So to access FlameShot, I'll go here and FlameShot, and now I've got the FlameShot over here. So here it is. So this is the icon of FlameShot, and if I do, I'll hit control and let's get this screenshot. So I'll hit here and I'll just drag it, and now I've got various options over here. So I can also edit on this particular thing. So if I do this, and let's say I want to highlight this one, or I can do this also, but to paste this in our note, we'll use this. So copy to clipboard. So it is now captured in clipboard, and now I can paste it here. So this is the usual thing that I do. So I've got the output also over here, the raw output, and I've also got the screenshot, and anything if I want to highlight it, I can use FlameShot for that. It is really a great tool. Now let me show you a real life sample of my note taking. So this is my website, Invent Your Shit. And if I go to, let's use the latest post only. So this is the write-up for Proving Grounds Plum machine. So I've got some basic information over here, but from here, this is the thing I always included. This is the machine info. And after that, our basic note taking. So I've got the enumeration over here and I've written some description for that. Now I've got this code base. After that, I've got the screenshot. Again, I've got some screenshot. Then I've performed some directory brute forcing. I've got the code here, code block here, and then again screenshot. So this is how I move. Then I've got the initial access. For that, I've used a CVE and same screenshots, then privilege escalation. So whatever I've told you in my note taking process, I usually do this, and it is really basic, but it works like a charm because you can use Obsidian in various ways. So if I go here, you can search for anything. Like I want to search for Nmap or 22. So if I go here, I can search for this particular machine. You can also add tags in Obsidian. This is not an Obsidian walkthrough, but I'm still telling you, if I want to tag it like SSH or let's say HTTP. So let's say I want to find out nodes regarding SSH. So I can go here and type hashtag SSH, and now I've got the nodes that contains the tag SSH. So you can use these tags to classify your nodes according to your needs. So Obsidian has other great features also like graph view. So if I click here, I can get the graph views. So this is really great if you are into mind maps. So you can create your own mind maps. If you click on this node, it will give you this, and you can create internal links to various nodes and then link each other with them. So I hope you get that. I also want to specify that this is not the only note taking app that is in the market. So you've got various options over there. You've got Notion, you've got Cherry Tree in Kali Linux, and you can also use the basic WordPad also. Some people use one famous one is OneNote, that is from Microsoft, but I use this one because first it is open source, second it is Markdown. So Markdown is really great if you have worked it before, and I also can make PDF with it. So if I want to export, I can export this particular note in PDF. So let's export it and let's export to my desktop, and I've got the PDF over here. So it is also great if you want to send a professional report to your colleagues or to your client. So as I've told you that Kali Linux also has a note taking app that is really famous, that is Cherry Tree, I guess, Cherry Tree, and it is good if you want to because it also creates subsections for you. So you can create a note over here, let's say machine 1, and you can type all sort of thing over here and then create another nodes. So you can add a subnode in this machine. Let's say you found a SSH service, you can create a SSH service and you can type no login password. So this is how you can arrange your nodes, and it is really great also if you want to work in Kali Linux and you already got the flame shot over here. So you can create a screenshot and then copy it and then paste it. So yeah, it worked just great. So that was my note taking process. It was simple but yet effective. You can also try it out if you want, but you can also tinker with other techniques or other way of note taking if you want to. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will explore two fundamental learning styles, reading and visual learning. Understanding these methods will help you maximize your study efficiency and retention as you delve into the complex world of cybersecurity. Let's start with reading learning. So some of the advantages of reading learning are: number 1 is depth of understanding. Reading allows you to delve deeply into topics, providing comprehensive explanation and context. Next we have is flexibility. You can read at your own pace, rereading sections to ensure understanding. Then we have detail oriented. Written materials often contain detailed information, including examples, references, and footnotes that enhance your understanding. And at last we have retention. So taking notes while reading can improve memory retention and comprehension. Talking about some of the best practices that you can use while learning with reading are: number 1 is active reading. So engage with the text by asking questions, summarizing sections and highlighting key points. Then note taking, use techniques like Cornell method or mind mapping to organize information and supplementary materials. So combining reading with other resources such as research papers, textbooks and online articles to broaden your knowledge base. Let's see some of the advantages of visual learning now. So number one, we have engagement. So visual aids like diagrams, videos and infographics can make complex concepts easier to understand and more engaging. Then retention. So visual learners often remember information better when it is presented graphically. After that, simplification. So visuals can simplify complicated process, making them easier to grasp quickly. And illustration of concepts. So demonstration and animation can illustrate dynamic processes that are difficult to convey through text alone. So some of the best practices that you can use while learning visually are like use visual aids, like incorporate videos, charts and diagrams into your study routine. You can also do interactive learning. That means you can engage with interactive tools and simulation to apply what you have learned in practical context. You can perform mind mapping. So create visual representation of concepts to see connections and relationship between ideas and combine modalities. Pair visual content with reading materials for more comprehensive understanding. To maximize your learning potential, consider combining both reading and visual learning strategies. Here's how. So start with reading. Begin with reading materials to build a foundational understanding of the topic. Take detailed notes and highlight key concepts. Then reinforce with visuals. Use videos, diagrams and infographics to reinforce and visualize what you have read. This can help solidify your understanding and improve retention. Then interactive practice. So engage with interactive tools, labs and simulation to apply your knowledge in practical scenarios. This hands-on approach can bridge the gap between theory and practice. And at last, review and reflect. So regularly review your notes and visual aids. Reflect on what you have learned and how it applies to real-world cybersecurity challenges. While reading or writing learners thrive on text-based input and output, visual learners rely heavily on visual cues and imagery to absorb and process information effectively. Integrating both textual and visual elements can cater to a wide range of learning preferences and create a more engaging and inclusive learning experience. That's why our course material is designed in such a way that if you are a visual learner and then use note-taking to capture the essence of the concept in your own words, then we have our recorded videos for you like this. On the other hand, if you prefer learning via reading and require easy pre-made notes, then we have our PDF notes for you. For both of these, assignments, quizzes and labs are readily available for hands-on practical training of concepts. So by understanding and leveraging both reading and visual learning techniques, you can create a well-rounded and effective study strategy. This approach will not only enhance your comprehension and retention, but also prepare you to tackle the complexities of cybersecurity with confidence. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome to our section on Learn in Public. In the fast-paced world of cybersecurity, sharing your learning journey can be a powerful tool for growth and networking. Let's explore how you can leverage this strategy to accelerate your progress and build your reputation in the field. But first, what is learning in public? Well, learning in public means openly sharing your learning process, including your successes, failures, and ongoing projects. It's about documenting your journey, asking questions, and contributing to the community as you learn. Benefits of learning in public are: number one is accountability. So sharing your goals and progress keeps you motivated and accountable. Networking, it helps you connect with like-minded individuals and potential mentors in the cybersecurity community. Building a personal brand, consistently sharing your work establishes you as a dedicated learner and potential expert in your field. Deeper understanding, explaining concepts to others reinforces your own learning. And feedback and collaboration, you receive valuable input from more experienced professionals. If I talk about myself, I have been writing articles about cybersecurity and hacking for about 5 years now on Invent Your Shit, and have written more than 500 articles on Invent Your Shit single-handedly. Let me show you. Alright, so I am on Invent Your Shit right now, and as you can see, this is my blog. So I've got multiple blogs over here, and if you look here, let me go to the categories. So I've got some projects and I've got articles on Android hacking, CTF, so try hack me boxes, hack the box, proving grounds, labs, DVWA, BWAP, multi-day, webgoat, and I've got a series for OSCP prep, web hacking articles, web server hacking, social engineering, and pen testing articles. And I have also written some Python programming tutorials and some Python projects. So if you want, you can also write for Invent Your Shit and inspire other hackers like you. For that, just connect with me and I will guide you on the same. Now let's move on. Let's look into some platform that we can leverage while learning in public. Number one is GitHub. So we can share our code, projects and learning resources. Then we have Twitter. So engage in cybersecurity discussion and share quick insights. Then LinkedIn. Post longer form content and connect with professionals. You can also create a personal blog. This will help you to deep dive into the topics and showcase your growing expertise. And at last, you can also create a YouTube channel. So you can create tutorials or explain concepts you are learning. Let's see some strategies that you can use for effective learning in public. So number one is start small. Begin by sharing simple things you have learned or questions you have. Then be consistent. Set a regular schedule for sharing your progress. Then embrace imperfection. Don't wait until you are an expert. Share your learning process including mistakes and corrections. Engage with others. Respond to comments, ask questions and participate in discussion. Also document your projects. So share your thought process, challenges and solution as you work on cybersecurity projects. Then curate and share resources. As you discover helpful tools or articles, share them with your network. Reflect on your learning. So regularly summarize what you have learned and how your understanding has evolved. And at last, participate in challenges. So join CTFs, that is capture the flags competition or coding challenges and share your experiences. Alright, let's talk about some common concerns that a beginner typically face while sharing content or learning about cybersecurity. Number one is imposter syndrome. Remember, everyone starts somewhere. Your journey can inspire others who are just beginning. And if I talk about imposter syndrome, I have seen security veterans feeling it quite often. So if you are there feeling it, don't worry, we all are in the same boat. It just showcases that you are growing, nothing else. Let's move on now. Next we have fear of criticism. So view feedback as an opportunity to learn and improve. The cybersecurity community is generally supportive of learners. Now sometimes there are privacy concerns also, so be mindful of what you share, focus on your learning process rather than sensitive details. And at last, time management. So start small and gradually increase your public learning activities as you become more comfortable. Now let's look into an example of learning in public in cybersecurity. So what you can do is you can write a blog post explaining a new tool or technique you have learned. Or you can share your analysis of a recent cybersecurity incident on Twitter. Or you can create a GitHub repository with notes from courses you are taking. Or you can post on LinkedIn articles summarizing key takeaways from a cybersecurity conference. Or you can start a YouTube series documenting your journey in learning a specific area of cybersecurity. So these were some of the examples that you can do while you are performing learning in public. So if I concluded, learning in public is a powerful strategy that you can use to accelerate your growth in cybersecurity. It not only reinforces your own learning but also contributes to the community and builds your professional network. Remember, the goal is progress, not perfection. Start small, be consistent and watch as your knowledge, skills and professional network grow. Now let's put this into a practice. For your first assignment, choose one platform and share something you have learned in this course. It could be a key concept, a tool you have discovered or a challenge you have overcome. Use the hashtag cyberjunkie and hashtag inventyourshit to connect with your peers. You can also mention our official handles on various platforms to support us. On that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into assignments and labs in our course. So in our course, we have different modules. So we've got like networking refresher module over here, and the module consists of several sections. So we've got IP address section, MAC address section and so on. So to access the resource, first of all, to access the resources of each section, you will go to the resources tab, and I've got a PDF over here. So whatever you study in this particular section, let's say the IP address section, you'll get the PDF notes over here. And to access the assignments related to it, you just have to click on the assignments. So in the assignments, we've got 3 types of assignments. First one is the MCQ type. So you'll just have to provide the correct option. And the second one is your long answer type. So you can explain like this is some sort of a question over here, that is long answer one. So what do you understand with the term IP address? Explain in your own words. So in long answer type questions, you have to explain it in your own words. So I have written it over here also. So some of the questions are one word answer, other need a detailed answer. Make sure you attempt all of these. Due to Udemy restrictions, for long details answer, there is no one answer. Students are free to express their understanding of the topic in their own words. Alright, so we've got the MCQ ones or one word answers and the long detailed answers, and the last is the hands-on exercises. So this you have to perform practically in order to get the answers. So we got the IP address over here, and if I go to, let's say, into the active reconnaissance one, and if I go to host discovery with Nmap or port scanning with Nmap, so if I click on it, so this is the assignment. If I click on start assignment, so I've got various questions over here. So these are the one word or the MCQ types. So you'll have to provide the specific answer of this out of these 4 options, and you got some hands-on exercise over here that you have to perform using Nmap, and then you have to provide the answer. Alright, so these are all the assignments. So every section has the assignment. So let's say you learn about port scanning with Nmap, then it comprises of certain questions in the next phase. So you have to complete these assignments. And after you have completed the assignments, at the last we have got some labs over here. So if I go to the getting hands dirty section, so I've got some try hack me hack the box labs over here. So you'll have to perform all the enumeration, exploitation, and all the techniques that you'll run in the course on these machines. So you've got try hack me agent walkthrough, and it consists of 8 machines for your practice. So these are the hands-on exercises that you have to perform once you are done with the course. So I hope you get that. Make sure you get all the resources from each section. So resources are over here, the PDF notes, and make sure you complete all the assignments related to it. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into how you can access the Discord server related to our course. So you'll have to come to this course Discord section, and in the resources tab, you'll find this discord.txt file. Once you'll downloaded it, you'll get the Discord invite link. So I have mine over here. So this is the Discord invite link, and you'll just have to enter it in your browser and you'll get invited to our Discord server. Let me show what's inside the Discord server. So once you are on the Discord, you will get this type of interface. So once you will join, you will get the welcome message over here and your name. You can look into the rules over here. The rules are simple. So no spamming, no NSFW material, no doxing, respect everyone privacy, no harassment, no promotion of illegal activities, respect server staff, no unauthorized bots, use appropriate channels, and asking question. So to access the course channels, you have to go to React for rules, and once you will get here, you have to react with a skull emoji. Once you will react, you will get this particular role. So it is OHC student role. Then you can access these offensive hacking cookbook channels. So this is a general tab there where you can just chat with the peers. If you want to talk about labs, specific labs or labs in the course, you can talk here, and then I've got a dedicated channel for assignments. So if you're talking about practical labs, you have to ask questions here or discuss here, and for the assignments you can use this one. After that, we have got some hacking related channels that you can join or you can use for your conversations. So I've got a general tab over here, then I've got a try hack me channel, hack the box channel for proving grounds, and these are all for the walkthroughs or the machine you are solving. So you can connect with your peers here for different platforms. And then if we are talking about any new exploit, you can get the chats here, tool sharing, wireless pen testing, bug bounties, physical pen testing, and red team stuff. Then for career and growth related, we've got a channel here. If you are pursuing any certification like OSCP, CEH, EJPT, or any CompTIA certs or CPTS from Hack the Box, you can connect with the fellow students here. And if you want to talk about anything that is off topic, not related to hacking, you can talk here as well. So I think you get that. But make sure you react for the OHC student role, because it is important to access these channels. Without this particular role, you cannot access these channels. So make sure you do that. On that note, I will conclude this section and will meet you in the next one. Alright, my fellow hackers and cybersecurity enthusiasts, welcome to the networking refresher module of our course. Now I know what you're thinking. Networking? Isn't this supposed to be a hacking course? Well, let me tell you. Having a solid understanding of networking is absolutely crucial if you want to become a successful hacker or pen tester. Think about it. How can you expect to hack into a network if you don't understand how it's structured, what protocols are being used, or how data flows through it? It's like trying to break into a house without knowing the layout or where the doors and windows are. In this module, we are going to cover the networking basics that every hacker needs to know. And trust me, we are not going to sugarcoat anything. We are diving straight into the nitty-gritty details that will give you a real edge in your hacking endeavors. Here is a list of all the topics that we will be discussing in this entire module. The topics are chosen very wisely, keeping the practicality of the concepts in mind and avoiding unnecessary fillers. First, we will start off with the IP addresses. We will learn and understand what they are, its types and classes. Next, we will look into the MAC addresses, followed by the client-server model and DNS. Post this, we will thoroughly understand the TCP and UDP protocol. Moving on, we will look into some common ports and protocols that are frequently used. After that, we will take a deep dive into the OSI model and the concept that make the web works. And at last, we will go through the infamous subnetting section to mark end of this module. On that note, let's get started with our networking journey without any delay. I'll see you in the next video where we will discuss about the IP address. So I'm really excited to take you on a journey through the world of IP address, which are like the backbone of communication on the internet and computer networks. Talking about the learning objective in this section, I can assure you that by the end of this, you will know everything about the IP address, its types and working. So let's get started with the basics. What is an IP address? An IP, Internet Protocol Address, is a unique numerical identifier assigned to every device connected to a network that uses Internet Protocol for communication. It consists of 4 numbers separated by periods that can be called dots, such as 192.168.0.1. Each number can range from 0 to 255, giving us over 4 billion possible combinations for IP4 addresses. It uses a 32-bit addressing scheme that uses TCP/IP host addressing scheme. Example like we have here is 192.168.1.152/24. So in layman terms, you can think an IP address is like a unique identifier for devices connected to a computer network. Just like you have a mailing address nearby your house, not your actual house. I'll tell you in the next module why we are not considering IP address as our home's address. As of now, we can consider IP address as our mail address in our city for receiving letters and packages. Like that, only devices on the network need an IP address to communicate with each other over the internet or a local network. Understanding IP address. So here I have created a table that has a bunch of zeros and ones to understand how an IP address is formed. As we learned in the previous slide, each address uses a 32-bit addressing scheme. What does that mean? That means each set is made of 8 bits. Now the number we can see here has a from range of 0 to 255. The minimum it can be a 0 and the maximum it can be 255. So I have 8 bits here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So IP address is formed, one octet is formed based on 8 bits. There are some numbers in the front row also, like 128, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. What is the similarity between them? So the similarity between them is that they are related to the number 2. Which is binary. Binary consists of only two digits, zeros and ones. So the output can either be 0 or it could be 1. So if we add all these, Like if I add 128 where the 1 is true and 0 is false, so I'll add 128 plus 64, it gives me a 192. Then if I add 128 plus 32 plus 8, it gives me a 168. And here is only 1, so there is 1. And for this 128 and 16 and 8, so it gives me 152. So that's how an IP address is formed. So we got the number 192.168.1.152. So that's how it's been calculated. Okay, so next we have IPv4 and IPv6. IPv4 has been the backbone of internet for decades now. But with the rapid growth of connected devices, we are quickly running out of available IP addresses. Then enters IPv6, the next generation protocol, which was designed to solve this particular problem and to provide a virtually limitless supply of IP addresses. So we will look into the differences between both of them, starting off with the address size, which is 32-bit for IPv4 and 128-bit for IPv6. The next is address format, where IPv4 addresses are separated in 4 numbers using dots, whereas in IPv6, it has 8 groups of 4 hexadecimal digits separated by colons. Okay, now the number of addresses. This is an important one. In IPv4, we can only have 4.3 billion IP addresses, and in IPv6, we have virtually limitless, as we are talking about 2 to the power 128 here. Next is the address configuration. In case of IPv4, it is either manually or using a DHCP server. However, in IPv6, there is an automatic assignment. At last, the routing protocols in use. So IPv4 uses RIP and IPsec, while IPv6 uses RPing and native IPsec. Types of IP addresses. So in the previous slide, while talking about the IPv4 addresses, we found out that the IPv4 addresses, which is a common IP address in use in today also, can only have up to 4.3 billion addresses. However, last I checked, the total population on our planet Earth exceeds more than 7 billion, and as we know, every device on the network have to have an IP address in order to communicate with other devices. Talking about my home only, I have more than 5 smart devices that are connected to the internet, and I'm sure you also might be having the same. Now the question arises is that if we can only have 4 billion IP address and the total population on the planet is above 7 billion, where one person is at least using more than one devices, then how we are dealing with this? To understand this, we have to look into the types of IP addresses. So every device on the network has 2 IP addresses. Let's say your phone. So your phone will have 2 IP addresses. One is the public IP address and the other one is the private IP address. So what is a public IP address? Public IP address is an internet address that is assigned to any device that directly faces the internet. It is unique and identifies the device on the internet. It can be accessed from anywhere on the internet, making it useful for hosting websites or other services. Public IPs can be obtained from ISPs or purchased from companies that provide them. Private IPs, on the other hand, are also known as local IPs, are used within a private network and do not route over the internet's backbone infrastructure like public IPs do. So the public IP address of the device which is used to connect to the internet is different from the private IP address of the device that is used to communicate locally. But how both of them work in a sync? It is because of an awesome technology called NAT, or network address translation, which we will be discussing in the next section. Okay, to check the local IP of a system, I can go to CMD. So I'll go to search and type CMD. So I have a CMD prompt, command prompt, Windows command prompt open here, and I'll type the command ipconfig. So I have a lot of output here, but this IPv4 address. So this is my IPv4 address, my local private IP. It's 10.142.27.52. And if I want to check my public IP address, so I can go to a browser and type what is my IP, and it is showing me that this is my IP. There are other websites also that can give more information. So it is showing me my public IP address. So IPv4 has been detected. It is showing me my city, it's Stockholm, and my country is Sweden. So that's how you can find out your public IP address, and to find your private IP address, you can use the ipconfig command in Windows, and in Linux it have ifconfig, which we will discuss later. And to find out more information, you can also use a all flag with the ipvconfig command. So it will give a lot more information. Okay, now coming back to the slides, we have network address translation NAT. Network address translation NAT is a technique used to conserve IP addresses and provide security by mapping one or more private IP addresses to a public IP address. Let's look into the picture we have here. There are a bunch of devices which have their own private IP addresses. When they have to communicate to the outer world via internet, they need a public IP address. There is where the NAT comes into the picture. NAT is not a hardware technology, rather it is embedded into your router only. So whenever a private IP address, let's say first computer wants to connect to google.com on the internet, NAT will take its private IP address and forward the request to the Google with the public IP address. Now the thing to keep in mind is that there is only one public IP address for all the private IP address. So when the Google have to reply to the forwarded request, it will send the reply to our public IP address, which NAT will then transfer to the respective private IP address that have made the request. I hope you have understood the basics of NAT and its working. Let's move forward to the section where we will discuss the classes of IP addresses. Classes of IP addresses. So here we have a picture which shows some classes of IP addresses. Generally, there are 5 classes of IP addresses, but the top 3 are the most in use. The picture here is showing the classes of private IP addresses. There is a public one also, but the base skeleton of its working remains the same. So first we have a class A. The network number it start off is in the 10 range, like 10.0.0.0. The network mask, it has its 255.0.0.0. We'll look into it later thoroughly, and the number of networks it can have is 126. Now the number of hosts it can have, it is more than 16 million. So whenever you are dealing with a class A network, it is generally related to a big corporation and organization. Next we have class B. The network number in it start with 172 range, like this 172.16.0.0, and the network mask is 255.255.0.0. The number of network it can have is 16,383, and the number of hosts it can have is 65,024. So if you are dealing with such network, then it might belongs to a medium level organization. At last we have class C. This is one of the most common types. We have already seen it while checking our private IP addresses. Let's start off with 192.168.0.0 and have the subnet mask of 255.255.255.0, and it can hold up to 2,097,151 number of networks. However, the number of hosts it can have is 254, which is ideal for small organization and a home network. The thing to notice here is that all the 3 classes is the number of network and number of host. As the number of network decreases, the number of host increases, and as the number of network increases, the number of host decreases. The reason behind this will be cleared more in the subnetting section, so stay tuned. As of now, we are moving into the next section where we will learn about MAC addresses. So let's start with the basics. What is a MAC address? A MAC address is a 48-bit physical address which uniquely identifies each device on a given network. It is assigned to the NIC or network interface card of each device that can be connected to the internet. So it is basically like your home physical address. That's what I was referring while we were learning about the IP addresses. So IP address gives information, the city and street you are living in. On the other hand, MAC address gives information about your specific house number or address. These are expressed in hexadecimal notation, for example 0123456789AB, in a 48-bit address, and often considered permanent, but in some cases can be changed via software or tools. Okay, so to check the MAC address, we'll go to CMD and we'll type ipconfig dash slash all command. So this will give a lot of information. We have already looked into it. So let's find out the MAC address. So the MAC address will be, okay, so here is my MAC address. This is the physical address and my MAC address is 346059FF 5B3D. So this is my physical MAC address or the NIC address that is hard coded and just belong to my machine. Okay, so MAC address format. Talking about the structure of the MAC address, the first 3 octets or 24 bits represent the organizationally unique identifier OUI, which identifies the manufacturer of the NIC. So we can check the manufacturer of the MAC address with a MAC lookup website. Where I can say MAC lookup, and it can give me a lot of. There is a website named maclookup.app. It is, yeah, this one. So here I can put a MAC address. Let's put it from here. So entering the MAC address reveals the manufacturer name and its address. So it is showing me TP-Link Corporation Limited. So it is showing me my NIC manufacturer is TP-Link and its particular address. Okay, now coming back to the slides. So we have talked about the first 3 octets. The remaining 3 octets or 24 bits are the network interface controller NIC specific portion, ensuring each NIC has a unique MAC address. So that's all for the MAC address section. I will conclude this and we'll see you in the next one. Client server model. There are 2 types of fundamental architecture models that we use in modern computer networking. One is the peer-to-peer model and the other one is the client server model. Let's understand both of them in detail. First, we have peer-to-peer. In peer-to-peer model, both remote processors are executing at same level and they exchange data using some shared resources. In simple terms, a P2P network has no central server or authority controlling the network. Instead, each peer directly communicate and share resources with other peers. Then we have client-server model. In this, one remote process acts as a client and requests some resource from another application process acting as a server. In layman terms, the requester for the data will be the client and the provider who is fulfilling the request is the server. To understand this properly, let's take an example of the market. Suppose you want to buy a flashy new Nike sneaker, let's say Jordan 2077, and there are 2 ways to get those pairs. One is to go to a showroom or shop that deals with the concerned sneakers and get it from there. The other route is that you connect a seller just like you. The seller might be a sneakerhead himself and demands for another sneaker in place of the one you want. It's kind of a barter system. So keeping the above analogy in mind, we can conclude that if you buy the sneaker from the shop owner, it will comes under the client-server model, where the client is you and the server is the shop owner. On the other hand, if you buy the sneaker from other seller like you in exchange of one of your own, then it will come under the P2P model, where both parties exchange information equally and share resources. Let's understand the information flow in both of them using the below picture. As we can see in the client-server model, different types of devices like PC, laptop and smartphones all are requesting data from a centralized server, and the server is responding to all their requests. On the other hand, in P2P network, all the devices can communicate to all other devices to the network. Whoever is capable of fulfilling the request in this case will make a connection with the requester and provide the data accordingly. So that's all for the client server model, and I will see you in the next one. Okay, now we will learn about DNS or domain name system. which is one of the most important protocols supporting the internet. What is DNS? DNS translates and maps alphabetic domain names like websites, web addresses, or names to the numeric IP address of computers or server, and it is also capable of performing the reverse process. It uses User Datagram Protocol or UDP, and its service uses port number 53 to operate. Some domain name examples like .com, .gov, .edu, .org are some of the top level domains that are also called TLD names. Example of a domain name is www.google.com, which has its IP address 142.250.187.238. Machines over the internet uses IP address to communicate with one another. However, we as humans cannot remember all the IP address of our favorite websites. That's where DNS comes into the picture. It uses common human readable name like google.com and maps it to its complicated, hard to remember IP addresses like 142.250.187.238. In short, the main feature of the DNS is to map the google.com name to its corresponding IP address. It is like NAT we discussed earlier. Like NAT translate private IP addresses to public IP addresses and vice versa. DNS does the same with the domain name like google.com to its IP address and vice versa. Now to check the IP address of google.com, we can open up a command prompt, and there is a command called host in Linux and nslookup for the Windows. So nslookup google.com, so nslookup google.com will give us the IP address of google.com to us. Next, if we want to check the name server that we are using, the DNS name server we are using, we can use the ipconfig command and it will show us the DNS server. So this is the DNS server IPv6 address that I'm using, and this is my gateway's IP address. There is also one command netsh interface IPv4 show DNS servers, and it will show all the information regarding the DNS server. So this is the IPv4 address of my DNS server. Here was the IPv6 one, and this is the IPv4 address of my DNS server. So that's how you check a DNS server in a Windows machine. And once again, if you want to find the IP address of a particular domain name in Linux, we use the host command, and to find the DNS server we use a command systemd that resolve status, then we'll grep for DNS servers. So this is for finding DNS name server in Linux. Now coming back to the slides, there are three types of name servers. These are root servers, primary servers, and secondary servers. Number one, we have root server. Root server is the top level server which consists of the entire DNS tree. It does not contain the information about domains but delegates the authority to the other server. Think of this as the internet's supreme directory assistant. When you want to find a website, let's say www.inventyourshit.com, your computer first asks one of the 13 root name servers. Where can I find the information about .com domains? The root server then points you towards the .com name servers. Then we have primary servers. Primary server stores a file about its zone. It has authority to create, maintain, and update the zone file. These are the name servers that actually hold the address records for a particular domain, like a local directory listing. Your computer then asks the authoritative name server designated for inventyourshit.com what is the IP address of inventyourshit.com. The authoritative name server responds with the IP address you need to access the website. At last, we have secondary servers. Secondary server transfers complete information about a zone from another server, which may be a primary or secondary server. The secondary server does not have authority to create or update a zone file. Let's understand how DNS works step by step. We will consider the picture below for this. But before passing any request on the wild internet, the requested website is first checked in the local DNS cache stored on the machine. If any entry of the target website is not found, the DNS request flow move to the next step. So the first step we have is when we type www.example.com into our browser, it asks the local DNS server for its IP address. Here the local DNS server is at the ISP's end. When the local DNS server does not find the IP address of the requested domain, it forwards the request to the root server and again inquires about the IP address of it. The root server replies with the delegation that I do not know the IP address of example.com but know the IP address of DNS server. The local DNS server then asks the .com DNS server the same question. The .com DNS server replies the same, that it does not know the IP address of example.com but knows the DNS IP address of example.com. Then the local DNS server asks the example.com DNS server the same question. Then example.com DNS server replies with the IP address of example.com, and now the local DNS sends the IP address of example.com to the computer that sends the request. I hope you understand this. So this particular image shows a general flow of how DNS works. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. Alright my fellow hackers, it's time to dive into the heart of network communication, the TCP and UDP protocols. These two workhorses are the foundation upon which countless applications and services are built, and as hackers, understanding their intricacies is crucial for identifying potential vulnerabilities and executing successful attacks. I have listed the difference between both of them in this nice looking table, so let's go through each of the pointers one by one. Let's start with the connection type. So the TCP requires an established connection between a client and a server before transmitting any data. If there is no connection, no data will be followed. It is as simple as that. Talking about UDP on this, it is a connectionless protocol. Unlike TCP, no connection is needed to start or end a data transfer. Next is the data sequence. In TCP, data is sent in a sequential or specific order, whereas in UDP, this is not the case. After this, we have data retransmission. If in case a data packet is lost while transferring in TCP, it will retransmit it, while on the other hand, UDP doesn't care about all this extra work. Next is delivery. As we discussed earlier, TCP is a connection-oriented protocol and also retransmits whenever required. So the delivery of the data is guaranteed, whereas UDP does not guarantee anything. You are at your own risk. Moving on, we have checking for errors. TCP gives us this, but for UDP it depends on the mood. And at last we have speed. Now in this particular comparison, we have been shitting on UDP, but in this point UDP is a clear winner. As we know, TCP needs connection. It sometimes retransmits and guarantee delivery, but due to all these features, it comes slow sometimes. While on the other hand, UDP is all about speed. You can think TCP as a lovely supporting wife that mutually accepts your love and gives back with more. But on the other hand, UDP is like that one-sided crush who likes speedy dating, and all you can do is to shower connectionless data packets to it with maximum speed with no guaranteed result. Keeping the jokes aside, we can use TCP where we will need guaranteed delivery of data and speed is not the priority, like while transferring funds from one bank to another. While on the other hand, UDP is used in scenarios where speed of the data is priority, like video streaming and conferencing, where delay can cause an inconsistent and unpleasant experience. TCP three-way handshake. To understand the working of TCP protocol, we have to understand the TCP three-way handshake. Imagine you want to have a conversation with someone over the phone, but you need to establish a proper connection first. The three-way handshake is like the initial back and forth you go to set up the call. The first step is you calling the other person's number. This is like sending a SYN or synchronized message saying, "Hey, I would like to start a conversation with you." If the other person is available, they will pick up your phone and respond with a SYNAC or synchronized acknowledge. This is them saying, "Sure, I'm ready to talk. I heard your request to start a conversation." When you hear them pick up, you confirm by saying "ACK" or "acknowledge." This final acknowledgement establishes the connection, and you can now start your conversation over the open line. The three-way handshake ensures that both parties are ready to communicate and have acknowledged each other's initial sequence numbers before data transfer begins. It's like making sure you and the person you're calling have properly greeted each other before launching into the conversation. This process prevents scenarios where one side thinks a connection is open while the other side thinks no connection has been made. The three steps makes the connection setup more robust and reliable. The handshake also allows both parties to negotiate parameters like the maximum data size they can send or receive in each chunk. It's like agreeing on how much you can say in one go during your conversation before pausing for the other person to respond. So in simple terms, the three-way handshake is an initial exchange of messages that establishes a reliable data connection similar to setting up a phone call properly before starting to speak. Next, we are working of UDP. So imagine you are sending letters through the postal service, but you don't really care if some letters get lost or arrive out of order. UDP is like that unreliable postal service. With UDP, you just keep writing letters, data packets, and putting them in an outgoing mail without waiting for acknowledgement that the previous letter arrived safely. You simply send the datagrams out rapidly one after another. You just keep writing letters and putting them in outgoing mail as fast as possible. It's a best effort approach. So letters may arrive quickly, some may arrive late, some may get lost, and some may arrive out of order, but you don't care, as long as most of the important information gets through without too much delay. This works well for applications that can tolerate some data loss like video streaming, online gaming, DNS lookups, etc. It's much faster than a formal connection-oriented protocol like TCP that establishes a reliable communication channel first before transferring data. The trade-off is that UDP is unreliable and unordered, but it's lightweight and super fast for time-sensitive data transfers, where occasional data loss is acceptable. It's like a super speedy but unreliable postal worker who just keeps moving your letters along as quickly as possible. I hope you have understand the concepts related to TCP and UDP and the TCP three-way handshake. That's an important one for us. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. Now we will look into some common ports and protocols that are used all over the internet. Most of them we will encounter frequently as we progress further in this course. So you should be at least familiar with the common and well-known ones. Let's start with the basics first. What are ports? A port in computer networking is a logical access channel for communication between two devices. The total number of ports are 65,535. The top 1023 are well-known ports. From 1024 to 49,151 are registered ports, and from 49,152 to 65,535 are dynamic or private ports. Let's understand this with an analogy. Imagine your computer is a big office building with many different departments and services. Each department has its own entrance door, which can be called port that people use to access the specific service. For example, the main entrance or port 80 leads to a website department that handles HTTP web traffic. The secure entrance on port 443 goes to the e-commerce section that handles HTTPS secure web transactions. The mailroom door or port 25 is where SMTP is received and sent out. And next, the file transfer lobby or ports 20 and 21 allows people to upload and download files using FTP. Just like these different entrances allow people to access the various services offered in the office building, service ports on a computer allow network data to access the corresponding software applications and services running on that machine. Now we will understand what a protocol is. Protocol is defined as a standard way for computers to exchange information. Imagine protocols as the rules and customs that allow people from different countries and cultures to communicate and interact with each other effectively. Just like we need a common language or a set of gestures to convey meaning, computers need agreed upon protocols to transmit data successfully. Network protocols are kind of like the languages that computers speak to exchange information over a network. They define the vocabulary, grammar, and etiquette that computers follow to talk to each other in an understandable way. Some common protocols used in computer networks and the internet are TCP, UDP, and IP or Internet Protocol. Here are the list of some common ports and protocols. First we have is port 20 and 21 for FTP. Port 20 is used for transferring files in active mode FTP sessions, while port 21 is used to send FTP commands between the client and server. Next we have port 22 for SSH and port 23 for Telnet. Both of the ports are used to access remote machines, however SSH stands for Secure Shell, thus encrypting the communication, while Telnet transmits all data like passwords in clear text, which makes it insecure. After that we have SMTP at port 25 and POP at port 110. Both of these are email related ports and protocols, where SMTP is used to send emails from client to server. POP or POP is used for retrieving emails from a server to a client. Next we have port 80 and 443. Port 80 is a default port for HTTP, enabling encrypted data transmissions. Port 443 is the default port for HTTPS, providing unencrypted communication over TLS or SSL. While port 80 is a widely used, port 443 is preferred for sensitive data like e-commerce transactions due to its enhanced security features. At last, on the TCP end, we have port 139 and 445 that belongs to SMB. Both of them are used for file sharing and printer access. Now coming to the UDP related ports, first we have port 53, which is DNS. We have already discussed about it in detail in the previous section, so I'm not going at it again. Next we have port 67 and 68. Both are used by the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol or DHCP for communication between clients and servers. Port 67 is used by the DHCP server to listen for the client request, while port 68 is used by the client to receive responses from the server. Moving on, we have port 69, which is used by Trivial File Transfer Protocol or TFTP for simple file transfers, often for booting network devices from a local server. TFTP has limited functionality compared to FTP, but its simplicity makes it suitable for tasks like firmware upgrades on network appliances. Now we have port 123, which is used by the Network Time Protocol (NTP) for time synchronization between computers and devices on the internet. NTP ensures accurate timekeeping by synchronizing clocks to a common time source. At last we have port 168, which is used by Simple Network Management Protocol or SNMP for network management and monitoring. It allows devices to communicate with network management systems, enabling the exchange of management information between network devices and management stations. So that were some common ports and protocols that are frequently used in our ethical hacking journey. I hope you have understood it, and on that note I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. Now we have come to one of the most important topic of this module, the OSI model. All the topics we have covered till now individually will make sense after we complete this section. So let's get started with a question. What is OSI model? So the OSI or Open System Interconnection Model is a way to understand how computers communicate with each other over a network. It's like a blueprint that helps us visualize how data is sent and received between devices. Let's understand with an analogy again. Imagine you want to send a letter to a friend. You write the letter in the application layer, put it in an envelope in the presentation layer, and address it in session layer. Then you give it to a mail carrier, which is the transport layer, who takes into a sorting office in the network layer. The sorting office figures out how to get the letter to your friend's neighborhood, to the data link layer, and finally it's delivered to their mailbox at physical layer. The OSI model breaks down this process into 7 layers, each with a specific job. Number 1, we have a physical layer. This is the physical connection between devices like cables or Wi-Fi. Layer 2 or data link layer. This layer ensures data is delivered between devices on the same network. This is done with the help of MAC addresses. Layer 3 or network layer. This layer routes data between different networks. It takes help of IP addresses. Layer 4 or transport layer. This layer manages data flow and error control between devices. This is done with the help of protocols like TCP and UDP. Layer 5 or session layer. This layer establishes and manages connection between applications. Layer 6 or presentation layer. This layer formats data for the application layer. Examples can be picture, videos and document files. Layer 7 or application layer. This layer is where applications like email and web browsers interact with the users. Each layer communicates with the layers above and below it, ensuring the data is transmitted correctly. The OSI model helps us understand how these layers work together to enable communication between devices on a network. TCP/IP model. Though we have already discussed the OSI model, we should also take a look at the TCP/IP model. The OSI model is more like a blueprint than the actual working model. The actual working model that works in the real world is the TCP/IP model, which is the deduced version of the original OSI model. Unlike OSI model, the TCP/IP model have only 4 layers. Number 1 is application layer. This is where the actual data like a web page or email is created. It's like you writing a letter to your friend. Number 2 is transport layer. This layer ensures that data is delivered completely and in the right order like a mail carrier delivering your letter to your friend's house. Number 3 is internet layer. This layer is responsible for addressing and routing the data, like the postal service figuring out where to send your letter based on the address. And at last we have network access layer. This layer handles the physical connection between devices like the cables or Wi-Fi that allow your computer to connect to the network. So that was the OSI and TCP/IP model. This is really important while we are studying networking, and I hope you have understand it. On that note, I will conclude this section and I will see you in the next one. Okay, so in this section we will learn about the inner workings of the web, how data is transmitted, some of the topics we have already discussed earlier which will make the things more clearer to us. Let's start with this picture showcasing a simple anatomy of the working of a web. At first, someone tried to access a website or application from their devices. The request is then forwarded to the gateway of the router to which we have connected wirelessly. The router forwards the request to other routers through cables owned by the internet service provider like Airtel, Jio or Vodafone. The other routers forward the request to other routers until they found the target server. Once the request is reached to the server, it responds back with the requested data. Information is then traveled back to our router via the same ISP cable. When it is reached to our router, it is then forwarded to the specific MAC address of the device who initiated the request in step 1, thus completing the whole journey. Anatomy of a URL. In the previous slide, we looked into basic overview of the working of web. The first step includes sending a request to the server. This is usually done by a web browser where we types a URL address like google.com and the request is thus generated. So let us understand how a URL works by understanding its parts. Here we have a photo that shows different parts of a URL. At first we have scheme. This is the first part of the URL and tells our browser how to access the website. The most common schemes are HTTP or HTTPS. The S in HTTPS stands for secure and means the connection is encrypted. The second we have is subdomain. This comes after the scheme and is optional. It is like a specific room or section within a website. For example, blog or support before the main website name. The third is the domain name. This is the main name of the website like example.com. It tells our browser where to find the website on the internet. The fourth one is the top level domain. This shows the type of TLD we are using like .com, .gov, .org. .co.uk, etc. This also tells about the type of website we are dealing with. The next is the port number. We can see here we are using HTTPS, so the port number will be 443. We already knew that from the common ports and protocols section, if you remember. Moving on, we have the path. This comes after the domain name and tells our browser where to find a specific page or file on a website. It's like giving direction to a room inside a house. The next is the query string, separator and parameter. This starts with a question mark and contains information to help the website know what specific content to show us. It's like telling the website what we are looking for. And at last we have fragment. This starts with a hash symbol and takes us to a specific section of the page, like a bookmark. It's like pointing out a specific spot on a page we want to go to. HTTP methods. Now that we have generated the request by requesting hard on that enter button after entering the URL, we will now understand how a HTTP request get transferred to the server using HTTP methods. HTTP methods, also known as HTTP verbs, are the action that a client like a web browser can perform on a resource like a web page that is hosted on a server. There are mainly 4 types of HTTP methods. These are: number 1 is the GET request. This is used for getting information from a web server. It's like asking the server to give you a specific piece of information like a web page or a list of products. On number 2 we have POST request. This is used for submitting data to the web server and potentially creating new records. It's like filling out a form on a website and submitting it to the server to create a new account and submit a message. The third one we have is PUT request. This is used for submitting data to a web server to update information. It's like replacing an old version of something with a new one, like updating your profile information on a website. At last we have delete request. This is used for deleting information or records from a web server. It's like deleting something you no longer need, like removing a post you made on a social media platform. Okay, let's see how a sample request flows to the server. So we have opened our Firefox browser. We'll press F12 on our keyboard and this will give us a nice looking developer tool option. I'll make it a little bigger. We will go to the network tab, and if I type google.com here, let's see what happens. So there is a bunch of traffic we can see over here. Let's open up one of the requests. Let's open this request. So if we see the request, we can see the header section, and this there is a cookie section, response, timing, security. All of this we can view from here. Let's see the header section first. So this is the request that we are creating to get data from Google. So we are creating a GET request over here, and there is also a POST request. So this is a POST request. We are posting something over here. So there are multiple parameters. We will go through them one by one. But as of now, I just want to let you know how we can search for the request and how requests are made to the server. So here we can say the GET request. We can see the POST request, GET, POST, different parameters just for a single page. So there are images on this particular website. Okay, so there are images on this particular website. It is asking for cookies, so there are some cookies value also, and I have this image, and whatever is in this page, it will show in this network tab that we have made the request to the Google server just to fetch google.com search page. I hope you understand that. Okay, now coming back to the slides, we have HTTP status codes. So HTTP status codes are like a secret language that web server use to communicate with web browser. When you visit a website, your browser sends a request to the website server, and the server responds with a special 3-digit number called an HTTP status code. These codes are divided into 5 main categories. Number 1 is 1xx informational. Number 1 is the informational codes, or you can say 100 in 100 range codes. The server is thinking about our request and needs more time to process it. Then we have 200 level codes, These are also called success codes. The server has successfully received our request and is sending us the information we have asked for. And on number third, we have 300 XX scores, range codes, also called redirection codes. The server is sending us to a different website or a page to get what we need. At number fourth, we have 400 level codes or client error codes. The server can't understand our request or don't have permission to access the page. And at last, we have 500 level codes or server error codes. In this means that there's a problem on the server side that's preventing it from fulfilling a request. So some of the most important status codes to know are like 200 OK. So this means everything is working fine as it should. Then we have 301 moved permanently. The page we are looking for, this means the page we are looking for has moved to a new address. Then we have a 404 not found. This is a famous one. That means the page we have requested doesn't exist on the server. And the 500 internal server error. So this means there is a problem with the server that's preventing it from fulfilling our request. Let's see some of the status codes through our own eyes. Okay, so I'm again I've come to my web browser and I've opened up the network tab. So here last time we looked at one of the get request and one of the post request. Now we will look into the status code. So this is the status code. So 200, that means everything is fine and we have successfully retrieved the information that we asked from the server. So status code can help us determine what is the status of the request. So I can, let's see if we find another status code. We got a 204 also, and if I got a 301, I can get a 301 because so all I get from here is, let's say I ask for a particular page that doesn't exist. So I entered a particular URL, a random string, and let's see what status code we got. We got a 404 not found. Okay, so this is how the status code works. When while talking about status code, it is really important when we try to pen test or when we try to hack into the website, because we will be interacting with the website on a particular basis, and status code is a really good way to know the status of the website or a page. So that's how a lot of tools also work. So the tools we will look into the Reconnaissance section. You will get to know why status codes are important. Okay, now HTTP headers. HTTP headers are like extra information that gets passed between a web browser and a web server when they communicate with each other. They are sent along with the main content like a web page or an image to provide additional details about the request or response. Some of the common HTTP headers are set cookie. In this, information is stored which gets sent back to the web server on each request. Then we have cache control. It shows the duration to store the content of the response in the browser's cache before it requests it again. Then we have content type. This tells the client what type of data is being returned, i.e. like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, images, PDF or videos. Using the content type header, the browser then knows how to process the data. And at last we have content encoding. It shows the method used to compress the data to make it smaller when sending it over the internet. Okay, now let's see let's see the HTTP headers now. So last time we looked at the status code, now we'll look at the HTTP header. So if I open any request, let's open this request, and we can see a lot of headers here. So we have a content length header, and we have a content type. So it is a text HTML what we are looking for, what we are fetching from the server. Then we have some xframe related option, and let's see if we have a set cookie. We don't have a set cookie here. Let's see another one. Let's see a get request. Do we have a cookie? No. We do have a cookie here, so it might have a set cookie option. So this is the cookie header, set cookie header. And accept encoding. So this is the encoding that the page can accept, that the request is made and the type of content it is accepting from the server. So this type of encoding is possible. We can change it also. We will look into it later. So that's all for the HTTP header. Okay, now we have cookies. To understand cookies, you have to understand how HTTP works. So HTTP is a stateless protocol. That means HTTP have no feature inherently built into it that can remember and handle requests and sessions. Think of it as like this. Like, let's say you went to a shop and the shop owner name is HTTP Kumar. Now this HTTP Kumar has dementia. Dementia is a disease where the affected person suffers from a memory loss. So you went into the shop, took whatever you wanted to buy and moved out. Now when you reach your car, you remember that you have left the car keys in the shop itself. You went back to the shop owner, HTTP Kumar, and told him about your keys. Now the shop owner have your keys with him. However, as he is a dementia patient, so he forgot who you are and denied your request for your own keys. This happens just with some couple of minutes. The same things happens with HTTP. You go to the website and you log in, let's say Instagram. Now when you try to comment on your crush's new Insta reel, a new HTTP post request is generated for this. However, as the HTTP is stateless, it will take it as a new request and will ask you to log in again. So for every request you have to authenticate yourself. Sounds like a pain in the ass, isn't it? Here comes the sweet cookies into the picture. Cookies are small text files that websites store on your computer or device when you visit them. They help website remember information about you and your preferences, like your login details, shopping cart contents, or the page you have visited. There are different types of cookies. Number one is session cookies. They are temporary and deleted when you close your browser. Second is persistent cookies. They stay on your device until they expire or you delete them. The third one is the first party cookies. They are set by the website you are visiting. And the last is the third party cookies. These comes from other websites like advertisers and track your behavior across multiple sites. So let's see where the cookies are stored. So I've opened up the developer tools option, and if I go to storage, here are all the cookies that this particular page has. So if I've logged into Instagram, my Instagram cookie will be here. So different types of cookies are stored on different types of username and password cookies, and different types of preferences cookies, as I've already told you. Session cookies, persistent cookies, some are first party cookies here, and some are the third party cookies. So every cookies will be stored here. If you want to check your cookies, you can go to the storage tab in developer option. I hope you get it. Okay, so that was the last topic of this section. I will conclude this section here only, and we'll see you in the next one. Now we have come to the beast of this entire module, subnetting. But don't worry, I will teach you how to tame it very easily. So let's get started. What is subnetting? A subnetwork or subnet is a logical subdivision of an IP network. Now the question arises is that, why do we need to do subnetting? Well, the answer is that the subnets make networks more efficient. Through subnetting, network traffic can travel a shorter distance without passing through unnecessary routers to reach its destination. Let's understand this with an example. Suppose we have a network here with some computers on it. If a computer A wants to communicate with computer F, it needs to have its address with him. To get its address, it will start a broadcast which will then be forwarded to every host. So it will broadcast here, it will broadcast to this computer, this one, and this one, and this one. Now every host will broadcast back with kinda yes or no answer. So it will give out a broadcast message for everyone. This creates a loop in the network and will create a congestion, resulting in a massive data loss and delay. So that's how we subnet a network. So what we will do, we will make a subnet of these three hosts, and then we'll make a subnet of these three hosts. That's how we can manage the packets in a particular network without having any congestion or data loss. Now that we have understand about the concept of subnetting, let's see what a subnet mask is. A subnet mask is a 32-bit address that segregates an IP address into network bits that identify the network and host bits that identify the host devices operating on that network. In simple terms, a subnet mask is a number that helps divide a network into smaller parts called subnets. It works by separating the IP address into two sections, the network portion and the host portion. Classes of IP addresses. We have already discussed briefly about the classes of IP addresses before. At that time, I have included the chart for the private IP address range. This time, I have included the public IP address range chart, so don't get confused. Now coming to the chart here, all the things are usual as before. The main thing we have to talk about here is the subnet mask. Check out the values of the subnet mask changing from class A to class C. The class A subnet mask has 1 octet in it while class C has 3 octets. Let us understand this in Excel sheet properly. Okay, so now I'm in an Excel sheet and let's take a IP address here. So I'll take 192.168.29.82. So suppose this is our IP address. Let's zoom it a bit. So this is our IP address, okay? Now for every IP address, it has 4 octets. So this IPv4 address is made up of 32 bits. And each octet will comprise of 8 bits. So 8, 8, 8 and 8 equal to 32. Okay. And each of these bits contains 0 to 255. It can contain a number of from 0 to 255. So I will make the table again. 128, 64, 32, then 16, then 8, then 4, then 2, then 1. So if we add all of these numbers, it comes to 255 total. Okay. And the bits are in binary, so it is either can be 0, it can either be 0 or 1. Okay. So if we have 1 on all of these, if we have 1 on all of these, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, so it will give the number 255. This is for the first octet. So we are talking about 192 here. So if we want 192, we can make it 0. I've already told you in the IP address section how we calculated. We made the table. So this will give me 192 if I add 128 and 64. Okay. Every octet we have these numbers. So I have these one for 192. I can have for 168. Same I can have for 29 and same I can have for 82. So I have for each octet, I have these numbers, and based on these numbers, we calculate this particular thing. Okay, so for now, understand that IP address made up of 32 bits, each octet contains 8 bits, and these 8 bits can have a range of 0 to 255. So we are keeping this on hold, and let's first understand the network and host portion of IP addresses, then we will be able to better understand the subnet mask. Network and host address. The network address is used to identify the network and is common to all the devices attached to the network. It is denoted by 1. For example, 192.168.129.82/24. Here the network portion will be 192.168.129. The host or node address is used to identify a particular device attached to the network. It is denoted by 0. For example, 192.168.129.82/24. Here the host portion will be 82. CIDR. Classless inter-domain routing is a method of IP address allocation and IP routing that allows for more efficient use of IP addresses. CIDR addresses are represented using a slash notation, which specifies the number of bits in the network prefix. For example, an IP address of 192.168.1.0 with a prefix length of 24 would be represented as 192.168.1.0/24. The notation indicates that the first 24 bits of the IP address are the network prefix and the remaining 8 bits are the host identifier. But how to calculate CIDR? For that, we will have to move back to the Excel sheet. Okay, so here I've made a table based on the classes of IP addresses. So class A, class B and class C. We already know that if we add all these numbers, we will get a sum of 255. In the previous slide, we have seen that in class A, the subnet mask is 255.0.0.0 because class A only has 8 bits in its first octet. So 8 bit in first octet gives us 255 and the rest all are 0. So this also gives us /8 CIDR notation. The class B has 8 bits in first octet. So we have 255 here. Then 8 bits again in the second octet. We have 255 here. So 8 bits plus 8 bits total will be 16 bits. So the CIDR range we have is 16 bits. Now comes the class C, the famous one. First octet has 8 bits, so we have 255 here. Second octet has 8 bits, we have 255 here. And the third one also have 8 bits, so we have 255 here. So 8 plus 8 plus 8 gives us 24. So we have a /24 notation. I hope you have understood it. Network and broadcast address. Now for the host ranges, we have some preoccupied addresses. These are the network address and the broadcast address. The network address is the first address of the IP subnet, while the broadcast address is the last address of the IP subnet. All addresses between the network addresses and the broadcast addresses are host addresses. A network address provides identity to the IP subnet. So we have looked into every major aspect of the subnetting section. Let's calculate the below parameters associated with an IP address. Here we have an IP address that is 205.150.65.0/26 and we have to calculate its class name, network ID, broadcast ID, CIDR, subnet mask, number of subnet and number of hosts. So the first parameter is the class name. We can easily find this out by looking to the table we have made here. As we can see, it is a /26 address. As per the table, it will come under the class C address type. On that basis, we have our class name, that is class C. So we can write class name is class C. Next is the CIDR. We can easily get in the slash notation. So the CIDR here will be obviously /26. We already know that. So the CIDR we have is /26. After that, we will calculate the subnet mask. So we will now calculate the subnet mask. Okay. Now this is interesting. We know that the CIDR notation of this particular address is /26, which falls under the class C type address. So usually we have the configuration in type C address with 24 bits. So 8 bits here plus 8 bits 16 plus 8 bits is equal to 24. So naturally the class C has its octet like this. So we have class C, so 1111 8 bits and then again 8 bits and then again 8 bits and the last one has the last octet has all zeros. So this gives us a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. This is generally the subnet mask of class C address, as we know that. Now that we have /26 bits, so we don't have 24. It is based on the 24 address. So 888 gives us 24 bits. So /24, but we want to find out of /26. How can we find out that? So what we will do, we will take 2 from the host portion. So we need +2. We already have 24 here and we need +2. And this is the last octet. We know that it is for the host portion for in class C. So we will take 2 from the host portion. So I can write this like this. So I have taken 2 from the host portion. Now calculating the subnet mask for this. So we have 255.255.255. We already know that for the first 3 octet, but for the last one we only have 2 bits. So we only have 2 bits, others are zeros. Now we'll get back to a table, and now adding these bits up. So we have 2 extra bits. So one here and one here. 8, 16, 24, 25 and 26. Now if we add these two, as we know how to calculate the IP address or the subnet mask, the octets. So if we add these two, we'll get the number 192. You can use calculator also. So 128 plus it's 64. So 192. So the subnet mask we will get finally here is 192. So the subnet mask we can call here is 192. So the subnet mask for this particular IP address will be this. So 255.255.255.192. I will summarize it once again. What the steps we have taken. First of all, we looked at the CIDR range. It was around the class C address. Class C address is /24. It was /26. So it comes around the class C address. So we took that class C address. Then we took 2 bits from the host portion because we have to expand it. We already have 28 bits here, 24 bits here, and then we expand it to 26 bits. Okay, then we put into our table, and then we added the upper 2 number where the bits was added, and we got 192, and that's how we got the last octets of 192. So I hope you have really understood it. If not, please rewatch the video or do it by yourself. You will get it in no time. Okay, so the next thing we have the network ID and the broadcast ID. We'll start off with the network ID. Now there is a simple formula to calculate the network ID of an IP address. That is, network ID is equal to network portion and subnet mask. So the formula for network ID is network ID is equal to network portion, and it is an AND operation. If you know digital electronics or you know Boolean algebra, so you know what AND operation is, and subnet mask. That means we have to perform an AND operation between the network portion of IP address, which is 205.150.65, and the subnet mask, which is 255.255.255.192. Now those who are not aware of the AND operation, it's really simple. Basically an AND operation is a logical operation which takes 2 input and give result as true only if all conditions or statements are true. We can easily perform AND operations online without going the manual route. Let's see how. Okay, so now we are at a bitwise calculator. So we have to perform an AND operation between the network ID and the subnet mask. So we'll get the first octet, value of the first octet from the network ID and value of the first octet from the subnet mask. So it is 255. We perform the AND operation and it gives me the result 205 in binary. Okay, so 205, I will store it here. Then 150, the second octet is 150 and 150, and the subnet mask is 255. We already know that. Now we perform the AND operation and we got 150 result. So next I can 150. Okay. The third octet is 65. 65. And we again perform the AND operation and we got 65. The last octet is 0 and the subnet mask last octet is 192. So the last octet is 0 and subnet mask is 192. We perform AND operation and we got 0. So we got the network ID that is 205.150.65.0. Okay, so I'll summarize it once again. To find the network ID of an IP address, we have to perform AND operation between the network portion and the subnet mask. I hope you understand that. So before getting into the broadcast ID, we have to calculate two things first. One is the number of subnet that our concerned IP address range can have, and how many hosts are possible with them. So number of subnets and number of hosts. Number of hosts. Let's get right into it. First, we will start off with the number of subnet. For this, we have a formula too. Number of subnet is equal to 2 to the power n. Here we are taking the extra bit as n. As we have 26 bit, so we have 26, so we have 2 extra bit from class C address range. Typically it has /24 network range, that means 24 bits, but we stole 2 bits from its host portion. So the power of n to calculate subnet will be 2. In this case, the 2 to the power will give us 4. So 2 to the power 2 is will give us 4. That means we can have 4 subnet with this IP address range. So the value of number of subnets will be 4. Next is the number of hosts. To calculate this, we will use the formula number of hosts is equal to 2 to the power n minus 2. Now here the n is equal to the remaining bits in the last octet. So the last octet had 8 bits. Out of 8, we have already stole 2 for our subnet. So the remaining will be 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and 6. Keeping that in picture, the number of hosts will be 2 to the power 6. So here 2 to the power 6, that is 64, and then we will do a minus 2, as 2 IP addresses are reserved for network and broadcast IPs. So the number of hosts we can have is 64. So we had first we had 2 to the power 6, so it was 64. Then it was then we minus 2 from it, so 64 minus 2 gives us 62. So the number of hosts we can have is 62. At last, we will find out the broadcast IP of our address range. As we now know that the maximum number of hosts can be 62. So by default, the last IP address becomes the broadcast IP. With that logic, our broadcast IP will be 205.150.150.65.63. So that's how you manually calculate the subnet mask and associated entities with it. There is also an automated way of doing this, like I found this amazing website. So here you just have to put the IP address and the network range and it will calculate everything for you. So let's put our target IP address that we used in this particular demonstration. And the network range will be 26 and we will hit calculate. So it has given me the address, the net mask, the subnet mask, and the network, the class C. Then we have the broadcast IP, minimum host it can have, maximum host can have, and the total number of hosts it can have. So all of this, either you can do it manually. I will prefer the manual way while we are learning, but as we move forward, we can use automated tools for that. Okay, so before concluding this module, I request you to go through each and every assignments included with it. These are designed specifically for you to test your knowledge on every topic we have discussed here. If you found any gaps that need to be filled, I would suggest to rewatch the videos again and again at your own pace until you get it like the back of your hand. This is for every module we will encounter as we move further. So stay tuned and I will meet you in the next module where we will play with some awesome Linux command line stuff. Welcome to the module 2 of our course. In this module, we will dive into the world of Linux, the operating system of choice for many cybersecurity professionals and ethical hackers. Whether you are a seasoned Linux user or a complete beginner, this module will provide you with a solid foundation and refresh your knowledge of this powerful platform. In this module, we will learn about the following topics: First, we will start off by installing Kali Linux on VMware and VirtualBox. Next, we will have a complete overview of our Kali system. Then we will move to the sudo overview. After that, we will learn how to navigate around file system. Then we will learn about file and directory permissions, followed by users and privileges. Post that, we will learn how we can view, create and edit files. Next, we will look into commands like grep and how to use pipe with them. After that, we will learn how to find files in Linux. Then we will see how we can enumerate distribution and kernel information. Next, we have shells in Linux and bash configuration. Post that, we will look into topics like disk usage, networking and file compression. Then we will learn about how we can start and stop services in Linux. And at last, we will conclude the topics like software or tools installation, keyboard shortcuts and using proxy chains with Tor. On that note, let's get started with our Linux command line journey without any delay. I'll see you in the next video where we will be installing our Kali Linux machine. So let's get started with the installation right away. We will be using Kali Linux for this module and all the course modules after this. Those of you who don't know what Kali Linux is, so Kali Linux is a Debian based operating system that comes pre-installed with over 600 penetration testing tools and utilities. In simple terms, it has been specifically designed for hacking only. To install Kali Linux on our system, we need two things. First one is the Kali Linux ISO and the second one is a virtualization software like VMware or VirtualBox. Let's start by downloading the Kali Linux image. So I'll type Kali Linux download and this will give me the Kali Linux website in the first result. So let's open it. So this is kali.org. This is the official website of Kali Linux and here we can choose our platform. So we have different images or different ISOs for different platforms. So the installer images for the bare bone installation. When you are using when you want to use Kali Linux as a host operating system, you can use these images. Then I've got virtual machine related images. Then I've got ARM. Then I've got mobile. Then I've got cloud, containers, live boot and WSL. So here we are dealing with virtual machines. So I'll click on virtual machines and here we got pre-built virtual machines. Kali Linux VMware and virtual images are available for users who prefer or whose specific needs require a virtual machine installation. So I've got images over here. I've got 64-bit images and a 32-bit images. So we are downloading for 64-bit and there I've got a VMware image and a VirtualBox image. Let's download the VirtualBox image. So I'll click on this particular icon and this will download the VirtualBox image on our machine. So I've already downloaded it and I've got the 7zip file over here. So if I right click on it, I've got an option of 7zip and extract here. So if you have not installed 7zip on your machine, you can install it. You can just Google 7zip and you can get it installed. 7zip for Windows, 7zip download and click on download over here. And they've got various exe executable files related to 7zip. So you can download this one, 64-bit Windows x64, and then you can install 7zip on your machine. Once you have installed the 7zip on your machine, right click on it, 7zip and then extract here. So the extraction has started. So I'll let it finish and once it is extracted on my machine, we'll interact with it for installation. So the extraction is complete now and I've got the extracted folder over here and it contains two files. One is VirtualBox image and another one is a VDI file, but we will interact with it later. Next we have to download and install VirtualBox on our machine. So I'll type VirtualBox download and this will give me the first result, downloads Oracle VM VirtualBox. So I've got downloads for Windows host, Mac or Intel host and Linux distribution. So we are using Windows as our host operating system, so we can download the executable or setup file for VirtualBox. I've already installed it on my machine. So the installation is pretty simple, like you perform installation of a regular setup file in Windows, and this is the VirtualBox after opening it. I've got 3 virtual machines over here: Kali Linux, Metasploitable 2 and Windows 10. But when you will open it, you won't find anything. You will get a blank slate over here. I'm only taking VirtualBox here because VMware Workstation Player, which was a free version of VMware, was discontinued this year. You can, I think, now can use the Workstation Pro for free, but after creating an account on Broadcom. But I won't go to that route. Rather, I will stick to VirtualBox, which is a free and open source alternative to VMware and work just fine. So to install a new virtual machine, I'll click on New and let's give it a name. So I'll type Kali 2024, and after that we won't select any ISO over here. Let's select the type as Linux and then version as we have got Ubuntu and we've got Debian. So we'll select Debian 64-bit. I'll click on next, and here we have to provide the hardware to our virtual machine. So I've got a base memory, that is RAM, and the processors. So for the RAM, I will give it let's give it 4 gigabytes. I've got 16 gigabytes of RAM installed on my host machine or on my system, so I can just give 4. But if you have 8, you can either give it 2 or 4 also. But in 4, I think your host machine might lag or might crash. So to be on the safer side, you can give 2 gigabytes of RAM over here if you are running a 8 gigabyte system, and if you are running a 12 gigabyte or 16 gigabyte system, you can give 4 and it will work just fine. For CPU, I'll give it let's give it one core only, and let's hit on next. Next we have virtual hard disk. So we've got the option to create a virtual hard disk now. Then we can use an existing virtual hard disk file, and then we have an option to not add a virtual hard disk file. So we'll use an existing virtual hard disk file. I'll click on this particular icon and let's click on add. Let's go to desktop, and there is my extracted Kali Linux image. So I'll click on it, and I've got the VDI file over here. Let's click on open, and this will select the Kali Linux VDI file for us. Let's hit choose, and let's hit next now and finish. So this I've created a Kali Linux virtual machine for us. I've already got a virtual machine before, but I've deleted it because it was creating a conflict between these two because it was using the same image. So let's double click on it to power up the virtual machine, and this will powering up VM. Alright, so I've got the boot menu over here. Let's hit enter and let's see. So let's make it big. Okay, so I've got the login panel over here. So the default username and password of a Kali Linux system is Kali and Kali. So Kali, and let's hit login. And this will give us the Kali Linux desktop in front of us. So this is the Kali Linux desktop. We've got some icons over here, a taskbar and a nice looking wallpaper. In the next section, we will look into how we can interact with Kali Linux system and a basic overview of Kali Linux. So I hope you have understood the instruction on how to download and install Kali Linux on our Windows OS system using VirtualBox. On that note, I will conclude this section and will meet you in the next one. Okay, so in this section, we will go into an overview of the Kali Linux system we have just installed. So this is the desktop of Kali Linux. If we right click on it, there is the desktop settings, and we can choose different wallpapers from here. Okay, so I like the basic one, so I'll keep this one. And so there are 3 icons over here at desktop. The first version is the trash can, which is like recycle bin in Windows. Then we have file system. We can navigate whole file system from here, and then we have the home folder. So let's get into each one of them. So this is the trash, and this is the file system. We can view all the directories over here, directories or folders. So in Linux, we call folders directories, so don't get confused with that. If I'm If I'm saying somewhere directories, that means I'm talking about folders. And then we have our home folder. So we have desktop, documents, downloads, music, like any other Windows machine. Now on the top panel, we can think of it like a taskbar. So here if we click on it, so it's just like a start menu, and we have the favorites over here. So we have some terminal emulators, file manager, text editors, and all these things. Then we have applications, different application, all application we can view from here. Then we have settings, regular settings we can play with, and then some usual application like related to development and graphics and all that. Now come to the main portion of this particular system. So these are the tools, various tools, and they have been divided in some categories. So number one is information gathering. So we have tools for DNS analysis, IDS, IPS identification, and live host identification. Then we have network and port scanners. Then we have tools related to OSINT. Then we have root analysis, SMB analysis, SMTP analysis, SNMP analysis, SSL analysis, and so on. So we have different tools. As I've told you earlier, it has more than 600 penetration testing tools. Then we have vulnerability analysis. If we want to find out vulnerability on a target system, we can use these tools. So we have fuzzing tools, Spike for that, VoIP tools, VoIP Hopper, Legion, Nikto, Nmap. We'll look into them later. And then we have web application analysis. So same for WP scan. It is used to scan WordPress website. Then we have web application proxy, Burp Suite. This is one of the most famous and the only tool you will need if you want to hack websites manually. Then we have web crawlers. For that we have Derb, Derbuster, FFuzz, WFuzz, various options we have. And web vulnerability scanner, again we have Nikto, WebT, WhatWeb, WP scan, Comics. This is a great tool. And SQL map to exploit SQL injections. Then we have database assessment. So if we are targeting any databases, we have the SQLite data browser. So if we want to view databases, we can use this browser. And if I want to exploit SQL injections in it is a vulnerability in web applications, so I can use SQL map. It is a great tool. Then we have password attacks. If you want to perform password attack, for offline password attack, we have all these tools. Hashcat and John the Ripper are one of the most famous ones that we will also use. And then we have online attacks. Hydra. Hydra is one of the most versatile tool for online password attacks. Then we have passing the hash tools. So if we are targeting any Active Directory environment, so these are the tools that we will be looking for. And some password profiling and word list. So we can create word list, custom word list with Qul, Crunch, RSManger, and as a word list tool. Then we have wireless attack. If you want to attack Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So if you want to attack Wi-Fi, then we have Wi-Fi, Driver, Pixie WPS, Kismet, and obviously Aircrack NG. This is one of the most famous Wi-Fi cracking tool. And for Bluetooth, we have Spoof2. For reverse engineering, we have Nasm Cell, Clang, Radar 2. Exploitation tool, we have Social Engineering Toolkit, MSF Payload Creator, and obviously Metasploit Framework. We have a whole module for Metasploit Framework, so it is a very great tool. Then we have sniffing and spoofing. So for sniffing and snooping, we have MITM Proxy, Responder, Wireshark, Scapy, all great tools. Post-exploitation, we have Mimikatz, PowerShell Empire, Proxy Chain, Starkiller. This is a C2 based on Empire framework. And then for forensics, if you are dealing in some blue team stuff, so forensics, Autopsy is a great tool. Hashdeep, we have forensic image cleaning. So we have Guy Major and a lot of tools over here. Then we have reporting tools. So the Cherry Tree is a famous note-taking app. I've already told you in the note-taking section. And then we have social engineering tools. So social engineering toolkit, Maltego, and MSF Payload Creator. So a lot of tools over here. We will be looking into the most famous and useful ones over here. So that's all for the tools. Now coming back to the task taskbar, we have here we can check our network connection. So we are connected via Ethernet cable, it is showing. Here we can check the sound and all. This is the notification tab like before. This is for power, and here I can log the system. So the password is Kali Kali. From here I can either restart, shut down, or switch user. Now that we have looked at some of the basics of Kali Linux, now let's go to terminal. To open up terminal, there are multiple options. I can either click this and it will open up this terminal. Now terminal is something that we will be working on the next upcoming section. So whatever we do in Linux, we can do whatever we do in Linux with GUI, we can do it with CLI also. So in this particular terminal, we can type commands and we can perform various actions from command line. You might be thinking like command line, why it might be complicated, but trust me, once you get hands on with the command line, you won't touch GUI. To perform any action, all you need is a terminal, nothing else. So terminal also, it is a ZSL. Here we can check our username. This is our host name, and you can check preferences over here. So if you go here are your preferences. So it is using a color scheme of Kali dark. Font, you can change font from here. I will increase the font. It will be easier for me to tell you. So apart from font, you can play around with different option here, whatever you like. And I will conclude this section with this one. I hope you liked the Kali Linux overview. And from the next section, we will be diving straight into the command line stuff. So stay tuned. Alright, in this section, we are going to explore the word of sudo, a powerful command that will become your best friend when working with Linux systems. But the question is, what is sudo and why do we need it? Imagine you are a regular user on a Linux system and you need to perform some administrative tasks like installing software or modifying system files. Without sudo, you would be stuck, unable to make the necessary changes because of those pesky permission restrictions. That's where sudo comes in. It's like a magic wand that grants you temporary superpowers, allowing you to execute commands with elevated privileges of a root user. Let's understand this with an example. So in Linux, we have a file name called shadow file, which contain all user passwords. So if we want to peek into it, let's see what happens. So I'll type the command cat /shadow. We got a permission denied error. Let's try again, but this time with sudo command. It will ask me for my password. And voila, we got the result back. Now the question arises is, why not just log in as root? Good question. While logging in as root would give you unrestricted access, it's generally considered a security risk. With sudo, you only elevate your privileges temporarily, reducing the chances of accidentally causing system-wide damage. Plus, sudo keeps a log of all commands executed with elevated privileges, providing an audit trail for accountability purposes. Next question that comes in mind is that how we can configure sudo. There is a sudoers file which typically located at sudoers, and it is the central configuration file for sudo. It defines the rules and permissions for users and groups to run privileged commands. System administrators can edit this file using ysudo command to grant or revoke sudo privileges for specific users or groups. Let's see the ysudo command. So I'll type sudo and ysudo, visudo, and this is the file that contains all the configuration related to sudo. So for the root user, we have all privilege. We can run any command. So to quit it, I'll type Ctrl Q, and let's see some practical examples now. So if you want to update your system, you can type sudo apt update command. It will now connect with the Kali repository and will try to download updates from there. So I'll let it finish. Okay, so we are done updating our system. Let's move on. So I will clear the terminal with the clear command, and now I have a clean terminal. So to switch the user to the root user, we can use sudo -i command, and it will give me a root user prompt. So if I type who am I, I'm root. Now if I want to list out privileges of the sudo, so we can type sudo -l. So the root user have all privileges, so we can run any command on this. So on that note, I will conclude this section. I hope you have understand the role of sudo and root. We will be using sudo quite frequently with a lot of tools that we'll encounter later in this course. So you better get used to it. And on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. Okay, so before diving to our Linux terminal, we will first understand about our Linux file system a bit. The Linux file system is structured in a hierarchical manner resembling an upside down tree. At the root of this tree lies the root directory denoted by a single /. From this root, all other files and directories are branched out, forming a vast network of interconnected paths. Each of these directories serves a specific purpose, housing various system files, user data, and configuration settings. Let's explore some of the most important ones. /bin directory contains essential user binaries and commands. /etc directory stores a system-wide configuration files. /home directory houses personal directories for individual users. /user directory holds user programs, libraries, and documentations. /var directories store variable data such as logs and temporary files. Okay, so we are in our Linux terminal now. So the first command to check the current working directory, we will use the pwd or print working directory command. So if I type pwd, it will give me a result of home and Kali. So I am in the home Kali directory or Kali's home folder. To list the content of the current working directory, we can use the ls or list command. So it will list out all the contents of the current directory. So I have folders like desktop, documents, downloads, music, pictures, public, templates, and videos. We can use various flags with the ls command also. The first one is the -l flag. It shows all the data in a nice list format with additional details. So ls-l, and it will show me the data in a list format. Next, we can also view the hidden files and folders with the -a flag. So if I type -ls-a, I can see the hidden files. So these dot files are actually the hidden files. So like you have hidden folders and files in Windows, similarly we have the hidden files in Linux also, and starts with a dot. Now combining all these with the -h flag stands for human readable, gives us a nice and comprehensive output. So if I clear the screen first and then I type -a, l, and h, so I'll get output for from all the three flags. Now suppose we want to view the subdirectory inside a large directory or folder. How can we do that? For that we have a special flag, that is -r flag. So if I type ls -lr, let's say downloads, so I have no file over there. Let's create a file. I'll create a file in the downloads folder. Okay, so now I've created a file in the downloads folder and a directory named test. Let's see. So ls-l-r, and we'll provide the downloads. So I can see in home Kali downloads there is a test folder, and inside that test folder I have a test file. So I can view the content inside subdirectory recursively. Now we know how to view our current directory and list its contents. What if we have to move into one of the directory, let's say desktop? How can we do that? Okay, so this is possible with the help of cd command, where cd stands for change directory. So if we type cd and desktop, Then we have changed our directory to desktop. Now let's check the current working directory. So I am in the desktop. Now if we want to go back to the previous directory where we came from, we can again use the cd command with it using a little shortcut. So cd and we'll say dot dot. And now I am again in the home directory. Next, suppose you went too far with your cd command. You entered one folder, then another, and now you have to go back to the home folder. You have two choices. One is to use cd command. So you either type cd and you can type cd dash cd. You do it like this to go to the home folder. Or you can do a cd home kali command. There is one shortcut option for this also. So that is if you type cd and the tilde sign. So this is the tilde sign. If you just enter it and press enter, you will be in the home directory. Now sometimes if you are not sure what does a command do, just use the what is command and it will tell you what it does. So if I type what is ls, so it will tell me it is used to list directory contents. Now if we want to make a directory in Linux, we can easily do this by using the make directory or mkdir command. So mkdir, let's say test directory. So I've created a text directory. Let's see it. I have the text directory here. Same if we want to delete the directory, we can use the remove directory or rmdir command. So remove directory test and now it is gone. Now Linux has this amazing utility called man pages, which is like the manual of the Linux commands. If you are stuck on a command where you are confused which flag to choose with, try the man command on it or the -- help command. Both will display all the flags available and their respective information with it. So you can type man and ls. So it will give you all the information regarding it. To quit it, you can just type q and you will come back to your terminal screen. There is another option that is ls -- help. So you can view help of any command with -- help option. Sometimes is -h also. So you have to try both of them if one is not working. So we have all the commands here related to ls. All the flags that we can use with ls. Next, there is a command called echo. What does it do? As the name suggests, it's just echo out what we ask it to do. So if we type echo hello world, so it gives us hello world. We can echo out the same result in a text file by using a direction or greater than symbol with it. So if I type the same command echo hello world and now I give it a direction sign or greater than symbol and type hello.txt. So now the output of the echo command is stored in the hello.txt file. So hello.txt file contains hello world. At last, if we want to copy a directory or file to another directory on the system, we can use the cp command. So cp stands for copy. We have made the hello.txt file, so I'll copy that hello.txt file. One shortcut with the terminal is that whenever you are typing, so you don't have to type full hello. If you are working in the current directory, just hit tab. It will auto complete it. And now I want to put it in the test directory that I've made in the downloads folder. So I'm using tilde sign for the home directory. Then I have downloads directory. I'll just press tab. It will auto complete. Then I have test directory. I will tab. It will just auto complete. If I hit enter, the file has been successfully copied to the test directory. Let's see. So if I go to downloads, there is the test folder, test, and there is hello.txt file. Same goes for moving the file from one place to another. We will use the mv command or move command. So let's say I want to move this file now to desktop. So I'll type hello.txt and tilde sign for to resemble home directory, and then desktop. I'll hit tab and now it has been moved to desktop. Let's confirm that. So this is our hello.txt file. We can also delete the file using rm command or remove command. So there is our file hello.txt. Let's remove it. Rm hello.txt. and now it is gone. So in Linux there is a concept of relative and absolute path. Let's see that also briefly. And so an absolute path is the complete path from the root directory. It specifies the exact location of the file or directory from the topmost root, while a relative path is a path relative to the current working directory. It does not start from the root. Let's see what that means. Suppose I want to list the contents of the test directory in the downloads folder. I am on the desktop right now. As you can see that from here, or you can type pwd. So it is showing home Kali desktop. Now I want to list out the contents of the test directory in downloads directory. Okay, so let's see the absolute path first. So I'll type the ls command to list out the directory content. Then I'll type home Kali downloads test. So it is showcasing me the contents of the test directory. This is the absolute path of the directory. I can use this, or I can either go to downloads folder directly and then use this to do this. So I can do from both ways. This is the absolute path. So I have taken the path from the root folder, then root, this is root / represent root, then I've come to the home folder, then Kali, then downloads, then test, and then I've listed out the contents. Here I have gone to the downloads folder itself and use a relative path. So relative path is inside that particular folder and where you're working from, and I'm not using an absolute path for this. I'm not going to the root to get the content of the test directory. I hope you understood that. So on that note, I'll conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In Linux, every file has 3 basic permissions: read, write, and execute. These permissions are represented by the letters R, W, and X respectively. Let's understand this with an example. Last time, we used the ls command to list all the files in our current working directory. Let's do the same one more time. So I'll type ls-l. Now the first line in the row represents some alphabets. The same alphabet we just talked about. So these alphabets are categorized into 3 categories. The first category shows permissions for the user or owner of the file. The second category shows the permissions for the group. And the last one is for all the other users. As we can see, some of the permissions are starting off with the alphabet D. Some are starting with a dash sign. Those which are starting with a D are the directories, which can also be identified by the blue color, and the ones starting with the dash sign or minus sign, those are the files. Now we will see how we can change file permissions. We can do this using the chmod command, which allows us to add or remove permissions for the owner, group, or other users. There are 2 ways of doing this. One is the symbolic way and the other one is the binary or numerical way. Let's see the symbolic way first. For that, let's create a new file called test.sh with some command in it. So I'll make a file. I'll type the whoami command and let's put it in test.sh. So here I've created the file. Now those who don't know, .sh represent a shell file, which is kind of an executable script in Linux. But when we try to execute it, it gives us a permission denied error. But why is that? Let's find out. Looking at the permission of our concerned file, we can see that it do not have any executable permission set to it. Let's change that. So we will use the chmod command. We will specify on which we want to perform the changes, user, group, or others. And then we will add the X permissions to it. So we'll change it for the user. So we'll type chmod. So we are doing it for user. So we'll type u plus we are giving an executable permission. So we'll type X. Then we'll specify the file name. So it is now test.sh. Now let's check the permission of the file. And now it has a executable permission listed in its name, and we can also see that its color has been changed. It is now turned green. Okay, so now let's execute this file if it's working now. And yes, we got that output. Now to remove these permissions, all we have to do is to replace the plus sign with a -1. So we have done chmod u plus x test.sh will replace plus with a minus. And let's see. So we've successfully removed the executable permission from our file. Now if we want to give execute permission to all the three categories, the users, group and others, we can do that too. So we'll type chmod U for user, G for group and O for others plus X, and then we'll specify the file name test.sh. Let's see the permissions of it, and we have an executable permission for all of the three categories. Same can be done for read and write permissions also. Just replace them with the X or just add all of them at once. So we'll type chmod. We already have view go. And we'll type R and W here. X we have already here. And let's press enter and let's test the. So we have all the permission: read, write, execute for user, read, write, execute for group, and read, write, execute for the others. Now let's see how we can do the same using the numerical way. So in the numerical way, there is for read permissions, we have 4. Okay, we represent it with 4. For write permission, we represent it with 2. And the execute permission, we represent it with 1. So for example, if we want to set read, write and execute permission for a user, read and write permission for group, and only read permission for others. So we can do this by chmod 7, because we want to set read, write and execute permissions for users. So read was 4 plus write permission, that was 2 plus 1. So 4 plus 2 plus 1 is equal to 7 for user. Then we have read and write permission for group. So read is 4 and write is 2. So 4 plus 2 is 6. So 6 for user, 6 for group, and for the rest of it we have only want read permission. So 4 is for the read. So we'll type 4 test.sh. Let's see the permissions. So we have read, write and execute for the user, read and write only for the group, and the read permission for all the others. So whenever we have to add some permission using the numerical way, we just have to add the permission numerical way to make up a digit for user, group and others. Here the first digit was 7, which was made by adding numerical number of read, write and execute. Same was done for group and other columns. Now let's understand the directory permissions. Directory permissions work slightly different than file permissions. The read permission R allows user to read the contents of the directory, while the write permissions W allows users to create, delete or rename files within the directory. The execute permissions X is required to navigate into the directory using the cd command. So changing the directory permissions follows the same principle as changing the file permissions, but with a different interpretation of the permission. Let's see with an example. First we will make a directory called scripts. So let's make a directory called scripts. mkdir scripts. And let's provide, now let's give it read, write and execute permission for user, and only read and execute permission for groups and others. So read, write and execute permissions for user, so we have 7, and read and execute permission, so we have 4 plus 1, 4 for read and 1 for execute, 5, and 5 for groups and others. So we'll type scripts. So as we can see here, we have read, write and execute permissions for our user group, read and execute permission for groups, and read and execute permission for others. We can also give recursive permission to the directory by specifying the -r flag. That means all the subdirectories and files within that directory will also have a same permission. For example, let's give read and write permission for user and only read permission for groups and others. So I'll type chmod -r for recursive, 6 for the read and write permission for user, 4 for read permission for the group, and 4 for read permission for the others. And I'll type scripts. So now every file or subdirectory inside the script directory will have this permission. So that's all for this section, guys. Remember, mastering file and directory permission is essential for maintaining a secure and well-organized Linux environment. So keep practicing and you will become a pro in no time. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In the Linux universe, every user belongs to one or more groups. These groups determine the user's access rights and privileges across the system. Think of it like a secret society, where members share certain privileges and access level based on their group affiliations. The most powerful group of all, the root group, also known as the super user or admin group, members of these elite group wield immense power with the ability to perform any action on the system, from installing software to modifying system files. Let's start by adding a new user. We can do this using the add user command. So we'll type sudo add user Itachi. It is asking for a new password for it. So I'll type Akatsuki and retype it AKATSUKI. We can skip all of this. And our new user has been created. Let's create another user, Naruto. Naruto. And we'll type the password Naruto. So we have successfully created 2 users. Now let's change our shell to that our newly created user Itachi. So we'll type su for switch user and then we'll type Itachi. We'll provide its password, that is Akatsuki, AKATSUKI. So we are now Itachi. We can also delete the created user using del user command. So we'll type sudo del user. Let's delete the Naruto user, Naruto, and it has been removed from our system. Like we have created a new user, we can also create a new group. Let's create a group called Akatsuki. So we'll type sudo group add Akatsuki. Now let's add our new user Itachi to our newly created group. So sudo user mod -a -g Akatsuki Itachi. Now Itachi has been added to the group Akatsuki. Next, if we want to delete the group, we can certainly do this using the group del command. So sudo group del Akatsuki, and now the group has been deleted. In Linux, there are 2 files which are really important. One is the password file and the other one is the shadow file. Let's see the password file first. So we'll type cat etc password. Now this password file seems like it stores the password for the Linux user. I mean, it used to do back in the day, but now passwords are stored in the shadow file. The great thing about the password file is that any user can view its content and it holds tremendous amount of information for hackers like us. Starting off, we have username. So the first parameter is the username here. Then we have X. At this place, the user password was used to store back in the day, but now it only has a placeholder. Then we have UID or user ID. Then we have GID or group ID. Then we have full name or comment field. So this is the full name of the user, or we can add comments in this field. Then we have user's home directory. So for the root user, it will be /root. And then we have the default shell the user is using. So it is GS shell. Next is the shadow file. Now if we try to view its content, it throws me an error like before. So if you remember this from the sudo overview section, we used the sudo command to elevate our privileges as root, and then we were able to view the file's content. So here we can see the same entries like the password file. However, the main thing to notice here is the X placeholder. that we saw in the password file. It has now been replaced with an encrypted string which is eventually the user's password. Moving on, let's know how we can change the owner and group permissions. To modify the user permission, we will use the chown command. The chown command let us change the owner of a particular file. So here we have a file test.sh whose owner is Kali. So if we want to change its owner, we can use sudo chown. The username we want, that is Itachi, and then we will specify the file name. Now if we check the owner of the file, it is now has been changed to Itachi. Next, if we want to modify the group permission of a file, we can do that with the chgroup command. So first let's list out the group permissions, and we can see that the file is still under the Kali group. I have created the Akatsuki group once more for this particular demonstration. So let's change our group permission to it. So we'll type sudo chgrp change group. Then we'll type the group name, that is Akatsuki, and at last the file name test.sh. Let's check the group permissions now, and it has now been changed to Akatsuki. Great. Now if we want to change both owner and group at the same time, we can use a one-liner for that. So we can type sudo chown, then we'll type the username we want, colon, then we type the group name, that is Akatsuki, and then the file name. So if we check it, we have the user, the owner as Itachi, and the group owner, the group that own the file is Akatsuki. SUID and SGID. SUID and SGID are special permissions that can be set on executable files and directories respectively. These permissions grant temporary elevated privileges to the user executing the file or accessing the directories, allowing them to perform actions that would normally be restricted by their regular user permissions. Think of it like a superhero's secret identity. When a regular user executes an SUID file or accesses an SGID directory, they temporarily gain superpowers transcending their user limitations. Let's understand SUID first. When the SUID set user ID permission is set on an executable file, the file runs with the permission of its file owner, regardless of who executed it. This means that if an ordinary user runs an SUID file owned by root, the file will execute with root privileges, granting the user temporary elevated access. Let's see a SUID file. So sudo is one of them. So if we type sudo, so if we look at this particular output, we can see a S bit here that represent that this is an SUID binary, and it is also been color coded in red. So the sudo command has a SUID bit set, allowing regular user to run it with root privileges, enabling them to execute commands with elevated permissions. We can also set up SUID bit to our favorite scripts and files. Let's do that. So we'll type sudo chmod u plus s. If you remember from the previous section, we used u plus x to give the executable permission. Now we are giving SUID permission to our file. So it's now test.sh. Now if I looked into it, it is now color coded in red, and it has the S bit set to it, showcasing that it is a SUID binary. We can also do this in a numerical way. So the numerical representation of SUID is equal to 4. Okay, and it has to be prepended before the file permissions. So if I want to give this file, change its file permission, I'll use sudo chmod. Then I will give it a 4 first. I'll prepend the SUID number 4, and then I will give the normal numerical permissions. Like if I want to give it all user group and the others read, write and execute permission, I'll give it 777, and then I'll give it test.sh. Now if I check the permissions, so we have the SUID bit set to it, and we have the read, write, execute permission on all the 3 categories. Now let's talk about SGID. Similarly, the sgid set group id permission works its magic on directories. When the sgid bit is set on a directory, any new files or subdirectories created within that directory inherit the group ownership of the parent directory, rather than the user's primary group. Let us see one of this directory. So the run PostgreSQL directory has the sgid bit set to it, ensuring that any new files or directory created within it will belong to the Postgres group, regardless of the user's primary group membership. We can also set up sgid like we did in suid. The main difference is that for the numerical representation, sgid uses 2 as its number, and it is also prepended before the normal permissions. So if I want to give sgid to one of my file, I'll type g plus s. I'm giving group permission the sgid bit, and then my file name. So that is test.sh. So if I look into it now, so I have, for the group permission, I have the s bit set. Now if I want to do it with the numerical way, I can do like before, 2 for the sgid, and then 777 for all the 3 categories, user group and others, and then the file name. So it has been now color coded to yellow because I've given it a sgid bit set. So remember, managing users and privileges is a delicate balance between security and functionality. Wield this power wisely and you will well on your way to become a true Linux master. In the next section, we will learn how we can view, create and edit files in Linux. So that's all for now, and we'll see you in the next section. Alright, now it's time to perform some file manipulation. We'll start off with creating the files. So in the previous sections, I have used echo command to direct the output into a file. While that could be one of the way to create a file on Linux, but it is not the ideal one. Ideally, we use the touch command to perform this task. Let's create a file named password.txt. So I'll use touch and passwords.txt. So I have my file here. Of course, creating empty file is not very useful unless we can edit them. That's where text editors comes into play. Linux offers a wide range of text editors which has its own strength and quirks. Some of the most popular ones are Nano, Vim and Emacs. These all are terminal based editors. Out of 3 mentioned, Nano is the most simplest and beginner friendly. So we will stick to it only in this course. You can try out others also if you want. To edit a file in Nano, it's really simple. We'll type nano and then the file name passwords.txt. Now let's add some passwords in it. To exit out from the nano, we'll use Ctrl X and then we'll type Y. Next, we also have some GUI based editor like Mousepad and gedit. Mousepad comes pre-installed in Kali, so let's look into it. So if I type mousepad and passwords.txt, I have my file open here. So if you like the GUI version, you can use mousepad to edit your files. Now that we have created and edited our files, let's see how we can view the contents inside them. If you remember, when I was teaching you about the shadow and password files, I used a command to view the contents inside them. That command was cat or concatenate. Cat is a command which is used to view the contents of a file. So if we type cat passwords.txt, we'll get the contents of the file. We can also use head command to view the top 10 lines of the file. This helps us to quickly view what the file is about without making a mess of our terminal. So if I type head passwords.txt, so by default it shows 10 line only, but I have only 6 password over here, so it is showing this only. So if we want to view more, we can do that with the help of -n flag. To view the top 20 lines of the file, we'll type head -n 20 and then the file name password.txt. Same if we want to view the last 10 lines of the file, we can do that using the tail command. So tail passwords.txt, it will show me everything. And if I want to, let's say, want to see the last 3 lines, so I can say tail -n3 password.txt and it will show me the last 3 lines. Now if the file is too large to fit on the screen, we can use the less command. The less command allows us to navigate through the file using the arrow keys, search for specific text and even scroll horizontally if the lines are too wide. So we can type less and password.txt. So it will give me this and I can go on and on if I want to, if it is a big file. And to search for a particular word, we can type pass like this and it will show me. So I have just put slash and then I've written pass. So it have shown me if it matches something with that. And if I want to quit it, I can use the q command. So that's all for this one. In the next section, we will look into the grep and piping in Linux. In this section, we will look into the grep and piping in Linux. Let's start off with the grep. Suppose you want to search for a particular word in a file. Let's say you're looking for the word password in a log file, but the log file consists of 100 or maybe thousands of lines. It is not feasible for anyone to look at each line for a particular word. In this case, grep can be a great tool that you can have in your arsenal. Using grep, we can search for a particular word in different types of files. We have a word list here that contains millions of passwords. If I want to see how many passwords contain the word pass, I can use grep for that. So I have this word list roq.txt. So it has more than 14 million passwords. If you want to, I have extracted in my home directory, but if you want to where it is located, you can go to user share word list and you can find this roq.txt.gz file. If you extract it, you will find this roq.txt. In this demonstration, we will make use of it. So if I want to grep for a particular word, let's say pass in this particular file. So I have all these strings that contains the word pass. So it is a very big file that contains 14 million passwords, more than 14 million passwords. And if I want to grep for a particular word, I can use the grep command. We can also eliminate the case sensitive search by using the -i flag. So let's do that. So -i pass, or let's say password and roq.txt. So now the case sensitive has been turned off. So I can see capital P over here. I can see all caps over here. So that's how you can use eliminate the case sensitivity. Next, if we want to send one command output to another one, we can do this using piping. Let's say I want to print out the contents of the password file, but only want to display the root user information. For that, I can just cat the etc password file and then pipe the cat output to the grep filter. So I'll say cat etc password. Now it will display all the content, but I want a particular content, and to grep or to search for a particular content, we use grep. But to use one command output like this cat etc password command output, we will give it to the grep command in one single line. We have to use this pipe symbol. So this is the pipe symbol. I'll type grep and then root. So it will only display the lines that contains the word root. So I have these two lines. I hope you understood it. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will see how we can search or find files in Linux. Let's get started with some basic commands like whereis and which. Whereis command tell us the location of a particular binary. This comes really handy when we land on a system as an attacker to check for known binaries and files. So we can use whereis netcat. So it will tell me that netcat had been installed in the system, and wherever the netcat binary is located, it will tell me the path of it. Another command is the which command. This is similar to the whereis command and is also used to locate the path of a particular command or binary. So if I type which nc, so it will tell me the path of the binary netcat. Next, one of the most used command to find files in Linux is find. We can use it to find a particular file with its name. So I'll type find, and the path, I'm giving it the whole file system to search, and I'll type name, and let's find rocku.txt. Okay, so we got a lot of output here. Most of them are permission denied because we are not finding, or we are not logged in as the user root. So we'll have this issue. But if we look at the output, we found that the rocku.txt is in our home folder, as I've extracted it in the last section, and we found its original location also, users share word list rocku.txt. What if we don't want to see all these permission denied errors and irrelevant output? So we can use the same command, but we will be redirecting to it to dev null. So whatever the permission denied error or that we don't want will get to the dev null, and it won't be shown on our terminal screen. So if I do this, I'll get a clean output. So this is a neat trick that you can use while finding the files. Next, we can also search for directories using the find command. So I'll use find, then I'll give the whole file system to it. Then the type we are searching for here is directory, so I'll provide D for it, and the name of the directory, let's say HTML. I pipe the extra output to dev null, so that we got a clean output, and we got the HTML directory. So we got a var HTML, we got in some user share. So that's how you can find directories with find command. Now let's say you want to search using the wildcard operator. You want to search for a particular types of file, let's say txt files. So I'll use the find command, and I'll use my particular home directory. So I'll give it home Kali, and the name should be written in quotes, and we'll use a wildcard operator. So wildcard will take all the files that has .txt extension with it. So we got hello.txt, passwords.txt, and rocku.txt. We can confirm this by ls command. So hello.txt, password.txt, and rocku.txt. Apart from the find command, there is one more command called locate. Now locate is kind of great tool. It searches for a particular file in the whole file system in default mode. So if I say locate passwords.txt, it will gives me all the password.txt file in the whole file system, and it's kind of fast. We can also find for all text file in the system. So I can use locate - all, and then I'll use the wildcard operator .txt, and it will give me all the text files that are in our Kali system. The thing that I love about this tool is that it is really fast if compared to the find command that we discussed earlier, but the issue is that it is not pre-installed on most Linux distros. Like while pen testing or doing a CTF, if you land on a Linux machine, there is a high chance that you won't find locate installed on it. So you better keep both locate and find in your arsenal. On that note, I will conclude this section, and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will take a deep dive into the enumeration of distro and kernel information. When we first gain access to a Linux system, one of the first things we should do is to determine the distribution and version. This information can help us tailor our enumeration and exploitation efforts to the specific system we are dealing with. There are several ways to identify the distribution of a system. Let's look into them one by one. First, we will check the HC issue file. The file often contains some message that includes the distribution name and version. So we'll use the command cat HC issue. So we have the distribution name Kali GNU Linux and it is saying it is a rolling release. Next, we can check the HC OS release file. This file contains more detailed information about the distribution. So cat HC OS release. So it gives us more information. So the pretty name or the distribution name, then the normal name of the distribution. Its version is 2024.2 and version code name is Kali rolling. ID is Kali. It is a Debian system. So all this information from the OS release file. Also, if LSB release utility is installed in the target system, it can provide a concise summary of the distribution and version. So I'll type lsb underscore release -a. So it has given me a concise summary of the whole distribution. So distributor ID is Kali, description it's Kali GNU Linux, and release is 2024.2 and the code name is Kali rolling. Moving on, let's perform the kernel enumeration. For that, we can use the proc version file. The file contains information about the running kernel, including the version number. So we'll type the command cat proc version. So we have the output here and it is showing the Linux version kernel is 6.6.15 AMD 64. So this is the kernel version. Next, we will use the uname command with a flag set which will display the detailed information about the kernel, including the version, architecture and more. So we will use the uname-a command. So it is showcasing the kernel version. It's Kali Linux 6.6.15 and the architecture, it is AMD 64, so 64-bit architecture and some more information. Now that we are done with the enumeration of distro and kernel, let's shift our focus to some user enumeration. We can check our current username using the whoami command. So if I type whoami, my username is Kali. Same we can check our computer hostname using the hostname command. So hostname gives us Kali. So Kali is our username and Kali is also our hostname. The ID command gives us the user ID. This becomes really important when we perform privilege escalation of the target. So my user ID or UID is 1000. So for regular user, these IDs ranges from 1000 only is 1000, 1001, 1001, 1002. You will usually find the regular user like this only. And then also the GID is also 1000 and the groups is 1000 only. If talking about root, if I look into the cat HC password file and grab root from it, so we can see the ID of the root is 0. We have the 1000 ID, but the root has always the UID and GID be 0. At last, we can display information about the CPU architecture using the lscpu command. So I'll type lscpu and it will give me a lot of information regarding my CPU. So the architecture is a 64-bit architecture. It can run 32-bit and 64-bit. And the name of my CPU is Intel Core i3 10th generation. The clock speed is 3.60 GHz and all the information regarding my CPU. So remember, identifying the Linux distribution and kernel version is just the beginning of your enumeration journey. With this information, you can better understand the target system and tailor your subsequent enumeration and exploitation efforts accordingly. In the next section, we will look into shells and bash configuration. In this section, we will look into the shells in Linux and will also take a peek in bash configuration files. So let's get started with the shells first. To check our current shell, we'll use the echo shell command. So $shell and it will display the current shell we are using. Next, to check all the installed shell on the system, we can use the command cat etc shells. It will display all the shells that have been installed in this machine. So I have bin sh, bin bash shell, bin rbash, bin dash, bin zsh, we already know that, user bin, PowerShell also. So now if we want to switch to a shell on the terminal, we can just type the shell name like dash and now enter the dash shell. So this is the dash shell. Now to make a shell permanent by changing it to a default shell, we can use the chsh command. So change shell, and it will ask me for my password, so I'll provide it my password, and then it will ask me for my default shell. So I'll type bin bash, and now on the next login my default shell will be bin bash. Now when we check the current shell of our user in the etc password file, cat etc password grep kali, so we can now see that our default shell has been changed from bin zsh to bin bash. Now let's take a look on the bash configuration files. Bash reads configuration files at startup to load settings, aliases and functions. The main configuration files are hc-bash.bashrc. It is a system-wide bash configuration file. Next is .bashrc. It is a user-specific bash configuration file, and the third one is .bash profile. So it is a user-specific bash login configuration file. So let's see all of them. So I have the bash rc file here, and there is also a hc bash.bash rc file. So it is owned by root. We can read it, and the last is the bash profile. So usually the bash profiles are stored in the home directory, but I can only see the bash rc file here. No issue with that. So let's look into the bash rc file. So if I type nano and .bash rc, we can see all this configuration files. So if we want to change something regarding our shell, we can make changes in this file and it will all be done. So by modifying these files, we can customize our shell environment to suit our preferences and workflow. We won't be making any changes in them as of now, but if you want to make your shell personalized, feel free to tinker with it. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will learn how we can check the disk usage of the Linux file system. We can check the estimated file space usage of the current directory and its subdirectories by using the du command. So we'll type du-sh and the wildcard operator. So it will display the size of all the directories and the files in human readable format. So the maximum one here is the rocku.txt file, 134 MB. Next, we can use df command, which is a powerful tool that displays information about the file systems currently mounted in the system. It shows the used and available disk space in human readable format. So if I type df-h, I can see my files, whole file system over here, and my hard disk is dev sda1. The size of my hard disk is 79 GB and I have used only 15 GB from it, and my available space is 60 GB. So, and the usage percentage is 20%. So with this df-h command, I can look into my file system very easily. So that's all for this section. In the next section, we will look into some networking related commands in Linux. Alright, so in this section, we will look into some networking commands in Linux, and I have only covered those commands that will come you handy in this course later, and also in your day-to-day life while operating any Linux system. So the first command we will look into is the ping command. The ping command is a command line utility which uses ICMP request packets to check if a host is alive or not. So if I type ping google.com, and if I got the reply, that means Google is alive. I hope so. Next we have the IP ADDR and ifconfig command. Both are used to display information about our private IP addresses and associated interfaces. So if I type IP ADDR, it will give me this particular output. So I have my private IP 10.0.2.15 and this is my loopback address. And if I type ifconfig, it will give me more details. So it is giving me more details. So I have the same output over here also. I have this loopback address and my same IP address. This is my IPv6 address. This is my subnet mask. And this is my broadcast IP. And this is my MAC address. Okay, if sometimes we are having any issues with our internet, we can put the network down using the IP link command and then restart it again. This can be a great troubleshoot sometimes. So I'll use the command IP link and set interface name. The interface name is Ethernet 0 up. So it requires sudo. I'll provide my password and the interface is up. So to check the interface, you can use the IP ADDR command. So my interface is Ethernet 0. Whatever it is written here, that is your interface name. Now, if I want to set the interface down, I can use IP link set Ethernet 0 down. Again, I forgot sudo. And it will make my internet down. So wired connection is not available over here. You see this message? Now if I make it up, it will restart again. Give it some time. And now it is connected. Next we have the netstat command. This shows the active network connection to our system. The flags A and O shows the listening and established connections, display address and port numbers numerically along with the PID respectively. So we'll type the command netstat with the flag A and O and it will display all the connection to my machine or the machine I have connected to. So if I scroll up, so this is showing me the protocol and the flags, the type, state, connected or listening, and the path, and this is the inode. So this is all the information. This will come in handy when you are working with ports or reverse shells. After that we have the DHC client command which can be used to request for another IP address from the DHCP server. So my current IP address is 10.0.2.15 and if I type the sudo DHC client command, so it is telling me that address already assigned. So it only works if I'm joining as a new machine on the network. And at last we have the IP root and root command. Both shows the routing information of our machine. So if I type out IP root show and root -n, it will show me the route that my machine is taking. So this is my machine and the route it is taking. It will show all the information regarding that. Remember that networking is a vast and complex topic and mastering it takes a lot of time and practice. By understanding the core and troubleshooting commands, you will be well on your way to become a Linux networking expert. On that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will dive into the world of file compression, a crucial skill for optimizing storage space and streamlining data transfers. Linux offers several powerful tools for compressing and decompressing files, each with its own strength and use cases. Let's explore them together. One of the most versatile tools for file compression in Linux is the tar command. It allows you to create, extract and manipulate archives which can be compressed using various algorithms. To create a compressed archive using tar, we can use the command tar -czf archive.tar.gz and let's give the file name passwords.txt. So it has now I've created a archive.tar.gz file. Now let's look into the commands and let's see what each part does. So -c stand for, it is used to create new archive. -z enables gzip compression and -f specifies the output file name, in this case archive.tar.gz. To extract the contents of a compressed archive, we can use tar again, but this time we will give -czf archive.tar.gz command and let's see. So if it has extracted the password.txt file. Here the -x flags is used to extract the file from the archive. Next compression we have is gzip compression. To compress a file using gzip, we can type gzip and the file name, let's say hello.txt. So it has created a gz file. Now to decompress it, we'll type gzip -d to decompress and the file name hello.txt.gz, and it has successfully extracted my file. After this we have bzip2 compression. So to compress a file with bzip2, let's use bzip2 on password.txt and it has created a archive of password.txt.bz2. Now to decompress it, we will again use bzip2 -d flag and the archive name. So password.txt.bz2 and the file has been successfully extracted. At last we have xz compression. To compress a file with xz, we will type the command xz and the file name hello.txt and let's see. So it have created an archive file hello.txt.xz. To decompress it, we will again use xz -d flag for decompress and then the file name hello.txt.exe and it has successfully extracted my file. So that's all for this section. I hope you understood it and I will see you in the next one. In this section, we will dive deep into the service and process management. We will learn how we can start and stop the services and will also see how we can manage processes as per our need. So let's get started. First, let's understand what a service is. Services are background processes that run independently of user interaction, providing specific functionality or performing system tasks. They are managed by the init system, typically systemd, and can be started, stopped, and managed using commands like system control. Services are defined in .service files, which contain details like the service name, description, and the commands to run. These files are typically located in etc systemd system or libsystemd system. Okay, to start a service, we can use command sudo systemctl start apache2.service. So let's check the status of the Apache2 service. I think it has started and yeah, it is running. Now to restart a service, we can do sudo systemctl restart apache2.service. So the service will be restarted. And if we want to stop a service, we can use sudo systemctl stop apache2.service. Now if we check the status, the service has been disabled and it is showing as inactive. In addition to starting and stopping services on demand, you can also configure services to start automatically when the system boots up. This is known as enabling a service. So to enable a service, we can use command sudo systemctl enable apache 2.service. And now on the system boot, the Apache service will be automatically started. Now if you want to disable a service, we can do it sudo systemctl disable apache 2.service. I hope you understand that. Now coming to the process management. Processes are instances of running programs that execute in memory. Each process has its own memory space and they can communicate with each other using inter-process communication or IPC mechanisms. Basically, processes can be classified into two types. Foreground processes. These processes run in the foreground and interact with the user directly. Examples include command line tools like ls and grep. Background processes. These processes run in the background and do not interact with the user directly. Example include system services like SSHD and HTTPD. Now to view the processes, we can use the ps command. But this does not give enough information as we have not used any flags with it. Now if we use the -aux flag, it will show a lot of information. Now it is showing now it displays a detailed list of all processes including the process ID, that is the PID, CPU usage, memory usage and much more. So we have the command here, the user who is running the process. So we have all this information. Now suppose you want to kill a particular process. Let's open up Firefox. So Firefox is running. So let's grab the Firefox process. We'll grab Firefox. We are using piping and grep again. And this is the Firefox process that is running. This one. So let's say I want to kill the process. So if we want to kill a process like we do in Windows using Task Manager, we can also do it in Linux using the kill command. For that, we only need a PID or a process name. So to terminate the process with a specific PID, I'll use sudo kill and let's see if this is the right process ID. And yeah, the Firefox window has been closed. So we have successfully killed the Firefox process. Now we can also force the process to terminate immediately without allowing it to clean up. So I can again use the Firefox example. Let's open up Firefox once again and let's grab for it. So I have this process ID. Now I want to force the process to terminate immediately without cleaning it up. So I can use sudo kill -9 and then the PID. So the PID here is 16341 and the Firefox process has been terminated successfully. We can also do it with a certain name. So if we want to kill all the processes with a certain name, we can kill them using kill all command. So we can use sudo kill all and let's say Firefox. We want to kill all the processes related to Firefox. So there is no process found. So as we have already killed it, but you can kill all the process using this particular command sudo kill all and then the process name. Now let's see how we can background a particular process. So we can use ampersand symbol to make a process to run in the background. Let's say I want to make this terminal sleep for let's say 20 seconds. So I can background this particular process. If I do it like this, so it will wait for 20 seconds, but I don't want that. So I'll do what? I'll background the process and let's say 100 seconds and I'll just add the ampersand. So this is the ampersand sign and it will now run with this particular ID in the background. Now if I want to Now the sleep command will run in the background for 100 seconds as we have added %, behind it, and by that time we can use our terminal like before. Now to check all the background jobs, we can use the jobs command. So one is running, that is our sleep command that we have just specified. And if we want to send a background job to foreground, we can use it using the job ID to do so. Okay, so the job ID will be FG1. So it has now come to the foreground. And if I want to background it, I can do it again. So if I want to background it, let's say jobs, I have no jobs. And if I want to background a particular process, I can use BG command and then the job ID. Let's say 1. On that note, I will conclude this section of service and process management. I hope you have understood it, and I'll wrap it up and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will learn how we can install software and update them along with the installation of some third-party tools. So let's get started. But before diving into the installation and updating process of built-in Linux software, let's understand Package Manager first. Package managers are tools that simplify the process of installing, upgrading, configuring, and removing software packages. They maintain a database of available packages and their dependencies, ensuring that your system remains stable and consistent. Some popular package managers in Linux include APT or Advanced Package Tool used by Debian-based distribution like Ubuntu and Kali. Next we have Yum. It stands for Yellow Dog Updater Modified, used by the Red Hat-based distribution like CentOS. Then we have DNF or Dandified Yum, used by newer Red Hat-based distribution like Fedora. And at last we have Pacman, used by Arch Linux and its derivatives. Next we will see how to install a package or software in Kali. So to install a software or package in Kali, we can use the apt package manager. So we will type sudo apt install, let's say neofetch. So it will ask me for my password and I'll type yes. And it will take some time. It will connect with the Kali repositories and will download the required package. So it has successfully downloaded the required package. If I type neofetch now, it will give me a nice detail of my whole operating system. So my OS name, kernel name, and all of this. That's how you can install any package you want or any tools that are in the Kali repositories. Now if you want to update and upgrade our installed package, we can use the command sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade. So it will connect with the Kali's repository again, and it is asking me if I want to continue with the upgrading and updating of the process. The space needed will be 586 MB, so it will take a lot of time. So I won't be continuing with this as of now, but you got the point. We can also install third-party scripts and tools from the internet. The biggest source is GitHub. Suppose you want to get a new scanning tool from the internet, let's say Rustscan. We will go to Google and find its GitHub repository. So Rustscan GitHub. And this is the first link we are looking for. Now to download it to our system, this is a port scanner. We will take use of it later in the scanning module, but to download it we can git clone it. So we can copy the URL from here, and now if we use the git command, let's download it in our desktop. So I've changed the directory to desktop and I will use the git clone command and then I'll paste the URL, and now it will start cloning it to our desktop. So it is downloading the tool to our desktop. But before downloading anything from the GitHub, you have to consider some things like the star rating, or if the tool has been deprecated or not. If it is, then you might have to leave it there only or find some better alternative. But in this case, we have a pretty good star rating of 13,000 likes. and the tool is, I don't think it is that much old. So coming back to the git clone directory, so we can now see the Rustscan directory over here, and now we can interact with it like any script we do. So that's all for this section. I hope you have understood it, and I will see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into some keyboard shortcuts that we can use in our Linux terminal, which can save us a lot of time while working. So the first one is the autocomplete one that I've already told you. So if I hit tab, it will autocomplete. Second is up and down keys for previous commands. If I want to go for the previous command, I can just go to with the up key, and if I want to go to the latest command, then I can press the down key. Now if we want to navigate around different words quickly, we can use control key. So if I hit control, then I can jump around the whole word. Instead of doing this with the left arrow button, I can just press control and then the left arrow key to left and right arrow key to go around different words. If I hit alt plus backspace, it will delete the word before the cursor, and if I press the home button, it will go to the starting of the line, and if I press the end button, it will go to the end of the line. Now if I want to delete the whole line before the cursor, I can use the control U command, so it will delete the whole line before the cursor. Now if I want to delete line after the cursor, I can use control K and it will delete the line after the cursor. And if I want to perform if I want to recursively search my terminal history or the commands I have typed till now, so I can use the recursive search. I can search for a particular command like say ifconfig or any other command, let's say kill. So I've used this particular command kill. So I can recursively search, control R for that, remember that. So there are multiple websites that can give you bash shortcuts. If you just type bash keyboard shortcuts, so you'll get a lot of website regarding that. So these are, you can go with these if you ever wanted to, but the ones I've told you are enough, I think, to move around the terminal and be really productive while you're working on it. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will dive into the world of anonymous browsing using Tor and proxy chains. These tools can help you protect your privacy and bypass censorship by routing your internet traffic through a network of volunteer relays. Let's explore how to use them together. Understanding Tor. Tor is a free and open source software that enables anonymous communication. It works by encrypting your internet traffic and sending it through a network of relays, making it difficult to trace the original source of the traffic. Tor is often used by journalists, activists, and anyone who wants to protect their privacy online. To use Tor, you can either install the Tor browser bundle, which is a pre-configured version of the Firefox browser, or run Tor as a background process and use it with other applications. Let's install and run Tor on our system. To install Tor on our system, we will use command sudo apt install Tor. We'll provide the password, hit Y, and now it will connect with the Kali repository and will download the Tor service in our system. So once installed, we can start the Tor service by sudo systemctl start Tor. We can verify that Tor is running by checking its status. So sudo systemctl status Tor. So it is running. Now we will use proxy chains. So proxy chain is a tool that allows you to route traffic through a SOCKS proxy. We can use it in a conjunction with Tor to route specific application through the Tor network. If proxy chain is not installed, we can install it by using sudo apt install proxy chains. Next, we have to set up the proxy chains file. So to set up the proxy chains file, we will have to edit it. So it is found in etc proxy chains 4.conf. So this is the configuration file of proxy chains. Okay, so here we will set up the chain as dynamic chain as it is the best option. I'll tell you why. So we'll comment the strict chain and we'll uncomment the dynamic chain. So the strict chain uses all the proxy in the list in the specified order without skipping any. If one proxy in the chain fails, the entire connection fails. The random chain selects the proxy. So we have a random chain here. So the random chain selects the proxy at a random order for each connection, proving the highest number of anonymity. However, it is slow because of this. The dynamic chain is the ideal one as it attempts to use the proxies in the listed order. But if one proxy fails, it skips it and moves to the next one. Now we'll come to the bottom of this particular file. And here we can specify our proxies. So we are using SOCKS proxy. We'll use a SOCKS 5 proxy. We'll keep the localhost like this and 9050. So we'll add the Tor proxy running as local port at 9050 at the end of the file. It is already mentioned here. So we'll just have to save the file. I'll press Ctrl X, then Y and then enter. The file has been successfully saved. Now let's test our proxy chains. So I'll type proxy chains Firefox and it have opened up the Firefox. Now if I go to any website, what is my IP? If I check what is my IP, it will be really slow as the traffic is routing being Tor and Google will also flag it as suspicious. So I am done filling the captchas and I am on the whatismyipaddress.com website and it is showing me that I am in the United States, but I am not, and the reason is Iowa and services it is detecting it as a Tor service exit node. So we have successfully spoofed our IP address and we maintained our privacy. So I will conclude this section here only. With a solid foundation in Linux, you are now better equipped to delve deeper into the world of ethical hacking. In the upcoming modules, we will explore various hacking techniques, tools and methodologies, leveraging the Linux skills you have acquired. Remember, continuous learning and practice are essential in the ever-evolving field of cybersecurity. Keep exploring, experimenting, and honing your skills to stay ahead of the curve. On that note, I will conclude this module, and in the next one, we will look into some cybersecurity principles and concepts. Welcome to the Cybersecurity Principle module. In this section, we will explore the fundamental concepts and best practices that form the foundation of effective cybersecurity. In this module, we will look into concepts like: first, we will look and understand different threats and threat actors. Next, we will look into the CIA Triad. After that, we have the cyber kill chain, followed by some important cybersecurity principles and concepts. Post this, we have threat modeling and threat intelligence. And then we will learn about information security laws and standards. And at last, we will dive into the ethical hacking methodology. On that note, let's get started with our cybersecurity journey without any delay. I'll see you in the next video where we will be discuss about threat and threat actors. In this section, we will look into some common terminologies related to cybersecurity in general. Let's start with the risk. Risk is the probability of the negative event to occur and its impact on something valuable. It can be calculated with a simple formula, that is, risk is equal to likelihood into impact. So basically, we can say that a risk associated with an asset derives from the likelihood of an event multiplied by the impacted cause. Let's understand this with an example. Suppose we have a building as an asset and we want to calculate its risk. One risk to it can be fire. So we will take into consideration what is the likelihood of an event that can cause fire in the building, and after that we will look into the impact it will have. We can deduce it with 4 quadrants: low probability, low impact events; low probability, high impact events; high probability, low impact events; and high probability, high impact events. Moving on, we have threat. So what is a threat? A threat is something that poses risk to an asset we care about protecting. In terms of cybersecurity, it could be malware or virus. Next, we have threat actor. Threat actor is a person or group of people. Embodying a threat is known as a threat actor. Example, hackers. Now we have vulnerability and exploit. So a vulnerability is a flaw that allows a threat to cause harm. For example, a vulnerability in Google Chrome can get you hacked, which eventually cause you harm and your data. Related to this, we have exploit. When a vulnerability in the system is used for unintended purposes by interacting with it, then it is called an exploit. At last, we have attack surface. It describes all the points of contact on our system or network that could be vulnerable to exploitation. For example, you own a business. The business has an office. It has its own online website and social media channels. All the assets you have can come under an attack surface, as they can be targeted by the attackers outside or inside your company. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into the CIA Triad in detail. So let's get started. The CIA Triad is a fundamental principle in cybersecurity that serves as a guiding framework for protecting information and systems. It consists of 3 core elements: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Let's look into confidentiality first. So confidentiality refers to the protection of sensitive information from unauthorized access or disclosure. It ensures that data is only accessible to authorized individuals or entities. So while dealing or testing for the confidentiality, we have to ask us a simple question: can actors who should not have access to the system or information can still access it? If the answer is yes, then we have to implement some measures like encryption techniques, access controls that include passwords and biometrics, and data classification and labeling. Next, we have integrity. Integrity involves maintaining the accuracy, completeness, and trustworthiness of data throughout its cycle. It ensures that information is not modified or tampered with by unauthorized parties, whether intentionally or accidentally. The question we have to ask here is, can the data or the system be modified in some way that is not intended? If the answer is yes, then we have to implement some digital signatures and hashing. Last, we have availability. Availability ensures that authorized users have reliable and timely access to information and resources when needed. It focuses on ensuring the continuity of operations and preventing disruption or denial of service. Here the question we have to ask is, are the data or the system accessible when and how they are intended to be? If the answer is no, then we have to implement some redundancy and failover systems, load balancing and scalability, and a disaster recovery plan. Summing it all up, we can see the CIA Triad as 3 pillars of information security. If a data, let's say your Gmail account, can be accessed by anyone over the internet and then he/she can read all your emails or messages without any password, then we are lacking the confidentiality implementation there. For the integrity, let's say you send a message to your colleague stating that you love their work, but a hacker sitting in between you and your colleague changes the message from "I love your work" to "I hate your work." Then it will come under the integrity issue, where you cannot confirm the authenticity of the message or the data. Combining it with confidentiality can cause even bigger bundle. Let's say a hacker hack into a hospital and access their medical records. At this point, he had already destroyed the confidentiality pillar, but instead of only looking into the records of the patient, he also made changes in them. Now this will come under both confidentiality and integrity issue. At last, we have availability. Those of you who are from India can relate to it very easily. Whenever there is a result declaration of any 10th or 12th board's exam, the government website that day takes even more time to load than it normally does. Because on that day, there is a high number of traffic on the website, which the server infrastructure cannot hold. So it kinda crash out, destroying the availability pillar of our CIA Triad. So I hope you have understood the CIA Triad, and I will wrap the section here only, and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into the cyber kill chain, which is a framework that outlines the stages of a typical cyber attack lifecycle. What is a cyber kill chain? The cyber kill chain is a 7-step process that describes the different phases involved in a successful cyber attack. It was developed by Lockheed Martin in 2011 to help security professionals better understand and mitigate advanced persistent threats or APTs. As you can see, there are 7 steps in the cyber kill chain. Number 1 is Reconnaissance. In this, the attacker gathers information about the target, such as network infrastructure, vulnerabilities, and potential entry points. Number 2, we have Weaponization. In this, the attacker couples a remote access payload with an exploit into a deliverable payload. Third, we have is Delivery. The weaponized payload is transmitted to the target, often through techniques like phishing, drive-by downloads, or exploiting web application vulnerabilities. At fourth, we have Exploitation. The payload is triggered, exploiting a vulnerability to execute code on the target system. Then we have Installation. The attacker establishes a persistence presence on the compromised system by installing malwares or backdoors. Then we have Command and Control, or C2. The attacker creates a communication channel to remotely control the compromised system. And at last, we have Actions on Objectives. The attacker carries out their intended malicious activities such as data exfiltration, system disruption, or lateral movement within the network. Let's understand this with an example. Suppose you have been given an assignment to hack into Apple and steal their latest iPhone designs. The first step you will perform is to do some recon on the target. You will look for the employees, where the main office is, what software they use in the company, is there any vulnerability on their website, etc. Let's say you found a post on an employee's Instagram with his work laptop. The picture shows an outdated Adobe Acrobat PDF reader on his desktop, which is vulnerable to a remote code execution exploit. Now in the next step, Weaponization, you will use a malware or payload and add it with the Acrobat reader exploit so that it can give you access on a system. Next step is to deliver this to the target employee. For this, you will spoof their apple.com email address and attach a malicious PDF into the email and send it to the innocent employee who will thought that the PDF is his salary slip coming from the company's HR. Once the victim clicks on the PDF, the exploit gets executed, giving us access on his system and thus completing the step 4, that is exploitation. Now that we have access, we don't want to lose it, like if system reboots or something. So we will add some backdoors on the system for persistence. This step is called Installation. Once we are done adding our backdoors on the target, we will establish a communication with our hacking command and control server from where we will give instructions to the target machine. And at last, in step 7, we will exfiltrate all the iPhone designs to our server, triggering FBI to roll out an arrest warrant in our name. Bingo. So I hope you got the cyber kill chain methodology. It's a 7-step process that we will be frequently using in our penetration test. And so on that note, I will wrap this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into some security principles and concepts related to cybersecurity. Number 1, we have principle of least privilege. It expresses the idea that each part within a system should only be granted the lowest possible privileges needed to achieve its task. Whether referring to users on a machine or lines of code in a program, correctly adhering to this discipline can greatly narrow the attack surface. Number 2, we have zero trust. It is a security model takes the principle of least privilege and carries it to its ultimate conclusion. This model advocates for removing all implicit trust in networks and has a goal of protecting access to resources, often with granular authorization processes for every resource request. Third, we have open security. It is somewhat counterintuitive principle said that the security of a system should not depend on its secrecy. In other words, if an attacker knows exactly how the system security is implemented, the attacker should still be thwarted. This isn't to say that nothing should be secret. Credentials are a clear case where the security of a password depends on its secrecy. However, we would want our system to be secure even if the attacker knows there is a password and even if they know the cryptographic algorithm behind it. At last, we have defense in depth. It advocates for adding defenses to as many layers of a system as possible, so that if one is bypassed, another may still prevent full infiltration. An example of defense in depth outside the context of cybersecurity would be a garage that requires entering an electronic code using a key on a bolted door lock, and then finally disabling a voice-activated internal alarm system to open the garage. On that note, I will conclude this cybersecurity principles section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into what threat intelligence and threat modeling is. Let's start with threat modeling. Threat modeling describes taking data from real-world adversaries and evaluating those attack patterns and techniques against our people, processes, systems, and software. It is important to consider how the compromise of one system in our network might impact others. On the other hand, threat intelligence is the actionable information that an organization has gathered via threat modeling about a valid threat to that organization's success. I hope you have understood that, and on that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. Now we will look into some popular information security laws and standards. At first we have PCI DSS, that stands for Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. It is a proprietary information security standard for organizations that handles cardholder information for major credit debit cards. Next we have HIPAA, or Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. The HIPAA privacy rule provides federal protection for the individually identifiable health information held by different entities and businesses. At third, we have SOX, or Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Enacted in 2002, it is designed to protect investors and the public by increasing the accuracy and reliability of corporate disclosures. Next, we have DMCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act. It defines the legal prohibition against the circumvention of technological protection measures employed by copyright owners to protect their work. At last, we have GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, is a comprehensive data privacy law that regulates how organizations collect, process, and protect personal data of individuals within the European Union. It aims to give individuals more control over their personal data and imposes strict requirements on organizations handling such data. Next, we have Indian cybersecurity laws. India's primary cybersecurity law is the Information Technology IT Act of 2000, administered by the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team (CERT). It provides a legal framework for electronic governance, banking, commerce, and critical information infrastructure. Key provisions include mandating reasonable security practices, Section 43A, prohibiting unauthorized action and data theft, covered in Section 65 and 66, and allowing government monitoring for security reasons, covered in Section 69. However, the Act is considered outdated, lacking comprehensive data protection and cybercrime provisions. To address this, India is overhauling the IT Act into the Digital India Act and introducing new laws like the Digital Personal Data Protection Act and sector-specific regulations for a robust cybersecurity framework. Every country has their own laws and standards to deal with cybersecurity-related crimes and incidents. Here, I have only included the Indian cybersecurity law, as the major population enrolling in this course will be from India. But feel free to check out laws in other countries as well, as this will give you a clear understanding that on which grounds you can be prosecuted if you don't use this power wisely. On that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will dive deep into the concepts of ethical hacking. So let's get started without any delay. Firstly, we will look into what is red team and blue team. So the red team simulates real-world cyber attacks by ethically hacking systems and networks to identify vulnerabilities. They use tactics like penetration testing, phishing, and social engineering to bypass security controls and gain unauthorized access. So in short, red teamers are the people who use offensive techniques like us to gain access to the system. Next we have blue team. The blue team is responsible for defending against cyber threats. They implement security measures, monitor systems, respond to incidents, and mitigate cyber attacks. Their tasks include deploying firewalls, IDS/IPS, endpoint protection, and conducting security awareness training. So in layman terms, blue team's guys defend the organization assets and infrastructure while we try to attack it. Then comes the purple team. Purple team facilitates collaboration between the red team and blue teams. They analyze data from both teams, provides recommendation to improve security operations, and document best practices. Their goal is to enhance an organization's overall security posture. Types of testing. There are primarily two types of white box testing and black box testing. The white box testing examines the internal structure, design, and implementation of software by analyzing code, data flows, and logic. It requires knowledge of programming languages and is typically performed by developers during unit and integration testing. On the other hand, black box testing evaluates software functionality without knowledge of internal implementation details. It involves testing from the user's perspective by providing inputs and verifying expected outputs based on the requirements. It is commonly used for higher level testing like system and acceptance testing. Think of white box testing from a point of view of a developer where you have all access to the internal application source code. You are expected to find bugs in the code implementation itself, while the black box testing emulates the testing approach from an external attacker point of view where you have no internal knowledge about the system. Now coming to the ethical hacking methodology. The ethical hacking methodology refers to the structured approach and steps followed by ethical hackers to identify and test for vulnerabilities in an organization's computer systems and networks. In simple terms, it's the process ethical hackers use to legally and systematically attempt to hack into a system, just like a real attacker would, but with permission and good intentions. So before going further with the steps, I have stated here two things: permissions and intentions. Out of these two, permission is very important. I mean, even if your intentions are good, you can still go to jail for hacking, so that's why the permission makes the absolute necessity here. There is a thing called scope in penetration test. Well, a scope is defined by the company you are trying to hack. If there are 10 computers in an organization and you are only allowed to perform a penetration test on 5 of them, then you cannot go for the 6th one, even if your intentions are good. So just remember to perform testing only on the assets which falls under the scope. Outside that, it's a gray zone. Now moving back to the methodology, the ethical hacking methodology consists of 5 distinct phases, each designed to methodically identify and exploit vulnerabilities while adhering to strict rules of engagement and legal guidelines. There are 5 stages of ethical hacking. The first one is Reconnaissance. This is the information gathering phase where the ethical hacker collects as much data as possible about the target system or network. This could include things like IP address, software, hardware details, employee information, etc. It's like casing a house before attempting to break in. Next we have scanning. Here the ethical hacker uses special tools and techniques to scan and map out the target systems, applications, networks, etc. to identify potential weaknesses or entry points. It's akin to checking all the doors and windows for potential vulnerabilities. At third, we have gaining access. This is where the ethical hacker attempts to exploit the vulnerabilities found during the scanning to actually gain unauthorized access to the target system, just like the real attacker would. Common methods include exploiting software bugs, social engineering tactics like phishing emails, etc. At fourth, we have maintaining access. Once inside, ethical hackers try to maintain that access and move laterally through the network, evading detection. This mimics how an attacker would try to persist and expand control. And at last, we have covering tracks. Finally, the ethical hacker aims to clear any logs or evidence that could reveal their activities. just as a real attacker would try to cover their tracks. The key difference is that ethical hackers have permission, follow rules of engagement, and their sole purpose is to identify vulnerabilities so that they can be fixed, not to actually cause any damage or steal data. It's a legal way for organizations to proactively find and patch security holes before real attackers can exploit them. That marks the end of this module. In the next module, we will start off the reconnaissance phase of our ethical hacking methodology. So stay tuned. Welcome to the passive reconnaissance module. It is the very first step in our ethical hacking methodology that we just learned about. But what is passive reconnaissance or information gathering? Passive reconnaissance is a technique used to gather information about a target system or network without actively interacting with it. The goal is to collect as much information as possible from publicly available sources and avoid detection by the target. One more thing, passive reconnaissance is also called OSINT, or open source intelligence. So if this word comes up frequently in the upcoming section, don't get confused. In this module, we will explore the various techniques and tools used in passive reconnaissance, enabling you to gather critical information while maintaining a low profile. I have divided this module in 3 stages or levels: L1 or level 1 recon, L2 or level 2 recon, and L3, that is level 3 recon. Each level has different techniques to gather information about the target. The L1 or level 1 recon uses techniques that are basic but can give ample amount of information about the target. The L2 or level 2 goes a little deeper and uses techniques that are little on the intermediary side. The L3 or level 3 is where you go all in on the target and squeeze out every possible information out there. It also exposes you with some automated recon tool. So in a real engagement, your level of recon will be based on the target. You might get enough information in level 1 only to orchestrate an attack, and hopefully after that you don't have to dig much deeper. The important thing to note here is that this is a penetration testing course, so I have not added all the OSINT techniques here because that will make this module out of scope real quick. The course is designed for aspiring penetration testers, and all the information provided in this module is more than enough for any real-world pen test. So with all that have been said, let's get straight to the meat and potato of this module. For that, I will meet you in the next section where we will start off with the level 1 recon. The first thing before going into some fancy tools and techniques, we'll get a basic understanding of our target. But before that, let's discuss scope. We have already talked about it in the previous module, but let's revise it one more time. So the scope of a penetration test engagement defines which IP ranges, host, and application should be test subjects during the engagement. Now that we know what scope we have, let's start with our recon process. Suppose our target is Zomato. I'm sure you all would be familiar with it. Those who are not, let me tell you that it is one of the biggest food delivery company in India. So as we can see, Zomato has been listed in the HackerOne bug bounty program. Okay, so those who don't know about bug bounties, so basically a bug bounty program is a way for companies to incentivize ethical hackers to find and report security vulnerabilities or bugs in their website, applications or systems. So if you find a bug in any of the program listed here like this one and you report it, you will get paid for it. It is as simple as that. Okay, so before going further, let's see the scope of this particular bug bounty program and what scope Zomato is allowing us to pen test on. So whatever here in the green which is in scope, we can all pen test these domains. So we have API to grofers.com. So Grofer was also a grocery delivery app kind of something, and we have blinkit.com. But look at this, we have wildcard.zomato.com. So whatever subdomains related to zomato.com, they all are in scope and in critical, and they are eligible. So enough of the talks now, let's proceed with our information gathering phase. We'll start off with a basic Google search only. So I'll go to Google. Let's look at the company's website. So I'll type Zomato. So we have zomato.com here and a Wikipedia page related to it. We also have its Android app, its Instagram, its Apple App Store app, its Facebook page, YouTube, a lot of things, LinkedIn. So we'll look into one by one. So first let's see the website of zomato.com. So it is having some restaurants, so we can search based on the locations. So it is showing restaurants that are in Agra. So the website is basic. We have investor relations here. So okay, so this is related to if we want to either connect to Zomato. Let's get back. If we want to add a restaurant, let's see what is the process. So we want a copy of FSSAI license copy, a GST number, a PAN card copy, bank account details. Now why we are looking at this? Because this will give us a scope, or this will give us a brief overview what the company is about, what the business is about, and how we can interact with it. So we have a register your restaurant button over here. So I can register uh, as a partner with Zomato. So we can leverage some social engineering attack later. Then we have a login. So let's see. Okay, so the login, I can either use a phone number or an email, or I can directly log in with Google. That's great. Then we have a sign up. So I have to provide a full name and email address. We are not doing anything. We are just scrolling the website like a normal user will do. Look at all these page. Who we are, we have blog, we have work with us. So that means their career page. It will be really interesting because you find a lot of information here. And we have investor relation, report fraud, contact us page, normal pages. Let's see their Google Play Store app. So they have 100 million plus downloads. That's great. We can look the app screenshot over here. So whatever they are offering, a normal food delivery app. We can view the ratings. Same for the Apple App Store app, basic. And this is their YouTube channel. So they have 523k subscribers. That's great. That means they do a lot of content. Yeah, they do a lot of content, promotional content you can find over here. That's great. Okay, best job ever. Let's see this form they have included in the YouTube channel. Page not found. That means it used to work in back in the day, but now they have deleted it. Nice. So we have got a basic overview of our target. Now in the website there is a file called robots.txt. So if I look for that, look at this. So whatever disallow is there, Zomato is telling Google crawler and other crawlers on the internet to not to index this page in the search engine. So there is an admin page that we can check, but we are forbidden. No issues with that. All these page might reveal sensitive information. Admin, downloads, web view. Yeah. So different bots, not only Google bots. So that's Google Mobile, media partners, Google. We have ad bot, Bing. We have Twitter bot. So all these bots, they have disallowed them to not to include these sensitive directories and pages. Next, let's get the company location. So the basic Google search will tell us that the company's headquarter in Gurgaon, Haryana. So let's see its company location. We'll get the physical location of the addresses. Zomato Gurgaon office. Let's see on the map. So we have photos from there. Where is the Google map? Okay, here it is. Right now we are just overviewing like a normal user would do. We are not doing anything fancy over here. So this is their particular headquarters, and this is the locality. So look at the office, look around the office. There are some, there is a, this is a security guard office. So we have to enter from this, maybe, I'm not sure. And look at this. If we have a back entrance, so there are two entrances over here. Okay, let's see what else we can view from this. So we have other I think this is health insurance. If I can zoom, yeah, care health insurance. Look at this. This person is either they are the gardener or they are the one that cleans up this particular office area. So look at their dress profile. They might be affiliated to some company that have appointed them here. We have the guard here, and the guard uniform looks like a normal guard uniform. So basic things we are looking here. Let's go further. We have a Dell office also. So we can impersonate as a Dell employee also. That's great. Let's view some photos. If I type, and there are multiple photos. So this is, if we click on this, it will give us, it is giving us some photos, but not the, the 360 view, Google Street View is the best. You can get a lot of information from here. Nearby offices, where is the car parking, is there an employee area. So let's go further. And is this a Zomato driver? Yes, it is. So look at this. So we can impersonate as a Zomato driver also. That's great. Now coming back to the more information what we can get, let's find out the customer information or customer support information. So if I type customer, Zomato customer support, customer care number, and customer care email address. Why I'm looking for this? Because these are the easy wins. So we have help.zomato.com. If we have any problem, we can report to this particular. So we can target customer service individuals to get more information out on call or either on mail. So I think this is a normal feedback form. I didn't get any number, so they are not providing any number. The PIST customer service. So these type of website, PIST customer types 1 consumer, PIST consumer type 1 service gives us the numbers related to them or the reviews related to them. So we have this number. I'm not sure if this is the right one. And customer service, this is we have to try it. So this is so customer service email address and phone number is also an important one. We have already seen at the apps, it has the Google Play Store app and the App Store app. Let's find out if any key members we can find out. So Zomato, if I type, so founders in this particular Wikipedia section, I can find out that Dipender Goyal, Akriti Chopra, Pankaj Chadda and Gunjan Patidar. So these are the founders of Zomato.com. So we can these are the these may be in some high level post in our target organization. So we can target these people also: Dipender Goyal, Akriti Chopra, Pankaj Chadda and Gunjan Patidar. And if we have any other product associated with it, so we in this particular scope section, we have found out that we have apis.grofers.com in our scope, and we have Blinkit. So let's try Blinkit. Now we are expanding our attack surface here. So there is another app, Blinkit. This is also a delivery app. So they deliver in 11 minutes. So we have different products like fruits and vegetables, dairy, bread and eggs, snacks and all. So this could be another entry point or attack surface. We can add it to our attack surface while we are targeting Zomato and all the other associated products and companies it have. Next, we have social media handles. We have already seen that we have Twitter. We have their Twitter and their Instagram, and YouTube we have already seen. We have LinkedIn. So these are the major ones. We have to log in into Instagram. Let's forget that. LinkedIn is also asking for us to log in. We will look into these particular social media and how we can derive information from them. We will look at this later. But for now, let's keep all these pages in our notes and see what type of tweets they are doing and what type of content they post on social media on different platforms like on YouTube or LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. Okay, so now that we are done with some basic profiling of our target, we'll perform information gathering from Whois records in the next section. So stay tuned and I will see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into how we can gather information with Whois records. But what is Whois? Whois is a query and response protocol that allows us to access databases containing information about registered domain names, IP addresses, and other internet resources. So whenever we purchase a domain from a domain registrar like GoDaddy.com or Namecheap, we have to provide some information about us as the owner. Whois database contains all the records of all the domains that is registered. Now let's check the Whois records for our target, Zomato.com. So there are two ways of doing this. One is by the terminal and the other one is from the web. Let's see the web one first. So I have two websites over here. One is who.is and the other one is viewdns.info. So if I type zomato.com here and here too, zomato.com. Okay, so I've got a bunch of information over here. So I have the name of the registrar, the Whois server, and the referred URL. So the name of the registrar are 101domain.com and it was registered on 24th of February 2006 and was last updated on 22nd of May 2023 and will expire on 24th of February 2033. The name server it is using AWS DNS servers, as we can see here, and we have other related information. I'm not going into detail too much. We'll look into it later. Let's see view DNS. So view DNS also gives us the same data that Whois have give us the raw data. So that's how you search for Whois records using the web method. Now that we have seen the web method, let's see the terminal one. So in Linux, there is a Whois command line tool that comes pre-installed with every Linux distribution. With the help of this, we can get the same result that we got from the online websites. So if I type Whois zomato.com, we got the same result like we did with those websites. Now, as you can see, we have some really interesting section here like the registrar email and the phone number. And if we scroll below, we can see the address related to the owner. However, we are not getting any relevant information over here. This is because of the privacy guard which most of the registrar provides to the domain owners. Because of this privacy guard, we are not able to get the actual owner details. But Whois records have to be checked while performing recon, as sometimes people don't bother to turn on the privacy guard. If in case the target has enabled the privacy guard recently, we can query the historical Whois data rather than the new one, and if we are lucky, we might get the target details even if the privacy guard is turned on. To do this, we have some online tools with us. So we have these two websites. One is Whois and the other one is Whoisology. So if we type our target domain name zomato.com and let's say Whois history and now zomato.com, and if we enter, we can see all the history of his Whois records. So the domain is zomato.com, registrar right now is 101domain.com. We already know that. We have the name server here. Registrant contact, it is showing the country is India. That we already know, but let's look the Whois records. So we have a Whois records from 2015. Let's see, the name of the company is Zomato Media Private Limited, and we have the emails domains@zomato.com. Country is India. Name server was still AWS on 26 March 2015. Then if we go below, we have 22nd June 2015, and we have April 2016 data. So now the name is private registrant. Company is Digital Privacy Corporation, and I think it is a privacy guard now. And on 17 November 2016, we got the same data like this one. Let's see the other website. If we type zomato.com and search for it, we don't get any admin contact information here, but we got the registrar name, created name, Whois servers, let's say anything, no. But we here have a Whois historical Whois lookups. So let's see, let's go back December 2000. So it needs a membership required. Sometimes it shows the data, but sometimes it don't. So you can either register for it and look for the historical data, but we have to look for this particular data because sometimes, like, we got this from 2015 and 2016 data. Sometimes it may reveal some interesting information that might be helpful for us. So we can also find other websites that belong to the same registrar using reverse Whois lookup. So if I type zomato.com here and view dns.info website, it will show me all the other domains related to that particular registrar. So these all domains are registered with that 101domain.com registrar. So we have a zomato.careers related to Zomato, a lot of domain related to Zomato only, and a lot that are not related to them, urbanspoon.com. So the point to perform this reverse Whois lookup is, if I got access to any of these particular websites or domains, and if the registrar has not implemented enough security, I can eventually get into zomato.com. But that's a far-stretched attack plan. So that's all for this section. I will meet you in the next section where we'll learn about Google Dorking. Google Dorking, also known as Google hacking, is a powerful technique that leverages advanced search operators and syntax to uncover hidden information and potential vulnerabilities on the web. Let's see how we can do this. So if we want to display results related to a site only, we can use site operator related to a particular domain only. So we can use a site operator, site, let's say zomato.com. So I'll get all the results related to zomato.com only, related to only the zomato.com domain. Now if I want to find look for a particular word, let's say passwords, in any of the page. Okay, so these particular pages are containing the word password. So we have passwords here, we have passwords here, passwords. So we are looking for site .zomato.com, we are filtering out the result only for zomato.com, and we are looking for the string passwords in the pages. So do we have passwords? Yes, we do have password string over here. Next, if we want to display text file within the site, so we want to find out all the text file within the site. So I'll type zomato.com again, zomato.com, and I'll specify file type operator and will give txt. So it will show me, it has shown me only one result, and that is the robot.txt file that we already know. Let's say if I look for PDF, I got a PDF. Sometimes you find really sensitive information within these docs. Let's say a doc file doesn't have a docx, no. XLSX, no. So you got the point. We can use the file type operator and then we can specify any file type we want to look for. So we found a PDF and a TXT file. Great. Next, if I want to remove HTML type of pages from the search result, I can use zomato.com, site zomato.com, and then I can minus or hyphen file type HTML. So I've given it a minus sign, and it will now remove all the HTML pages from this particular search result. Or I can say same for PDF or TXT. So it will display all. And if I want to find subdomains of the target, so this is a subdomain, blog.zomato.com. Zomato.com is the primary domain and blog.zomato.com. So blog is a subdomain. So if I only want the subdomains like community, blog related to this, I can specify dash minus all the www dot. So I will eliminate all the www dot results and it will give me all the subdomains. So blog.zomato.com, community.zomato.com, then we have blog. I don't think it has. So it is giving me result more from the blog zomato.com domain. So we are not finding some domains over here. I will get into it in detail in the subdomains section. Now if I want a particular word in the title of the page, or I want an index of or a parent directory in the page body, so let's say site zomato.com, and if I say in title, so I want these particular words in title, index of, and parent directory. I don't found any result. Let's try another domain. Let's say dell.com. We do get some index of files. So this is so we can search for these particular types of titles that consist of the open web directories, and we can download stuff from this. Sometimes it reveals very sensitive informations. So keep this dork also in your arsenal. Now if I want to find out a particular keyword in URL, so I'll type zomato.com and I'll give the in URL parameter or file or operator, and I'll type passwords. I didn't find anything regarding that. Let's say dell.com. We do get a result. Let's see. So do we had a password? Yeah, we have a passwords in the URL. So you got my point. So we specify the domain name and then the in URL tag, and then whatever string or keyword I want to find the page. So it will give me the result, all the pages that have passwords in their URL. So if we want to search and display a version of a web page that has been cached by the Google crawler, so I can use the cache and the domain name. So it will display the cached version of zomato.com. Okay, so the next operator is the link command. So if we want to search for the pages that link our requested URL, we can use the link command. So link www.zomato.com. Let's see. So we have obviously zomato.com. We are looking for another website. So Google Play have linked zomato.com because of their apps. LinkedIn has zomato.com in it. So if we want to find pages that have linked zomato.com or mentioned zomato.com, we can find here. This, we have Dipender Goyal also here, who is the founder of our Zomato. So this comes in handy when we are determining the attack surface of our target, and the bigger the attack surface is, the more entry points we can have while we try to exploit it. At last, we also have a Google hacking database. So if I type Google hacking database, or I can just click over here, we are on the Kali. So I can just click on here, Google hacking database, and it will redirect me to the Google hacking database, that the exploit database. And we do have all the sensitive docs that we can use. So we have databases, these particular docs we can use to find juicy information. So file containing usernames, if I want to use this particular doc, I can use it. It will display a lot of sensitive information, so do it at your own risk. So we have a lot of docs over here, more than 7,000 entries, approx 8,000 entries we have here. So that's all for this section. I hope you got the concepts of Google hacking and Google docking, and I'll conclude this one here, and we'll see you in the next one. Now that we have done with some basic OSINT with Whois and Google Docs, let's go more deep into the process by collecting information about our target company more. First, we will start off with the open corporates. So if I type Zomato here, Zomato, let's see what we get. So open corporates is a database where it holds all the information related to corporates. So we have Zomato Foods Private Limited, and we have Zomato Entertainment Private Limited, New Delhi, India. Let's see, we have Zomato Payments Private Limited. Let's filter out based on the location. So we know that, let's open this one, Zomato Foods Private Limited. Let's see the information of this one. So we have the company number over here. The status is active, and this is the registered address of the company, the industrial code, and we only got this much amount of data. We have directors and officers, 3 officers available, but we have to log in for that. And the source of this particular information is Ministry of Corporate Affairs, India. Let's see another one. We have Zomato, we have seen Zomato Food. Let's see Zomato Entertainment Private Limited. And we got the company number. It is based on Nehru Place, Delhi, and same 3 officers available. And the industry code, it has Indian National Industrial Classification 2004, MCA 2009. It has been registered on that particular basis. So if we log in, we could get a lot of information. Okay, so I have created a dummy account, and let's see what we can have now. So now we got a lot more information. So for Zomato Entertainment Private Limited, we got the company number, we got the status is active. Incorporation date was 4 December 2018. So it is over 5 years ago now. The company type is company limited by shares, and we got the registered address like before. Industrial codes we have, and then we have the director and officers. So Akriti Chopra, Deepak Aluwalia, and Ali Kaushar Siddiqui. So if we click on this particular, let's see if we get information regarding. So Akriti Chopra, we didn't find anything important here. Let's see the another one. So if I type Zomato, the foods and drink one that we looked previously, Foods Private Limited. So almost 4 years ago, and Akriti Chopra is here. We have Deepak Aluwalia and Hemal and Naresh Kumar Jain. Okay, but we didn't find anything regarding our. So we can find a lot of information from here. We can go to Zomato, maybe related to Brazil or Malaysia, and we can see we can make a map of the particular organizations and the directors they can have, and the company number that could be beneficial if you are searching in a government records or any databases that contains the corporate records. So this was open corporates. Now we will check if our target company has some shell companies associated with it. So I have this particular database over here, this particular website. So it's offshoreleaks.icij.org, and it contains the databases from Pandora Papers, Paradise Papers, Bahamas Leaks, Panama Papers, and offshore leaks investigations. So if I type Zomato here, let's see if we get anything. So we don't find any result over here. So all these data leaks here are one of the most controversial data leaks related to the shell companies that were active around the world. So if I type a name like Nawaz Sharif, let's say, if it gives me something, and it does give me. So Nawaz Sharif was the former prime minister of Pakistan, and we found 3 matches here. So sharifproperties.sa, it was in Panama. The data came from Panama Papers, and we have Sharif Paraf Nalia Enterprises, Omar Sharif Worldwide Games Limited. So you can see a lot of information on a particular individual or companies. If you are targeting some shady company out there that might have some shell accounts or shell companies overseas, so you can find information here. Next we have Crunchbase. So to find more information about our target, I can use Crunchbase. So if I type Zomato, and so I'll click on Zomato. So we got a summary here. So Zomato is a restaurant discovery platform that allows user to search for restaurants, browse menus, and place orders for food delivery. Headquartered in Gurgaon, Haryana. Employee count is between 1001 to 5000. Post IPO, it's a public limited company now. And let's see, we have its acquisitions here, investments, total funding amount that we have to sign in for, contacts, and employee profiles. Let's see the acquisitions. So Zomato have acquired Blinkit. Again, we already know that from our HackerOne scope section. We have Fitso, we have Uber Eats. So Uber Eats has also acquired by Zomato. We have Tungsten and Runner, Sparse Lab, Next Lab, Urban Spoon. So this is the acquisition that Zomato has done. And let's see the investments. So they have invested in Urban Piper, Blinkit, obviously Mukundu Foods, Ardonmo, Urban Piper, Shiprocket, okay, Magic Pin, Cult Fit. So we are now expanding our attack surface once again, finding as much information as we can gather about the target. And let's see the financial if we get. So funding, so Zomato raised total, we have to log in for that. So Zomato is funded by 38 investor. Morgan Stanley are the most recent investors. It is showing people. Okay, so if I logged into it, I can get email and phone number of these particular people, and these are the CXO level people. So CEO and chief engineer and trader, CEO and founder, chief operating officer, COO of food delivery, VP of product, VP HR and operations, AVP technology. You get my point. Also, we found the employee names. So Nitin Savara is serving as a deputy chief financial officer. Akriti Chopra is a co-founder. We have seen Akriti Chopra name coming up in our recent in our previous enumerations. We know Dipinder Goyal is the founder and CEO. We have Gunjan Patidar as a CTO, Damini Bhalla. So you got a lot of information here. Let's see technology, what they are using. Okay, so mobile apps metrics by it is from Apptopia. Downloads of last 30 days is 2,28,049, or you can say 228,000 downloads. Monthly growth rate is 4.79. We got the demographics over here. So India, United States, UAE, Australia, and Vietnam. Great information. Next, if let's say your target company is related to some scams, or it is a scam website you are investigating, so you can use this particular scamsearch.io. It has a database of scam websites, emails, phone number. So I have typed zomato.com, and there are no records of zomato.com in this particular databases, because Zomato is not a scam website. We all know that. But if we are searching for that, we can either search with email, username, phone number, crypto address, or a website. I have shown you the website with the website. You can check it by yourself. Okay, so to find particular leads, I have used this particular Google Doc. So site linkedin.com, zoominfo.com, and I've read Rocket Reach, and then I've used the keyword Zomato in quotes. And if I hit news, so I can find news related post, or whatever the updates regarding our target I can find here. If anyone on LinkedIn, ZoomInfo, or Rocket Reach have posted. So we have Ishan Arora on LinkedIn. Zomato versus Swiggy is talking about business model of Zomato. Someone is talking about that. Tony Matthews, he's a program manager in Zomato. So we got a lot of leads here. We can investigate it. And if I found anything juicy, like any recent acquisition, or anything related to either related to technology or related to people, can be useful for us. Next, we can check the company's reviews on Glassdoor, Zomato, let's see. And we have the reviews about Zomato. So we can find out what employees thinks about this particular organization. So transparency, high growth, good leadership, nothing as of now, 5-star. Why we are looking this? We are looking this because if we get a disgruntled internal employee, then we can exploit him or her to get what we want. So that's how an internal attack works. So let's say I found a 1-star rating over here, and the employee is talking trash about the particular company. I can then confront that employee and bait him for either for money or with some other tactics to get what I want. Next, we can check the website stats. So this is urlscan.io. I have typed zomato.com here. It is showcasing me the IP address, and I think it's Singapore. So the server is in Singapore, I guess. And this is the screenshot of the website. So the website contacts 15 IPs in 2 countries across 9 domains, and all these information related to our website, page statistics. So we got details about ASNs, we got details about IPs here, detailed about domains, the domain tree, and whatever links that were found on in the domain related to search, and some frames. So a nice overview of whole website information. I will not go into each one of them, but you can see a lot of information over here. Okay, next we can perform a keyword research on this particular website. Is easy counter. So I've typed zomato.com. So I can look into what keywords it is using and what are the stats of the website. So daily visitor we have, it's over 400k, and the daily page views is 1.39 million. Page views per user is 2.9. That's great. Global ranking of the website is 3089, and the rating is 4. Let's see. So the worldwide audiences, top countries, 73% is from India, then Australia, then US, UAE, and Qatar. Traffic analysis, similar traffic. We have xfinity.com, subdomains, traffic share. So this particular domain zomato.com got 99%, and other are trackemail.zomato.com. This is great. So it got 0.25% of traffic. And then we have link.zomato.com. So SEO stats, Google ranks 5, Yandex has nothing. Domain registration, we got 18 years old domain. 5 years ago it was changed, the registrar was changed. Social engagement, this is nice. We got the traffic social metrics for Facebook, Twitter, I think it's Google Plus, LinkedIn, 520 mentions. Okay, server information, it is using Akamai technologies. We will get into it. I'm not going to get into it into detail right now. So you got my point. Okay, so the next is the visual changes detection on target domain. Let's say you want to track the changes that are made on zomato.com website. So you can create an alert. So what we will type zomato.com here, and we'll enter our email address over here. And whenever any changes happens, Google will give a mail to us showcasing the changes. Similarly, we have visual ping. So we can create the same trigger with visual ping also. We have to provide us email address, and it is asking us what frequency we want the alerts. So every day, or what type of alerts we want. So visual, text, element, we can choose that. And a particular area, we can also choose a particular area. Let's say if they add something here, so we have Agra here. Let's say they add another city, we want that update, so we can select this particular portion also. So it's quite cool. Then we have follow that page. It uses the same thing. Provide the domain address and your email address. It will give you the updates in your email address as soon as there is a change on the website. Okay, so next we have threat data detection. So let's say your particular website, if it is serving a malware or it is hosting something malicious, so you can check on virus total. So if I type zomato.com, it's URL, so I'll type zomato.com, and if any of these particular vendors have flagged it that the site is malicious, so it will come here. So it is using 95 vendors. So no security vendors have flagged this URL as malicious. That's great. Another website we have is Blacklight. So I'll type zomato.com here also, and it will analyze the site. So it is currently testing for ad trackers. So it is showcasing me that no ad trackers was found on the website, no third party cookies was found. Okay, that's odd because it should have a Google or Facebook tracker embedded in it. But sometimes these website, let's try swiggy.com if that gives me something. Okay, so on Swiggy, it is showcasing me that it has 4 trackers on its website, and related to Alphabet, that means Google and Facebook, one third party cookie found. And this website loads trackers on your computer design. So you got the point. So we can find information of related to privacy using this particular website. Okay, next we will find let's find some potential typo squatting domains for phishing. So this is a great tool that is called DNA Twist. We can use it to find potential similar looking domains that we can use for phishing related to our target. So let's download it into our machine. So I'll copy it, the URL from here. Let's download it in our desktop. So I'll type git clone, and now it is downloading. So I'll let it download. It is downloaded. Let's move into the directory. I'll type ls, and there is this file. Let's see the first requirements.txt. So it needs all these requirements to install it. I'll type pip3 install -r requirements.txt, and it will install all the requirements that is needed by the tool. So I'll let it finish, and once it is finished, Okay, so it is finished. So now let's check. I'll type python 3 dns twist.py and the URL is zomato.com. So now it is searching for similar looking typo squatting domains, and I'll let it finish. Once it is finished, we'll see the result. Okay, so it is done. Let's see how many domains it have found. And I can see there's a lot of them. So it have found 59 domain names. So now see, let's see, zomato0.com, zomato1.com. Okay, we can use all these domains for phishing campaigns. We can register them and use them to target Zomato. See this, Zomato. So it is using in place of O, it is using a 0. Now if you look at this, these domains, so most of the people will fall for it if you are not looking carefully. So we found different permutation and combination, and it uses a lot of techniques. So the technique is written over here, homoglyph. This technique is known as homoglyph, and we have addition. So it is used addition, Zomato 0, Zomato 1, Zomato 3, and bit squatting. So zomato.com, zomatg.com, zomatum.com, zoyato.com. Okay, next let's see any interesting ones. A lot of them. So I think you got the point. There is also one more website, that is dnstwister.com, dnstwister.report. So you can use this also, and it will give you all the domains related to typo squatting that you can use and the available ones. So these are the available ones. So zomato.fit, zomato.ga, zomato.ml, zomato.br, zomato.online. This is a great one. So you can register this particular domain and use it in your phishing campaigns. Next, we will look at how we can find information about the domain on Reddit. So I'll type reddit.com and /domain /zomato.com. So let's see, it will find all the information regarding zomato.com on Reddit. So I got Z Restaurants Award and some get latest coupon. So all of these are 2 years old. This is one day ago. It is submitted 1 day ago. So you can find some internal discussions over here, or maybe some employee discussion over here, or regarding company. So this particular domain, reddit.com /domain /zomato.com, or any other domain you want to target, you can type in here and get information about it. So I guess that's all for this section. So I'll wrap it up and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into various web archives and how they can be used to gather historical information about the target. Web archives are invaluable resources for hackers, journalists, and other history enthusiasts. They provide a glimpse into the past, capturing snapshots of the website at various points in time. By leveraging these archives, we can uncover valuable insights, unravel historical data breaches, and gain a deeper understanding of an organization's online presence over the years. Let's start with a famous one, Wayback Machine. So the Internet Archive or Wayback Machine, we can use it to view historical data. So I'll type zomato.com and let's see what we found. So it ranges back to 2010. Okay, let's see how Zomato looks back in 2010. Okay, so this is the Zomato of 2010. So we have a zone wise areas and change location. We can Mumbai, Bangalore, Kolkata, and Pune. So at that time, Zomato was only available in these 4 places. And the new restaurants in Delhi NCR area. We can look at it. Now coming back to the target, what information can we get from it? Let's see if I want to check zomato.com robots.txt file. So robot.txt file, let's see robot.txt file from 2011. So I have a snapshot from May 14, 2011, and let's see if I get something. So we do get some special directory and disallowed directory entries like admin, ad server, mint, php my admin, okay, and Twitter redirect clients. We can also use archive.org with domain registration data. So remember, we talked about the historical Whois records. We can use this particular Wayback Machine to view the historical records or historical Whois records of a particular domain. So if I type web.archive.org web/http who.is/whois/zomato.com. Let's see what we find. Okay, so it is showing me information from who.is website, and so we got godaddy.com, and it is from 2006. So I think it is from 2006. And if we look at this particular data, we have hit a gold mine. So the administrative contact here is Goyal Dipender. So Dipender Goyal, we got the name of the Dipender Goyal. We got the address of Zomato from Gurgaon, Haryana, and we got the phone number. Now I don't know that this is the phone number of Mr. Dipender Goyal itself, or is it a company number, but we got a really good piece of information here. So if this belongs to Mr. Dipender Goyal, you have been doxxed from the Whois records back. I think it is from 2006. So this is the power of the Wayback Machine. That's what I'm talking about. So zomato.com, we got the Whois records from past, and we got a number over here plus the name of our CEO and the address. Great. So the next one we have is archive today, that is archive.is. so this is another site that we can use for the archival data. So the page has been last archived 4 years ago. So at archive today, we got this particular page, archived page for Zomato. I don't think it has much data. It has a web page and a screenshot. And okay, so it belongs to it dated back to 4 years ago. So it is saying 13 May 2020. That's all right. I can click on the history tab and see the results. So I got one from 2012. Let's see that, and one from 2013. So this was the zomato.com from 2012. Nice. So next we have Library of Congress. It is more of so if you are investigating a US target, you can use this. You can find a lot of audio recordings, books, printed materials, film, videos, a lot of newspapers. If you want a particular newspaper from back in the day, you can use this particular website. So at last we have acuvo.pt. It is a Portuguese web archive. So if you are targeting anyone from Portugal, you can use this. So it's been archiving from 1991 to current 2024. So if your target is from Portugal, you have this option for that. So on that note, I will conclude this section, and we'll see you in the next one, where we will be seeing techniques to identify website technologies. In this section, we will look into the backend technologies on which our target website has been made. Identifying the technologies employed by a website can provide valuable insight into potential vulnerabilities, attack vectors, and defense mechanisms. By recognizing the content management system, CMS, web servers, programming languages, and frameworks in use, we can tailor our reconnaissance efforts and develop targeted strategies for further exploration. So we have our target domain zomato.com here, and to identify its backend technologies, we can use a command line tool called whatweb. So if I go to my terminal and type whatweb zomato.com, let's see what it gives us. Okay, so it is showcasing me the country that it is United States, and the HTTP server in use is Akamai host, and the IP address, potential IP address of the server. So we don't get much information from whatweb, but you can use this particular tool. So it depends on host to host what information do we get from this tool. Next we have built with, you can use this also. So it is an online scanner, but the one that I want to show you is Vapalizer. So it is a Firefox extension. So to add it, you can go to here and then add add-ons and themes. Now type Vapalizer. So this is the one. We'll click on add to Firefox, click on add, and Vapalizer has been installed now. So if we go to zomato.com again, we can see our extension over here, and if we click on it, we got all the backend technologies that it is using. So we got the analytics, it is using Facebook Pixel and the particular version of the Facebook Pixel. We got the Google Ads conversion tracking, we got Google Analytics GA4 it is using, and for the security it is using Akamai Bot Manager. So it is using a Akamai based firewall or web application firewall. The programming languages in use is PHP. Authentication it is using is Google Sign-in. Advertising is Microsoft Advertising and Google Ads, and the CDN is also from Akamai. So we got a lot of information, and this works like a charm. Next we have Netcraft. So Netcraft is another website that we can use to find out the infrastructure and technologies used by any site. So if I type zomato.com, so it will give me a nice looking report over here with lots of information. So we got the site title, best restaurant in India. We got the site rank. We got the date first seen, it is December 2007. Then we got some network related information. So the NetBlock owner is Amazon Technologies. Hosting company is Amazon Asia Pacific, and the hosting country is Singapore. So their servers are based in Singapore. We got the IPv4 address over here, and we also got the ASN number. We do not have any IPv6 address related to it. Then coming here, the name server information, we got the name server from AWS DNS. The domain registrar, we already know it's 101domain.com. And next we have IP delegation, IP related information. Then we have SSL TLS. It is fine, it is saying not an HTTPS site because we have only provided zomato.com, so we have not specified HTTPS, that's why it is showing that. Then we got some SPF related, sender policy framework related, and DMARC related information. It is related to email records. Then we got the information regarding web trackers, and now we have come to the site technologies, that is the meat and potato of this particular section. So for the technologies, it is using Amazon Web Services, and it is using Amazon EC2 instances. For HTTP accelerator, it is using Envoy. So server side, we can see SSL, client side JavaScript. Obviously client side scripting frameworks are Google Tag Manager and Google hosted libraries, and we got other information, other related information. Next we have nerdy data. So this particular website can help us to find website based on a particular technologies. So if I click on technologies and let's say I search for WordPress, and if I click on begin search, so it is showing me that it finds 3,097,156 websites that are based on WordPress. So we will view results, and there are some famous one: gravatar.com, wordpress.org. Then we got portfolio.adobe.com that is using WordPress. We got blog.mozilla.org. We got SoundCloud, and we got TechCrunch also. So all these websites are using WordPress. Now, why to use this type of website or portal? Because let's say you find an exploit related to WordPress. So a recent exploit is out in the wild that you can use to get into WordPress website. With this particular website, you can find out how many websites that are using WordPress and how many can be a target of you. So let's say you got a remote code execution exploit and you can target all these 3 million websites at once. Think about that. So to find out more websites, you have to register here, but I won't do that for this particular demonstration. But I hope you got my point. Another thing regarding nerdy data is that they also got a free extension, free Firefox extensions. So to add it, we'll go to add-ons and themes. Next, I'll type nerdy data. And this is the one, nerdy data website inspector. We'll add to Firefox, click on add, press OK. And now if I visit zomato.com, now it will refresh the page and will then analyze the website. So I'll let it do that. Okay, so it is done analyzing. So I've got the result here. So for advertising, the website is using Google AdSense, Criterio, Facebook Pixel, Google AdWords, Sysmac, DoubleClick, Foodlight, Hotjar, and SmartLook for analytics, Google Universal Analytics. Then we've got some Facebook social plugins. Zendex, they are using Zendex also in the backend. So Zendex is kind of sales and support. So Zendex is like a CRM that is used in sales and support related people uses it. Then we have Google Tag Manager and Google Site Tag. We already know that. And at last we have Akamai Bot Manager. So for web security, they are using Akamai, that we know. So sometimes when frameworks are used to build a website, a favicon that is a part of the installation get left over. And if the website developer doesn't replace this with a custom one, this can give us a clue on what framework is in use. OWASP hosts a database of common framework icons that we can use to check against the target favicon. So a favicon is something like this. So you see this picture over here. So in case of Zomato, it is a custom one. But let's say you built a website using WordPress or Joomla or any other CMS or any other platform, but you forget to change it to a custom one. So if it is left over, so we can use it to find the backend technology it is working on. So let's try on Zomato. I know it won't work, but let's say. So we'll find out it will curl the favicon by https zomato.com/favicon.ico, and then we'll pipe it to MD5 sum to find its MD5 hash. And this is the MD5 hash of zomato.com favicon. So if I go to this particular website, so it is a database, favicon database hosted by OWASP. And if I search here, I know it won't find anything. So it is not finding anything because Zomato is using their custom logo for as their favicon. But if you are using any of these platforms like Google Web Server, or you are using, let's say, WordPress and many more, there are various types of web servers or various types of software that you can use in your web server. And if you are using them, you can find out their particular technology based using that using these MD5 hash that you can get using this command. So you have to curl the website and just type the website name, domain name /favicon.ico or ico, and then pipe it to MD5 sum, and it will give you the MD5 sum. Then copy it, come here and Control F, press enter. If you find it, you are good to go. So you also have Drupal CMS. So I hope you get that point. One thing to note here is that if your hash ends with 427E, so if it ends with 427E, like the ending it ends from, then the curl will fail. So that's something you have to note it down while using this technique to find out the website technology. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will dive deep into the information gathering of targets' email addresses. Email addresses are not only just contact points, they can reveal valuable insights into an organization's structure, personnel, and communication patterns. By identifying key individuals and their roles within an organization, we can target sensitive accounts of high-ranking officials in our further attacks. So let's get started with the email discovery. Okay, so we can find email address of target domain and organization using some tools. The first one we have is hunter.io. So if I go to product and if I click on email finder, I can find the verified email addresses of any professionals using either by their full name or the company domain name. So let's try the company domain name zomato.com. Okay, so it is showcasing me that it have found 139 results in the search, but I have to create a free account for that. I've tried creating a free account using a dummy Gmail address, but it won't let me. So I think they need a subscription now. But back in the day, it used to work like a charm. Next, we have phonebook.cz. So for this, you have to create a IntelX account. So if you go to intelx.io, so you have to create an account here and then you will be able to use this service. So if I type zomato.com, so it have found these number of email addresses from zomato.com. Look at this. We have jogendra.kumar@zomato.com, shubham.chaudhary@zomato.com, legal@zomato.com. So copy all this in a text file and save it for our further use. Next we have voilenobert.com. So with a free account, you can get 50 credits. And if I type Dipender Goyal and here zomato.com, let's see. So it does find dipender.goyal@zomato.com and it is 97% sure that it is a correct email address. So if we have a potential employee list from our previous information gathering, then we can use them here and find the potential email addresses. So we also know Akriti Chopra. So Akriti Chopra, let's say zomato.com. And it does find it, but it is showcasing me that it is 80% certain on this one. So you can type out the name. You can type at least 50 names over here. So you can try this out. Then you can create a free dummy account once again, and you can do this for all the employee names that you have gathered till now. Next we have skymem.info. So if I type here zomato.com, okay, so if it have found some email addresses, if I click on emails, so total it have found 246 emails of this particular domain, but to view all of them we have to buy the subscription. But we have found out at least 15 email addresses as a preview, and that's a great start. So we got abhinandan.mohanty, we got admin@zomato.com, we got Akriti Mehta, we got Akriti.chopra, and we got alok@zomato.com. So we will save these also in our text file. Next we have two Chrome extensions. So the first one is Clearbit Connect. It is used to find verified B2B emails. So you can connect it with your Gmail account and then you can find leads over here. It is usually used by the salespeople to get email leads. So you can use it too. The another one is email finder by contact out, and it is email lookup tool. So it uses your LinkedIn profile to get emails. So as per the screenshot over here, if you hover to a Bill Gates website and you have this particular extension installed, so you can see that it is finding out their email addresses and a potential phone number. So that's a great information. Now coming to the command line tool, we have the harvester. The harvester is a tool that is used to perform information gathering on emails, and it comes pre-installed in Kali. So if I type the harvester and type -h, I can get the help over here. So if we specify the -d flag, we can specify a domain name. Then we have a -l to limit the search results. So default is 500, and then we can use the -b flag to specify the source. So we have different sources over here. We got Anubis, Baidu, Brave, DuckDuckGo, and various websites like Rocket Reach, Sitedosia, Domain Center. So it uses all these website and search engine to find out email addresses using passive information gathering techniques. It used to have Google over here, but I think Google blocks the crawlers request that it is using, so it don't have it in the latest version. But let's see how we can use it. So if I type the harvester and -d for domain, so I'll provide zomato.com, then -l, I'll limit the result to 500, then I'll specify -b for the source, and I'll tap all. So it will use all the website and the search engine in its source list to find out the email address and other relevant information regarding this particular domain. Alright, so the harvester has done completing its thing. So we got a lot of information over here. These all are the subdomains that it have found. And if we talk about emails, so it have found only 2 emails over here. So api@zomato.com and info@zomato.com. But we do know that there are hell lot of emails that it has left out because it is using passive information gathering technique. So whatever it have found from these particular source list, it have found only 2 email addresses, and that's okay. We are using various tool and then we are combining our email list with them. So we got 2 entries using harvester. So that's great. Other than that, we also got information regarding IPs and some interesting URLs and ASN number. Moving on, we have mxtoolbox.com. It is used to find out the mail server used by the target. So if I type zomato.com and hit on mx lookup, so it is showcasing me that it is using google.com, and if I see here, it is stating that your email service provider is Google Apps. That means the zomato.com is using G Suite in their backend for their mail servers. So that's great. One more thing I want to point out is that we can also find relevant email addresses based on assumption if we have a potential employee list. Let's say we have an employee named Dipender Goyal. Now we can have a number of email addresses based on permutation and combination of this person's first and last name. So we can have dipender.goyal@zomato.com, dipender@zomato.com, goyaldipender@zomato.com, d.goyal@zomato.com, and so on. Next we have emailformat.com. So emailformat.com has a databases of a lot of domains, and it consists of email formats and email addresses of those domains. So if we type here Zomato, let's see if we got anything. No, we don't. Let's try something from, let's say, IndiaMart. So we do have email addresses from IndiaMart like travel.feedback@indiamart.com, monicam@indiamart.com, mcpaid@indiamart.com. So the email format it has identified as first name and last name, and it is 59% sure for that. So we can also get email addresses over here. So if you want to find out, just search for your target domain name over here, and they also have a directory that you can search for. So that was emailformat.com. Next we have Gravatar. So Gravatar is a website that is used to provide avatar to various websites like WordPress, GitHub. So whenever you sign up on these particular website, and if you have not set up your profile picture, so the default avatar you get is ideally from the Gravatar. So it is one of the largest site that provides avatars for various websites. So we can also check for avatars over here using their email checker. So if I type, let's say, test@gmail.com, now it is showcasing me that there is no profile associated with this email address. So if I found something related to Gravatar here, I can use that particular image for reverse image search and can found potential links to the company or other accounts related to the target. Next, we can search the email address with Google Docs on search engines and verify the email. So I have used this particular Google Doc. So I have specified dipender.goel@zomato.com in quotes. Then I've provided the or operator. Then I've given again dipender.goel in quotes, and then or site twitter.com dipender.goel@zomato.com. So this is the particular doc that I've used. So why it is used? It is used because I want to see if this particular email address has been mentioned in some other website post or by some other person. Because if this is mentioned like in Quora or in Twitter, that means this particular email address is legit and we can go ahead with that. We can also use tools like emailchecker.net to find out if the email address is correct or not. So if I type dipender.goel@zomato.com and if I hit check, so it is showcasing me that the result is okay and the email address is valid. Another tool we have is Emailable. So if I type dipender.goel@zomato.com, so it is asking me to get a free account with them. So I will not create a free account, but if you want, you can use this particular website also. It includes 250 free credits. Next, we have emailrep.io. So if I type the same dipender.goel@zomato.com here and hit search, okay, so it is showcasing me that this particular email address has high reputation and it is not suspicious. This email address has been in 8 reputable sources on the internet and has profiles on well-known sites like Twitter and LinkedIn. That's great. It has been seen in data breaches on credential leaks dating back to 23rd July 2018, but not since 11th of April 2023. The sender domain is highly reputable and they have observed no suspicious activity from this particular address. Now, talking about this particular credential leak that dates back to 2018, actually there was a data breach that Zomato faced back in 2017. I will talk about it in the next section where we will talk about the breach credentials. But for now, this is a great information that we get. Next, we have APOs. So it is an OSINT tool for that it can be used for email and phone number reverse lookup. So if I type dipender.goel@zomato.com and if I hit search, let me complete this captcha. So it is digging up the information from the web and here are our results. So it is showcasing me that the email address was leaked in a data breaches. We already know that. It have found in 6 leaks and it is using the Google Finder. It have found some posts using Google Maps. Let's see that. We got a Google Calendar link over here and a Google Plus archive link. I have tried this archive link before, but it is not working. Something related to the Google Plus accounts. But let's see if we get something in the map. So we doesn't get anything from here. We do get his profile picture, but it is not good enough to do anything. But this is also a great tool we can have in our arsenal. Next, we have some automated tools. So first we have Whois here. So Whois is an email OSINT tool and it checks if an email is attached to an account on sites like Twitter, Instagram, Imgur and other than more than 120 other sites. So let's install Whois on our machine. So I'll copy the URL from here. Let's change our directory to desktop. I will use git clone command and it will download Holy in our machine. Then I can type Holy. To install it, we have to use this particular command python3 setup.py install. So I've already installed it before also. So let's rerun it. Let's run it with sudo. So I think it's done with the installation. Let's use it. So use it, we have to provide Holy and the email address. So let's specify Holy and our email address, target email address dipender@zomato.com, dipender.goyal. So it will look into now over 120 websites and will find out if this particular email address is registered with any one of them. Okay, so we got the results here. And as we can see, it doesn't find anything related to any website here. But I've used this before and it have found that it is registered in office365.com, but sometimes these tools don't give reliable results. Let's rerun it if we find anything. Okay, so it does not get me anything. Let's try another email address. Let's say Akriti Chopra, Akriti dot, or let's say info@zomato.com, info@zomato.com. Let's try that. Alright, so we do get some hit. So we got a hit for office365.com here. That's what I was talking about. And if we hit next, so they are also registered in xnaccess.com and xvideos. So Dipender Goyal should see what their company employees are doing with their corporate email address. So I don't know why it is registered over here. I'm not sure if it is registered or not, but it is showcasing me in the results. So that's why. So let's move on now. The next tool we have is OSINT. So OSINT is an automated email OSINT tool that is written in Go that allows us to investigate for target emails in a fast and efficient manner. So to install OSINT, we'll copy the URL from here. I'm already on the on my desktop. I'll type git clone and the target URL. So it uses Go language. So you have to install Go using sudo apt install golang like this. I've already installed in my machine. I'll move to the OSINT folder. Then let's see what we have here. We have v3. Let's go into it. Then we have cmd. Let's go into it. Then we have OSINT. And then we have main.go. So if I type go run main.go and my target email address dipender.goyal@zomato.com. Let's see what we find out. So it is checking email syntax verification, some breach, password spraying, it is not done. Spotify account checking, it is doing. Twitter account checking, IP API lookup, Instagram account checking, not done. Google searching, and now it is searching for pastebin dumps. So pastebin is a website where you can just paste information. So a lot of hackers dump passwords and other credentials over there. So we got the results over here. Let's see. So the IP is related to Singapore. We know that their servers are based on Singapore. The country code we have, and the organization is Amazon. That's great. We also have some Google search related to that. So we got some Quora results over here. I think that's from the Google Doc that I have used manually. It is using in an automated way. And that's all we got from this particular email. Let's try another one. Let's try info@zomato.com. And we got the same amount of results over here also. Let's try a Gmail address now, because it might find something. Let's try test@gmail.com. And look at this. So Google search result we have. So we got a limited information over here. That's all right. I've already told you that these particular tools required crawlers to work efficiently, and for that the search engine should not ban your IP address while crawling that. So you can try them either using a VPN or try switching your IP if you are getting limited result again and again. At last, we have a tool called ghunt. So ghunt is an offensive Google framework designed to perform OSINT gathering on Gmail accounts. So we can install it. Let's see. To install ghunt, we want some dependencies over here. I'll go to my desktop first and let's install each. Next, we have to install pipax using pipax ensure path. So I'll hit Y. And next we have pipax install ghunt. So I tried to launch ghunt, but it is not working. So I have git cloned its repository, and let's try ghunt. And we have a main.py here. Let's list out the requirements. So I'll install all the requirement. pip3 install -r requirements.txt. So if I try python 3 main.py, and now it is working. That's great. So to use ghunt, we have to use a Google account. So if I type python 3 main.py login, it will ask me for my stored session. And if I type, so it is listening on port 6007. As per their GitHub, we have to install an extension. So let's add it to Firefox. And I'll click OK. So it is asking me to enter my password here. I'll enter it. Alright, so now it is connected. So the method 1 server listening, I'll click on launch because I've used the method 1, and we can close the tab now. Great. Coming back to my ghunt, and we have successfully added our account with it. Now let's use it. So to use it, we'll type python 3 main.py email, and let's say mark@gmail.com. I'm using a random email address, and it is showcasing me that target wasn't found. Okay, so now I've typed a random email address rahuljoshi@gmail.com. So it has shown me that we have authenticated. I've got the profile picture of that particular person. We got nothing over here. That's not a problem. And we got its Google ID, and we got a profile page. Let's see. So we don't get anything related to him, but you got my point. So if you have a target Gmail address, it can find a hell lot of information. I have used in the past, and it have given me information like reviews, calendar data, maps data, where the person have been, and their photos and whatnot. So you can have this in your arsenal, and you won't surely disappoint. On that note, I will conclude this section. I hope you have understood the techniques we can use to find email addresses, verify them, and then perform OSINT on them. So I'll conclude this one, and we'll see you in the next one. This is one of the most exciting section of this module. In the last section, we looked into ways of finding potential email addresses related to our target. Now that we have those in our hands, we can search them in leaked databases. Whenever a website or company is breached, then the data containing usernames, passwords, phone numbers, and whatnot get dumped on the dark web. This data is very useful to the scammers who try to scam you on the call claiming to be our bank employee, but it is very helpful to us also as a penetration tester. See, people most of the time uses the same password for most of their online accounts. If we get hold on any of one of their password from the data breaches, we can get an initial access very easily into one of their account. This is called credential stuffing. We will look into this technique later in the course, but for now let's focus on hunting the breach credentials. We will start off by checking if our target email address is in some kind of a breach or not. So for that I have my first website, that is Have I Been Pwned, and it is a really great website. So if I type, let's say, dipinder.goyal@zomato.com, let's see if it is in some kind of a breach, and it is showing it is pwned. So it is showing pwned in 6 data breaches. So the data breach it is in is Apollo breach of 2018. Then we have a Whois breach from 2020, IAM jobs data enrichment exposure from PDL customer, that is from 2019, IAM jobs from 2018, LinkedIn scraped and fake data from 2023, it was a spam list, and we got a LinkedIn scrape data from 2021. Let's try another email address, info@zomato.com, that we know, and it is showing that it's been breached in it is showcasing in 11 data breaches and 1 paste. So Apollo we have, Conway we have, data enrichment exposure we have, IAM jobs we have, Domino's India. So that means they were using this particular email address in Domino's India's website. We have India Mart from 2021, we have IntelliMost, we have MSpy. That is something interesting because it is a monitoring software, or you can say a spy software that is used to spy on Android and iPhones. And then we have online spam bot, then Rentomojo, and at last we have Zomato. So this was the data breach I was referring to in the previous section. So in May 2017, the restaurant guide website Zomato was hacked, resulting in the exposure of almost 17 million accounts. The data was consequently redistributed online and contains email addresses, usernames, and salted MD5 hashes of passwords. So this was the data breach. So if we get hold on one of the data breaches over here, we can get the credentials of Zomato employees. Let's see where we can find them. So the first website we have is Dehased. So Dehased is a website that consists of all these compromising assets. So it contains various we can search for various emails, the usernames, IP, name, address, phone number. We can search using that, and if I check its pricing, so it is affordable. So it is almost $6 or $5.5. You can get a week access, and you can get the real-time asset monitoring and all the unlimited asset searches you can have with it. Let's try to search something. Let's try, I'll select email, and let's try info@zomato.com. So it is asking me to sign in. Okay, so I've created a dummy account, and let's see if we get results now. So info@zomato.com, and it is showcasing me that it have found 2 results. So data available but hidden, so we need an active subscription for that. Data available but hidden, source from Zomato data and source for COVID data. So whatever we had here, so we got we know that the particular email address is in this particular data breach and the Zomato breach. So we got the result from both of these data breaches. So that's great. But we need an active subscription for that. If you want to try it out, it is $5. You can try it, and in my opinion it is worth it. Okay, so the next we have vleak info. So I have created a dummy account in this too, and let's search for our target domain. So info@zomato.com, and if I hit search, it is saying me that you don't have any package. So if I click on buy package, let's see. So if we look into the pricing, we get a trial version of for 48 hours for about $5, and for 1 week access we need to pay $10. So as compared to dehashed, it is a quite pricey. So I will go with dehashed, but this is another option. Next we have breachdirectory.org. So if we type info@zomato.com here, let's see what it will show us. It is showcasing me that zero password found. That's fine, but we can keep this as an option also. Next we have ashley.cynic.al. So it is not working right now, but this is also another website that you can use. It is related to Ashley Madison hack. So Ashley Madison was a kind of dating website that married people uses, and it got hacked back in 2015. Okay, so the next website is LeakPeek. I've created a free account, dummy account over here, and let's see if I can search for the particular email address, info@zomato.com. So if I hit search, okay, so we did get some results over here. So we got from Whois and Zomato again, and to get the result, we had to, I think, purchase their subscriptions. So if we go to pricing, let's say check their pricing. But we got a phone number, a hash in Zomato database, a name and an address. That's great. And same with the Whois database. So the pricing is $2 for 24-hour access. 7-day access, it's $4, so it's cheaper than dehashed. And then we got $10 for 4 weeks access. So it's great if you want to try it out. So next we have leak check. So if we try to search for it, it is not letting me. So you can register with a dummy account. If you look at their plans, so they have a $3 per day plan for 15 email lookups. Then we have a monthly plan of $10 and 200 email or usernames per day. So that's great. And then we got a lifetime plan for $70. Then we can search for 400 emails per day. That is also great. So you can check them out also. Next we have PWD query. So if I type info@zomato.com, okay, so it has not written anything, but you can check if your password has been compromised from a data leak using the PWD query. Let's try another email address. Let's say test@gmail.com if it gives us anything. Again, we got a query error. I don't know if it's my internet connection or something, but this is one of the website you can also check out. Now we have Intelligence X or IntelX. We have already made our account for that, if you remember, for phonebook.cz. So if I type our email address over here, info@zomato.com, let's see. Okay, so it is showcasing us a lot of data. So we got in India Mart, we got newsleads.sql, know your customer, Google Play Store database. So we got a lot of data over here, but for that also we have to pay some price. So we have to buy their subscription. But you got my point. We got a lot of data here. Okay, so the last website we have is Leak Lookup, and I have logged in using a dummy account over here. So it has over 4,000 breaches, and let's see if we can search. So we can either search with an email or username. We are searching by an email. So info@zomato.com, and let's hit search. Alright, so it is showcasing me all the breaches that this particular email address is in. So we have android.com, brandspot.co.in, we got India Mart here, we got Zomato over here. So one record, 3 columns. That's great. But if we open it up, we have to unlock it by paying for a subscription. So this is another website that you can rely on. Okay, so now that we have looked into some of the online tools that we can use for hunting breach credentials. Now I have a very great tool, that's Hatemail, you can say that, and it is used for password breach hunting. So Hatemail is an email OSINT and breach hunting tool that uses different breach and reconnaissance services or local breaches such as collection one to hunt for the breach credentials. So it uses all these services that we have looked into: Have I Been Pwned, Hunter.io, Snusbase, Leak Lookup, Email Wrap. It uses Dehashed. It uses Intellect. So if we get APIs of all of these, we can use them in conjunction with this particular tool. But we can also use it with a local database. So if we have a credential dump, local credential dump, if I have a downloaded databases of breach credential, we can use it too. I do have one with me, so I got this breach compilation one. It is an old data breach, so it contains, I think it is before 2014 or 2015. So I have not copied the whole databases. It is 15.3 GB, but if I show you the whole database, it is over 40 GB. So it is 41.1 GB. So I have not copied the whole in my VM due to space issue, but this will work just fine. Now coming back to the Hatemail, we can install it either using the pip command. So pip3 install h8mail, or you can use sudo apt install h8mail. So it is showcasing me that h8mail is already installed in my Kali. So to use it, I can use h8mail, and then I can specify the domain name info@zomato.com, and then I can specify the local data breach that I have. So it is in my desktop, and then the breach compilation. So if I hit enter, it will search for the target email address in all the files in my data breach that I have. Okay, so it is done searching, and it is showcasing me that not compromised because I don't have the latest data breaches. But let's try with another email address. I'll use test@gmail.com. Let's try with this, and let's see if we found something. Okay, so I've cancelled the whole search, but within 8 seconds, I have found all these email address that contain the string test. So Tuesday's late test@gmail.com, and we got someone's email address over here. I won't encourage their use in any way, but you got my point. You can use the local DOM also to find out the email addresses, but if you have the API keys of these particular services, you can get a hell lot of latest information with just one tool. You can use this tool to find to use their API keys to find breach credential very easily. So we get a lot of password here in just 8 seconds. 91 elements in just 8 seconds. If I let it run for the whole database, it might contain, I think, more than thousands or even more than that. On that note, I will conclude this section. I hope you have understand the importance of the breach credentials, and I will see you in the next section where we will be hunting for the subdomains. In this section, we will explore how we can hunt and discover subdomains of our target. If you remember, in the identifying our target section, we talked about subdomains. Those of you who don't know what subdomains are, I'll try to explain in most simple terms. Subdomains are like separate rooms or sections within a main website or domain. Just like a house has different rooms for different purposes like bedroom, kitchen, living room, etc., a website can have subdomains to organize different areas or functions. To explain this with an example, let's say the main website is zomato.com. This is like the main entrance or living room of the website. Now the website owner may want to have a separate section for their blog, online store, or support center. Instead of cramming everything into the main website, they can create blog.zomato.com for the blog section, store.zomato.com for the online store, and support.zomato.com for customer support. In information gathering phase, subdomains can reveal a wealth of information about an organization's infrastructure, services, and internal operations. By identifying subdomains, we can uncover forgotten or misconfigured assets, potential entry points for further reconnaissance, and even undiscovered vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Let's look into the first tool we have, that is from pentesttool.com. So we can use our target domain here, that is zomato.com, and if we hit start scan, it will scan for all the subdomains. So I'm using a light scan over here. There are also a deep scan. So let's see what light scan find for us. Okay, so the scan has been completed and it have found 90 subdomains for us. That's great. So we got all these subdomains related to zomato.com. So we got chat.zomato.com, we got cc.zomato.com, send.zomato.com, maps.zomato.com. So what we will do, we will copy all this in a text file and we'll save it for our further analysis. Next we have subdomain finder. So this is the website subdomainfinder.c99.nl. So if we type zomato.com here and hit scan, it will scan for the subdomains. Okay, so it have found 35 subdomains for us and their IP address, and 19 subdomains that it have found, but it wasn't able to find their IP address. That's not a problem. So we will also save all of these to our email subdomain list. Okay, now we will come to some command line tools, and the first tool we have is the harvester. We have already seen the harvester in our email discovery section. So we'll type the harvester -d for zomato.com and -l for the results. So we'll type 500 and let's give it the sources, all sources. So I'll let it run, and once it finishes, we'll review the results. Okay, so it is done with the gathering process, and we can see here we got a lot of data, a lot of subdomains we have found. So we have found total of 421 subdomains. So we'll copy all of these and we'll save it to our text file, and we'll move to our next tool. Okay, so the next tool we have is Subfinder. So it is Subfinder, and it is also a great subdomain discovery tool that discovers subdomains for website by using passive online sources. So it is all passive reconnaissance we are doing over here. To install Subfinder, you can use sudo apt install Subfinder, and it will show me that Subfinder is already installed. So let's use it. So I'll type Subfinder -d for domain, and I'll type the domain name zomato.com. Now it has started its process. So I'll let it collect all the subdomains and we will then review the results. Okay, so we got the results really quick. We got in 20 seconds and we got a total of 107 subdomains. So that's great. So we will also save them in a text file, and we'll move to our next tool. The next tool we have is Sublister. So if I type Sublister -h, it will display the help for that particular tool. So if you want to install Sublister, you can use sudo apt install Sublister like we did with the Subfinder. To use it, we will type Sublister and then again -d for domain and then zomato.com. So it is searching all these websites, and let's see what it found out. Okay, so it is done with the processing, and we have found 39 unique subdomains. So we will copy all of these and we'll save it in our text file. Alright, So from passive subdomain enumeration, we are moving to subdomain brute forcing. So in subdomain brute forcing, we take a word list of potential subdomains and try to find out subdomains based on that by checking every possible subdomain. Let's say blog.zomato.com, then we will try api.zomato.com, admin.zomato.com, and so on. So the tool to perform subdomain brute forcing we have is Pure DNS. So Pure DNS is a fast domain resolver and subdomain brute forcing tool that can accurately filter out wildcard subdomains and DNS poisoned entries. So it uses Mass DNS, a powerful stub DNS resolver, to perform bulk lookups. With the proper bandwidth and a good list of public resolvers, it can resolve millions of queries in just a few minutes. But unfortunately, the results from Mass DNS are only as good as the answers provided by the public resolvers. The results are often polluted by wrong DNS answers and false positives from wildcard subdomains. So it requires a resolver.txt file to perform subdomain brute forcing. So we have one here. It is from trickiest resolvers.txt. So this is the file. I will Control A and I will save it on my desktop. So I'll give it a name, save as resolvers.txt, and let's save it on my desktop. Alright, so to install it, we will go to this particular installation process. So we have a go method also, but we can download its binary from here. So this is the Linux one. I've already downloaded it and extracted it. So to extract it, you just have to right click and extract here, and you got this Pure DNS binary. Now we will interact with it. Okay, so before running that, we also need Mass DNS for our machine. So this is the GitHub repository of Mass DNS. So if I git clone it, let's git clone it here only. So git clone Mass DNS. So I will go to the Mass DNS folder, and now I got a make file over here. So let's install it. Sudo make install. I'll provide my Kali password. Make. Now if I try sudo make install, so let's locate which Mass DNS. So I got the Mass DNS installed. That's great. Now if I move back and hit Pure DNS, and then if I provide the argument brute force, then let's provide the word list we are using. So user share word list, sect list, discovery DNS, subdomain top, I'll use the 100,000 one, and then our target domain name, that is zomato.com. So it is unable to load public resolvers. No problem with that. We have our resolvers list. So I've got in desktop resolvers.txt. So I was using these resolvers.txt, but Pure DNS was throwing me an error that it was not able to resolve the subdomains using these particular resolvers. So I have used this particular list, resolvers trusted.txt, and now I'm getting the results over here. So the scan has been started. It has already done with 54,778 subdomains, and it is going smooth. So let's see what we find out. And by the way, I have specified the target as del.com. Okay, so we've got the results, and it have found no valid subdomains remaining. So as per this, they have not found anything. That's odd, but you got my point. So it depends on the word list also. So what word list we are using? I have used this subdomains top 1 million word list. You can find different word list on internet for DNS or subdomain DNS brute forcing. So let's get back to the command. So I have used // to execute the pure DNS binary. Then I've specified the brute force command. Then I've provided the word list that I've used. So this was the word list I've used, subdomains top 1,110,000.txt. Then I've specified the domain name, that is our target domain name. Then I've specified the resolvers.txt file that I'm using. So it have not found anything for me, but it have found a great amount of information for me in the past. So you can try with different subdomains and different domains and word list and see if you get anything. Okay, so another tool we have is wfuzz, so which is a web fuzzer, and you can use it to fuzz anything related to websites. So we'll use it for subdomains as of now. So if I type wfuzz-u to specify the URL, so our target URL is zomato.com, then I'll provide the h header for host. So host will type fuzz zomato.com. Now this first parameter is replaced by the contents of our word list. So blog.zomato.com, admin.zomato.com. So this will replace by this first parameter. So wherever we want to fuzz anything, we just have to provide this first parameter and the word list, and wfuzz will replace the content of the word list with this first parameter. So if we use like blog.zomato.com, so the fuzz is replaced by blog and .zomato.com will be used. So I hope you understood now how it works. Let's provide the word list. So we'll provide user share word list sec list discovery DNS, and let's use subdomains top 5,000. And if I type the status code, let's try 200 and 301 only. If I hit enter, let's see what we get. Okay, so it is done with the processing, but surprisingly it didn't give us any result back. We can tailor the command more with some other filters, but this particular tool, if you are on an internal network and you got access to the target domain and you are on an internal network and you want to brute force for internal subdomains, this is the best tool you can have. I have found internal subdomains with it like very easily, and it works like a charm. But right now we are working on a public domain, that is zomato.com, and it haven't got us anything. Okay, so the last tool we have for subdomain brute forcing is NocPy. So NocPy is another great tool that we can use to perform subdomain brute forcing. So to perform subdomain brute forcing, I'll use the command NocPy, and then I'll give the brute force flag, then -d for the domain, that is zomato.com, and then we'll have to provide a word list. So let's provide it a word list, user share sec list discovery DNS subdomains top, let's use the 5,001 only, and let's see. So it is processing. Once it is done, we will review the results. Okay, so it is done with the processing, and we've got 0 domains also here. I think it is related to something with the word list or the resolver the particular tool is using. But you got the idea of the subdomain brute forcing. We provide a word list of potential subdomains, and the tool will try to brute force its way to find out a valid subdomains, and if it gets something, it will list out in the results. Moving on, we have another great website, that is crt.sh. Now this uses a very different approach to find out the subdomains of a website. It uses a website SSL certificates and use it to find other hosts that are related to it. So if I type zomato.com and hit search, look at this. So I've got a bunch of data over here. So all these domains are related to subdomains are related to zomato.com. So you got a bunch of data here. We can easily save it in a text file and can use it later. At last, we have a website that we can use to check for potential subdomain takeovers. So subdomain takeover is a security vulnerability that occurs when a subdomain of a website points to a service or resource that is no longer in use or controlled by the website owner. Let's say Zomato created a subdomain blog.zomato.com and points it to github.com for hosting. But after some time they deleted the GitHub website but forgot to delete the subdomain. In that case, I can create a GitHub account with the same name that was using to host the Zomato blogging website, and as the subdomain blog.zomato.com is still pointing to that GitHub page, I eventually get control of it. So now I can do anything with it, like use it for phishing or host malware on it. So I've got this particular website to check for subdomain takeover. So it is from Google. So you got this URL toolbox.googleapps.com/app/dick and #cname. So if I type zomato.com here, so it is showcasing me that record not found. Let's say blog.zomato.com. So we got a entry in the cname, the target.hkey.net. So if there is no organization or authority in the cname, then we have a potential subdomain takeover. So we can use that. So we are looking for the cname. If there is nothing here, we got a potential subdomain takeover. So on that note, I will also conclude this section. I hope you have understand how we can hunt for subdomains using different techniques like passive reconnaissance and subdomain brute forcing. And we also looked into a great website that is crt.ss that uses SSL to find subdomains. And at last, we looked into subdomain takeovers. So I hope you understand all of these. On that note, I will wrap this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into some open source code reconnaissance. Open source code reconnaissance involves searching for and analyzing publicly available source code, configuration files, and other artifacts related to the target organization or its products and services. This technique can provide insights into the technologies, frameworks, and library used by the target, as well as potential security flaws or misconfiguration. We can use open source repos like GitHub, GitHub Gist, GitLab, and SourceForge to reveal some sensitive information. Okay, let's perform some enumeration using GitHub search. So I'm on github.com and this is the GitHub search. And if I type here owner Zomato, I'll get the repositories related to Zomato. So we got 48 repositories over here, and we can look into one by one. So we got Android filters, some DR charts, Winifera, a monitoring tool finding internal leaks belonging to your organization. That's okay, but let's see this Android filter one. We also got people over here. So we can also enumerate employee names from here. So we got Tausif, we got Pradeep Khilari, we got Shubhank and Shubham Gupta. So he's a data platform engineer and open source enthusiast. And here is his Heroku profile. I'm not sure if he's a Zomato employee or not, or if he has just contributed to the Zomato source code. But let's look at this particular. So it is something related to photo filters. I don't know why Zomato has developed this particular kind of application, but you can find out a lot of information in these open source projects. So sometimes what happens is that while pushing the code, developers forget to remove the hard-coded credentials or API keys from it. So if we get something juicy like this, then that is no less than a lottery then. We can use these credentials later at our exploitation phase of penetration test, giving us an easy access to the target environment. So these open source repositories provides a hell lot of information. So you better do this, or you can also type like users, path users. So there are different flags you can search, but I don't find anything related to that, but that's not a problem. But this is another flag that you can use. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into security headers and SSL TLS testing of our target website. The first question is, what are security headers? Security headers are HTTP response headers that provides an additional layer of protection against various web application vulnerabilities and attacks. These headers can mitigate risks such as cross-site scripting, clickjacking, and content sniffing. By analyzing the security headers implemented by a target website, we can gain insights into the organization's security posture and identify potential weaknesses or misconfiguration. On the other hand, we have SSL and TLS testing. So secure socket layer SSL and transport layer security TLS are cryptographic protocols that establish secure connections between web browsers and servers. These protocols ensure the confidentiality and integrity of data transmitted over the internet, protecting against eavesdropping, tampering, and man-in-the-middle attacks. We have already discussed in detail. SSL and TLS are just the protocol used for HTTPS that we know. SSL or TLS testing involves assessing the strength and configuration of the target website SSL TLS implementation. This includes evaluating the cipher suites, protocol versions, certificate validity, and other related settings. Identifying vulnerabilities or weaknesses in SSL TLS configuration can expose the target to various attacks, such as downgrade attacks, Poodle, and Beast, potentially compromising the confidentiality and integrity of the transmitted data. Enough of the theory now. Now let's get our hands dirty. So the first website I have is securityheaders.com. So if I type zomato.com here and hit scan, let's see what we find out. Okay, so we got a security report summary and it has given it a score of A. So we've got the headers, content security policies, and X content type option, and strict transport security X frame options. These are the headers we have found. What we have not found is referrer policy and permission policies. So it has given us some warnings, and regarding refer policy and permission policy we can read here. So we got a good amount of information. So we can test our target website security, and if it is not using HTTPS or a weak version or some headers, some important headers are not included, it will show in this particular report summary. Next website we have is SSL Lab from Qualys. So if I type zomato.com here and hit submit, so there are two web servers over here. Let's click on one of them and let's see. So we'll let it complete. It is 37% now, and once it is complete, we'll review the whole results. Okay, so it is done with its analysis and it has given an overall rating of B. So we got a green here, 100% here at certificate, but in protocol support we got I think 70. Then in key exchange and cipher strength we got approx 90. So we got a lot of information over here, and if we click on expand, so it has given us related to various platforms also. So we got information about some weak ciphers it is using, and the handshake simulation it has done. So some weak ciphers here too. So overall we got a lot of information from both of these websites. So we got an A from here. It does give us some missing headers related information, but this is more comprehensive than the previous one. So you can use both the website to test the SSL security headers. Now we will move to some command line tools to perform some enumeration. So we have two command line tools. One is SSL scan. So we'll type SSL scan and then the domain name, that is zomato.com, and it will start analyzing all vulnerabilities and cipher suites. And once it is done, we'll review the result. Okay, so it was quick, and so we got TLS 1.2 enabled and TLS 1.1 enabled. That should not, it is yellow, it is a warning symbol. Then we have some, it checked for heartbeat vulnerability, so it was not vulnerable to heartbleed. That's okay. And then we have some supported cipher suites. So we got some weak supported, the preferred one are here, but some accepted one here, and but the preferred one here. And then we have server key exchange group and some SSL certificate related information. So we got a good brief about our target SSL and TLS testing. So that's great. Let's look into another tool, that is test SSL, and we have to provide the domain name. So test SSL, and we have provided the domain name. So it has now started its analysis. It will take some time. Once it is done, we will review the results. Okay, so it is done with its analysis and we got a lot of data over here. Let's go through it one by one. So first is test for some protocols like SSL. It does not offer v3. It does not. It offers TLS and TLS 1.1. Both are deprecated as per our tool. And for cipher categories, it is using obsoleted CBC ciphers that is offered. Okay, then it does a test for server cipher preferences. So we got nothing here. Then it testing robust forward secrecy. We got a hit here. We have to look into it. Then we got testing server defaults. OCSP stapling is not offered. Okay. And look at this. So testing for vulnerabilities, it tests it for heartbleed, not vulnerable, CCS, not vulnerable, ticket bleed, not vulnerable, robot, not vulnerable, secure renegotiation supported, okay, secure client initiated negotiation, not vulnerable, crime TLS, not vulnerable, breach, not vulnerable, poodle, it's not vulnerable, TLS fallback, the check failed, no problem, sweet 32 not vulnerable, freak not vulnerable, drown not vulnerable, but logjam not vulnerable, but beast, it is a 2011 vulnerability and it is showing in TLS1 that it is vulnerable, but it also supports higher protocols TLS 1.1, so likely mitigated. So we can test for this particular vulnerability over here. That's the beauty of this tool. So we got a potential vulnerability over here. Then we got lucky 13. It is a 2013 vulnerability and it is potentially vulnerable, uses cipher blockchaining CBC because it is using CBC ciphers. It was using CBC ciphers. Yeah, it was using obsolete CBC cipher that's make it vulnerable to this particular vulnerability. Others are not vulnerable. That's great. So we again get some more information, regarding the certificates, and overall we got a lot of information over here. We have to test for these beast and lucky 13 vulnerability. If it found to be vulnerable with that, we have an easy win over here just with a simple scan. At last we will look into cipher suite. So this is a website that we can use to check information about the cipher and their strength. So let's see the CBC. So we have typed CBC and let's check for it. So we can check its strength, if it's vulnerable, and other related information regarding cipher suites, and we can find information about vulnerabilities also in this particular portal. So it is showcasing TLS. So whatever cipher we found here and in these tools, we can check their strength in cyphersuite.info. So let's open up the first one only, and it is showcasing us that it is a weak, so it has its name and other related details. So you can check out this particular website too. It is a cool website. You can search with the cipher, algorithm, RFC or vulnerability. It will show you the details regarding that. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into banner grabbing to get some initial insights into the target software and protocols, and then we will see if there is a firewall in place or not, because this information will be very crucial for our scanning phase. Let's start with banner grabbing. In simple terms, when you connect to a website, server or any network service, it often displays a banner or welcome message that provides details about the software or operating system running on that system, including its name and version number. Banner grabbing involves capturing and analyzing this banner information. So if you are in an internal network, you can use Dimitri for that. So it will use PB for ports scan and B for grabbing the banner, and then you can provide either the host name or IP address. So if I type zomato.com, it won't give me anything crucial because I have not seen it giving anything on the public website, but it works like a charm on internal servers and machines. We'll next see the curl command. So we can easily use the curl command. Let's say zomato.com, and with the verbose flag, we can grab the HTTP header using it. So I've got some information over here. So it is connected to zomato.com at 54.179.142.133 at port 443. And there is some handshake that has been taken place, and after that it has given me a 301 moved permanently status code and the page content. So we can get the page content if we are using some other website. If there is a HTTP website, we can get a whole lot of more content, but for this particular we only get this one. Now the banner grabbing which we have performed might comes under the active reconnaissance phase also. So it is not 100% passive technique, as we are connecting with the target in some way or another. Moving on, let's perform firewall detection. We will use WebWoof tool for this. So there is an awesome tool called WebWoof. I know the name is funny. So this is the tool. So we just have to provide the target website URL to it. So let's do that. WebWoof and https zomato.com. So it is checking zomato.com, and the site is behind Kona Site Finder, that is from Akamai Web Application Firewall. So WebWoof have concluded that this particular website is behind Kona Site Defender web application firewall, and which is from Akamai. So we know that it is using Akamai Ghost web servers and Akamai CDN, and to know the particular firewall name, this is very crucial while we are performing any attack in our later phases. So on that note, I will conclude this section. I hope you understood what is banner grabbing and how we can detect firewalls with WebWoof. And on that note, I will wrap it up, and we'll see you in the next one. In today's digital landscape, many websites and online services leverage the power of content delivery networks or CDNs and reverse proxy services like Cloudflare to enhance performance, security, and reliability. While these services provide numerous benefits, they can also obfuscate the true IP address of the underlying web servers, making it challenging for hackers like us to conduct effective reconnaissance. Cloudflare in particular is a widely adopted service that acts as a reverse proxy, shielding the actual IP address of web servers from public view. This can pose a significant obstacle during the reconnaissance phase of a penetration testing engagement, as identifying the real IP address is crucial for mapping the attack surface and planning subsequent phases of the assessment. During this section, we will explore how we can find the real IP address behind Cloudflare protection. So let's get started. For this demonstration, I will take patreon.com as target, as I already knew it uses Cloudflare. So to find the IP address behind Cloudflare, we will use this particular tool. So it is Cloudflare. So Cloudflare is a tactical reconnaissance tool which aims to gather enough information about a target protected by Cloudflare. So let's install it. So I'll copy the URL from here. I've changed my directory to desktop. I'll type git clone and then the URL, and it is now downloading on my system. Okay, so it is done downloading. Let's change the directory to cloudfail. We got cloudfail.py here, and we got a requirement.txt file. Let's view the requirement.txt file. So let's install the requirement pip3 install -r requirements.txt, and it will install whatever required package. Now let's use Cloudflare to detect the IP address of patreon.com that is behind Cloudflare. But let's first confirm that it is using Cloudflare or not. So if I hit patreon.com, let's see. So we got first the verify you are a human message from Cloudflare also. That is the one sign we got. And another one, we can get information from our webalizer. So the CDN is Cloudflare. Nice. So coming back to my terminal, I'll type python3 cloudfail.py -t for target, and then we will specify the domain name. So it's patreon.com. Let's see. Okay, so we got a bunch of data here, and we do have a potential IP address that belongs to patreon.com. So now the Cloudflare is also looking for its subdomains that we don't want in this particular section. So I will cancel it, but we do get their potential IP address. So we can use this particular tool cloudflare.com. It will use the CrimeFlare database and will get the IP address behind the Cloudflare protection. So I hope you get this section, and on that note I will conclude this one, and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will be looking into some specialized search engines. While traditional search engines like Google and Bing are invaluable resources, specialized search engines like Shodan, Zoom-I, and Census offer a unique advantage in the realm of cybersecurity reconnaissance. So in simple terms, these search engines act like a specialized version of Google, but instead of searching for website, they search for and catalog internet-connected devices and systems. They provide detailed information about these devices, including their IP addresses, software versions, open ports, and potential vulnerabilities. We'll start off with Shodan, which is also called the hacker search engine. So I have logged in with a dummy account, and if I type here, let's say zomato.com. Let's see what we find out. So it is showcasing me that it has only we have specified zomato.com, so it is only showcasing me a blog website and a website that is based on India, Mumbai. So if I use filter organization Zomato, let's see what assets we find. So we got 2 results, and one port is for SNMP. That's really great information because SNMP can provide a lot of information regarding the routers and other internet connected devices. The ISP is Bharti Airtel over here, and the other one is 541. And if we only type Zomato over here, let's see what we get. So okay, so we got a lot of results now. So we got a total of 23 results. The open ports we have on 8090 we have 11, and 443 we have 10, and 7 on 70 we have 1 and 1161. Top technologies, Akamai technologies, we have got 10 results. And based on country, we got 12 results from India, 10 from United States, and 1 from Canada. So we got a lot of information over here. Router OS router configuration page. So it is some kind of a router page that has been exposed from Zomato. So if we try to find out more information about it, we can see the headers and a lot of information. I will not be interacting with any of these particular ports and services that are open here, because I'm not sure if I might reveal something sensitive unintentionally. So we got a lot of filter over here. Let's see, I want to find out devices, let's say Windows devices in city New York. So New York has NY, and let's say not in city, let's say in country. So I got country in India, country IN, and let's say Windows. So let's find out if how many Windows devices are in India. So it is showcasing me 146,420 results, some of which we can see here in the screenshot that have like direct access. So this is RDP access, I think, on a Windows 2012 R2 server. So we can interact with it, but we won't, and you should also not. So we got RDP open 68,289 RDP ports open. WinRM we have 33,501. MS SQL server that are exposed are 3,000, and Windows Server 2022 we got 41,000 results. Let's see Windows XP in India. If we have we still got 310 results. So Windows XP is still relevant in India, and some of these are from Linode. So people might have hosted them. They are on Amazon Data Services, but we are not looking for these cloud solutions ones, because these are from like people that have hosted on, either they are honeypot, or we will not interact with it. We are looking for organizations related to it. So we got cities here. We can also look for cities also. So if I'm typing country India and let's say city, I want to find out in, let's say, Mumbai, and let's say I want to find out all the WordPress. So if I got anything related to WordPress, let's see. Okay, so it did give me something, but I'm not sure if any one of these are hosting WordPress. Let's see Windows, if we get Windows again. Okay, so we do get some Windows over here. So we got Windows Server 2022, Windows some build number, Windows Server 2019. So you got my point. You can search with country using the country country filter. You can use the city filter. Then we have a geo. You can find out the coordinate. You can pass coordinates to it and find out particular machines or at that particular place. Then we have host name. So you can find and match host name. So host name you can provide like zomato.com or let's say dell.com. So I provided a host name dell.com. Let's see what we find out. So we got 6,490 results for dell.com. Next we have net. So if I have IP address, I can use it also, or an IP address range, or like in the CDR notation. Then we can search for OS. I've already looked into it, but let's say Windows, how many Windows 11 are exposed over the internet. Let's see that. All right, we got 131,634 results. 29,000 are from United States, some of 8,000 something are from China, then we have got Korea, then Germany, and then India. So look at this particular thing. I think we got an RDP, remote desktop protocol port opened up, and we can interact with it. Though we won't, again I'm telling you, don't interact with any machine on the internet without permission. You might get into trouble. Next we can look for particular ports. Let's see how many RDP ports. So RDP works on 3389. Let's see how many RDP ports are open all around the world. All right, so we got the result. It is 4,755,726 results. and out of those 1 millions are from China and 1 million are from United States. So that's really concerning. Then we got organization. So we can type organization, let's say Paytm. Paytm is another big organization in India. So we got 27 results for Paytm. So we got the top ports over here. We got top organizations, Paytm Payments Bank Limited, and the top product. So it is using Nginx servers, Jetty it is using, and something related to Wowza streaming engine. I'm not sure what it is. Now, if you have a banner or a hash, you can use that also. You can specify MD5 hash or a banner over here, and you can search for that. Then you have title. Let's see how many website do we have that has a title of best restaurant. Best restaurant. Let's see that. So we only got 32 results over here, 13 from United States and 4 from India. So do we have Zomato over in that? I don't think so. Taste of India, best restaurant in Manali. Okay, let's filter out the India one. We only got 4. So we got Taste of India, we got best restaurant reservation. We don't find Zomato over here. That's not a problem. We can also check for using SSL. So we can type SSL and then the domain name, that is zomato.com. Okay, so we got 76 results and 30 are from India, 23 are from US. Then we got Singapore, Netherlands, and most of them are 443 ports. So I have found out, I think the websites related to zomato.com domain that are using a particular SSL certificate, we have used crt.sh to find out the subdomains of that particular domain using this particular technique. So you got my point. One thing I want to also tell you that Shodan also has a Firefox browser extension that can come in handy while we are performing enumeration on the website. So we can go to add-ons and themes, and if we search Shodan, hit enter, and this is the one. So add it to Firefox, click on add, press OK, and we will pin into toolbar. And let's see, if I go to any website, let's say zomato.com only, it is displaying information on the real time. So we don't have to visit shodan.io. We can use the browser extension to view the details. So we can view IP details and it will redirect us to Shodan with further information. So we can look at all the information over here, Akamai technologies and all that. So this is a great tool. So we can look into open ports. It will show open ports as we are browsing the website. Just go here, look for open ports, look for the host names it have found or the website it is linking to. And that's all for the Shodan. Let's move on to the other website. So next we have Zoomeye. So it is similar like Shodan but with some additional features, like it allows us to search for specific devices, services or vulnerabilities, and it provides information about the technologies and product used by the index devices. So I've logged in using a dummy account over here also. So let's type Zomato and let's see what it gives us. Okay, so it have found out around 800,000 results regarding Zomato, but I'm not sure if yummydefense.com is related to Zomato. Maybe they are. We have to find out that. But you got my point. You can use this particular tool, and this is a great tool, by the way. Let's see the report. So we got the devices here. Country like it is like Shodan. You can use it like Shodan also, but you can search for specific vulnerabilities also. So this is another great tool you can have in your arsenal. and I really like it. So it does give a lot of other devices information like IoT devices and sometimes planes or ship information. So it is like a great tool. Okay, so the third one is Census. This is also similar like the previous one. However, it focuses more on the security aspects, providing information about known vulnerabilities, SSL certificates, and potential security risks. It is valuable for monitoring and securing devices and online services as well as identifying potential attack vectors. So I'll give it a host zomato.com, and let's see what we find out. So that find out location, we can filter out using the services or ports or software vendors we can have. Let's open this one, what information it provides us. So we got a basic information, reverse DNS it has done for us. We got a unknown 443 TCP port. It has a fingerprint certificate fingerprint it has done, and have you can go to the history tab. It is asking me to log in. That's all right. If I click on Whois, it is again asking me to log in. No problem with that. You can log in with a free account over here and just use this particular service also. So all three services, either it is Shodan or Census or Zoomai, all three services are great if you are finding a entry point on the organization, or if you are getting an initial foothold on any one of the assets that are exposed on the internet. But make sure you won't interact with anything that you don't have permission with, because these tools gives too much information and too much access on just a single click. So you have to be responsible with these tools because they are very, very powerful. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into carbon dating recon techniques to find the age of a blog or a website. For this, we have a tool called Carbon 14. So Carbon 14 is an OSINT tool for estimating when a web page was written. So while performing digital forensics or OSINT, it might be crucial to determine when a certain blog post has been written. Common CMSs easily permit to change the display date of content, affecting both website and RSS feeds. Moreover, the dynamic nature of the most web pages does not allow investigators to use the last modified HTTP header. So we will use this particular tool, Carbon 14. Let's download it on our system. So I'll change my directory to desktop and we'll use git clone. So it has been cloned to our system. Let's go to the Carbon 14 directory and we have carbon14.py here. So we will use it on Zomato's blog website. Let's say that is blog.zomato.com. So let's get this particular post, and if we get, let's copy the URL, and to use Carbon 14 we will type python 3 carbon14.py and then we will provide the URL, post URL. Okay, so let's view the requirement first. Let's install all the requirements. Now if we use our command python 3 carbon14.py and the host URL, so it is done with its analysis and it has given us some information over some general information. So the page URL was this that we provided. The page title was Diversity Dialogue Second, building an inclusive fleet insight from Zomato's equitable action for livelihood. Analysis started at this particular time and ended at this particular time. Then we have some HTTP header related to page. We got some external images that we can check out. We got all the images over here along with their timestamp. So this is what I was talking about. So the image was uploaded on 12th of June 2023 at this particular time. So we can find out these particular things using this tool. So it can be mostly used with the blogs. So with this technique, we are able to find out the actual age and time where a particular post is published. This type of technique is more useful for online investigators and journalists who are tracking a particular website and its activities. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into the enumeration of our target Android apps. Suppose our target has an Android app published in the Google Play Store or App Store. To enumerate it for known vulnerabilities, required permissions, and overall assets in use, we will use this specialized search engine called bvigil. It's like Shodan but for mobile apps. So from the starting of this section, we have taken our target as Zomato, so we will stick on to it. Let's see what the app holds. So I'll type Zomato, and if I hit search, so it is showcasing me various apps related to Zomato. So we have Zomato food delivery and dining app. It has 0.1 million plus downloads, and the security rating is 7.2, that is average. We also got is package named com.application.zomato. Then we have Zomato ordered food delivery, another food delivery app. I think these are for the riders. But then we have Zomato delivery partner. Then we have food coupons for Zomato, Zomato Portugal, Zomato dining partner, and then we have Booklight, sushi design system, and something like that. So we'll look into the main Zomato app, that is food delivery and dining. So if I click on view report, by the way, I have logged into this particular website using my dummy Gmail account, so you can do that too if you want to find out more information. So looking at the report, we have 7.2 security rating, that is average, and the total detected issues, it have 18. So we don't have a high critical issues. We have a medium level issues and a low level issues. So let's see that. So if we look into this, so vulnerabilities, we have some low type vulnerabilities. Sub permissions, it is using 8 trackers. We can see Google here, Google Crash Analytics, Google Firebase Analytics, Clever Tab, Branch, and Apps Flyer. We got the website of our target and email address related to it, android@zomato.com. So third party libraries in use, let's see that. So we got Android package manager, we got all these libraries that are in use. Okay, let's get back. Let's look into if there are no malwares found. APK ID. So these are all the related APK related information, and manifest scanner. Okay, so it has detected some CWEs related to it. CWE 926, the APK component activity is found exported as to this can be enable a third party to access and run the activities for malicious purposes. So it is a medium level CWE, sorry. We got 2 medium level CWEs over here. Then we can look for strings in this particular app. So we got Google API keys over here that we can found. We got Facebook OAuth tokens, and if we look into vulnerabilities, so we got weak crypto algorithm. So it is using some weak crypto algorithm. The CWE number assigned to it is 327. Then we have non-parameterized SQL queries. So this might lead to an SQL injection attack in the app. Then we got super user privileges may be requested, CWE 250, tab jacking attack prevention by app. We don't have a CWE for this. And then we have a possible object deserialization. So these are all the vulnerabilities that could be exploited in this particular app. And if we look about the app and we look for the permissions, so it uses read phone state, foreground service, send SMS. It takes call phone, receive boot completed. So these particular that are highlighted in yellow are risky, and those that are highlighted in green are relatively safe. We don't have any dangerous permission over here, but you can look for any app in this particular search engine and you can get the results. So let's try another one, that is Geo. So there is a My Geo app. Let's see its security rating. So security rating for My Geo app is also 7.2. let's say Paytm. Paytm is another UPI related app, and the security rating of Paytm is 6.2. Okay. We have non-parameterized possible task hijacking. We have same non-parameterized SQL queries. So let's see Google Pay or GPay. I think its name is GPay. Google Pay. Yeah. So Google Pay has a 7.3 rating. And if we look into its vulnerabilities, let's check its vulnerabilities. So it is also using weak crypto algorithms and CBC paddle Oracle attack possible. Accept self-signed certificate. So you got the point. So you can find any app over here and can search for its vulnerabilities, its strings, what permission it is taking. So it is a nice portal that you can use. It is kind of like Shodan but for Android apps. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will be using social media to collect as much information about our target company or person. Social media platforms have become a rich source of information during passive reconnaissance. By leveraging various social media channels, we can gather valuable information about our target, which can be used later in social engineering and client-side attacks. Let's start with LinkedIn first, which is the Facebook of professionals. Here we can see information about the target company and its employees. Look into their new posts, new joiners, find potential technologies on job portals like LinkedIn and Indeed. So I'll use the search over here for LinkedIn and let's say Zomato and Zomato India. So I've got two over here. Let's use Zomato. Alright, so here I've got the name of the company, that is Zomato. It is verified, vision, better food for more people. It is a technology company, information and internet, based in Gurugram, Haryana, and it has 2 million followers and around 1 to 5k employees. We can visit their website from here and let's see. So yeah, so it is redirecting us to a who we are page or about us page of the website. Great. So Zomato's mission statement is better food for more people since our inception in 2010. So it is telling us that the company was incorporated in 2010. Great information. And we have grown tremendously both in scope and scale and emerged as India's most trusted brand during the pandemic. So we've got the about us page over here. Post IPO secondary 77.3 million based on, I think this is from Crunchbase. We have already seen Crunchbase before. Show all details. Let's see. So I've got the overview over here. Verified page, August 15, 2023. Industries, technology, information and internet. Company size is around 1,000 to 5,000 employees and 13,782 members associated. Let's see. And founded in 2008. I've got the locations over here. So great overall information. Now let's go to post. So I've got the products. Let's look into the product first. So we don't have anything. Let's go into the post and we can see the latest post. So it is something related to their delivery partners. That's great. So we can look around regarding the culture, regarding the employees and whatnot. So okay, seems like all right. So they are congratulating the team India to win the World Cup. What else? Look at this. So every quarter through the Founders Award, we celebrate people who have displayed the spirit of being a founder. These are individuals and teams that commit excellence in their work and uphold culture values. So let's look into it. So we've got some potential employees over here. Anmol Arora, he works in product design at Zomato. Then we have got, I think, Avimukt Taparia. He is in category Hyperpure, okay, and category Blinkit. All right. So this guy is from Zomato and this guy is from Hyperpure and this guy is from Blinkit. These two are the subsidiary of Zomato. Great. Then we've got some employee comments over here, I think. So Naman HR, he could be the HR in Zomato. So people, performance and progress. Let's see. I think it is a service page, or yeah, it is a company page, no issue. So we can look into the comments, we can look into the latest post over here. Apart from that, we can look into the new joiners. Let's look into the new joiners. So this is not regarding Zomato, but for every company. So let's say new joiners, hashtag new joiners, and let's see if we find anything. All right. So we do get something over here. Welcome to Haptic Family. I think it is some kind of organization, I don't know, but let's see. So we've got some names over here. Welcome to Haptic Family, Ira Gupta. She is a director, strategy, partnership and growth, and sales development representative, Shubham Chaube. And then we've got Shujita Ravi. So all these people are new joiners, and they're easy to target if you are targeting this particular company or organization. So we can call these particular, let's say Shubham, we call he's a sales development representative. Somehow we get in contact with Shubham either on LinkedIn or any other social media platform, and we build a rapport with him, and then we were able to, let's say we were able to make him click on a malicious link or download a executable or a malicious doc file that we have created in order to get access to his system. So that's how a basic client-side attack works with these new joiners. And then we've got Medcare. So we've got some new joiners over here, their photos. What we are looking over here is let's look into some, let's say, new job. So let's see if we get anything. So I'm hiring anyone? No. We are looking for a post that contains information about a new job. So sometimes organization, look at this. So I think Kushagra Chaube. So Kushagra Chaube, I think have clicked his desk image or whatever goodies he have from the company. So either it is a company laptop, we can say that they are using Dell. So we have to dig further to find out the exact model of this particular laptop, and we might find any vulnerabilities related to it. Other than that, let's say, so we've got various job openings over here. This is also great, but let's get back to, I did not find anything regarding to, let's say, batch. So sometimes employee click their new batch pictures and post it on social media platform. So that is really concerning, because in that way we can either clone the batch and we kind of know what kind of badge the company uses, or is it a normal employee badge, or is it a RFID badge. So if it is a RFID badge, we can go around the neighborhood where the company is located, and we can find employees in the nearby cafes, and we can then clone the RFID badge and then can get physical access with it. So this is one of the technique that most physical pen tester uses while breaking physically into an organization infrastructure. So yeah, I did not find any batch over here. That's all right. Let's get back. So let's get back to Zomato. And let's look for the jobs. All right, so I've got associate online reputation management, associate customer experience, see all jobs. Let's see. So I've got key accounts manager. Okay, so if I look into it, and I do not find anything, because this is a basic job openings. And I've got some employee over here. Let's look into it. So training employee. So I've got some picture. This guy is working in Zomato. Let's see. I've got this girl over here. So Shami Shetty. I think she is also working in Zomato. No issues. So let's get back and let's look into some other company. Let's say Dell or Microsoft. So we do not find anything related to Microsoft. Let's say Paytm. Okay, So Paytm, and show results. Alright, so I've got brand partnership lead, tech ops. Okay, 2+ experience in operations and support, proficient in SQL, Hive query language, HQL, proficient in maintaining ELT pipelines built on big data technologies, good knowledge of Hadoop, Spark, Hive, and related big data technologies. So this is a job posting for a tech ops position, and we can conclude from this that they are using HQL in their backend. They are using software like Hadoop, Spark, Hive, and all these big data related to big data technology software. I don't know much about it. They are using Confluence, SharePoint, Jira, and other SDLC tools for their CRM. And then we've got data engineer. Let's look into it. So I've got Python over here, Hive, MapReduce, Hadoop again, Hive, AWS QuickSight, and other related technologies. So Memcached also, Redis also. From this we can conclude that they are using these technologies in their backend, and then we can tailor a client-side attack or a server-side attack based on this. So we now know that they are using, let's say they are using Redis or Memcached, or in the tech ops they were using something like Jira or SharePoint. So we can create a phishing link based on SharePoint, and we can then ask the developer or tech ops person to click on that malicious link or the executable or malicious file, and then we will be able to get into his system. So I think you get that. Apart from that, we can also look for the employees working in our target company. So if I click on people over here, let's see. So I've got a LinkedIn member. So all these are, I think they are using the LinkedIn Premium. So that's why I'm not getting their profile. Yeah, maybe. But I've got Ashna Murli over here and other LinkedIn members. So let's look into the Ashna Murli profile. So building Zomato and all views. Okay. So she is now working in Zomato as a senior program manager, people and operations, CEO's office. All right. Before that, she was executive assistant and program manager. Before that, she was working in strategy as a strategy intern in Expediators. Okay. We can also use Google Docs for this to find the employees of the company and related information. Let's say we want to find the employees. So I'll type site and linkedin.com/in employees and zomato.com. So we are looking for employees at Zomato. So I've got Swapnajit Sarma over here, Ashma Kokatnoor. I've got Dipender Goyal, obviously, Prachi Kumari, key account manager. I've got Ria Chatterjee, human resource consultant, Yajna Maharaj, sales managers. So we've got Swapnajit Sharma over here, and he's a senior manager at Zomato. So senior manager finance operation for about 3 years at Zomato. Before that, he was working as a manager in revenue operations in Zomato only, and before that he was a team lead in logistic operations. Apart from that, he have also worked as an intern in Indian Oil Corporation Limited and as an intern in DSL. Great. Then we have Asma Kokatnoor. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. So she is a business analyst at Zomato for about 2.5 years now. Before that, she was working at MMT or Make My Trip for about 4.5 years. And talking about her education, she has done MBA from Goa University and a BBA in marketing from Don Bosco College, Panjim. Great. At last, we have Yajna Maharaj. He is a sales manager at Zomato, and we cannot find anything regarding him. So city at Johannesburg, South Africa. So maybe he is working in the Zomato's South Africa office. No problem. Then we have another doc that we can use, which is site linkedin.com/in@zomato.com. So we can find out employees using this doc also. So I've got Dipender Goyal over here, obviously. Then I've got Lalit Verma. He's a co-CTO at Zomato. And then we have again got Swapnajit Sharma. And then we've got some post over here. So nothing here. We also have one more that is working at zomato.com, or let's say Zomato. So let's remove .com over here and let's see. So we've got a bunch of results over here. I've got Shruti Sharma. She is a senior associate in operations in Zomato. Then I've got Divanshi Madan. She is a program manager, content strategy at Zomato. Then I've got Madhusudan. He's a city growth lead at Zomato. Then I've got Rohit Kumar. He's a manager and secretarial and compliance Zomato. Pooja Jana, Nikhil Kapoor, Prateek Jain, Mansi V, Akriti Sharma, and Aryan Shetty, and a lot more. So we've got second page, Shagunas, and all of these employees. So we can find out the employees with this particular doc, and then we can filter out the ones we want to target in our further exploitation phases. We can also find information about a target organization using other social media platform. Let's say I want to use Twitter. So I'll type site twitter.com, and after that I can type our target domain name, that is zomato.com, and let's see the results. So I've got a Zomato page over here. So this is the official page of Zomato. Then I've got Zomato Care, Zomato In, and I've got Dipender Goyal profile, Zomato USA, some posts regarding from Zomato Care account, Akriti Chopra, and all that. So this is the official Twitter account or Twitter page of Zomato. So some post over here. Great. Then we can also find some email address related to our target. So let's say if we can find some email address that are posted on Twitter. So I have specified site twitter.com in bracket in quotes, zomato.com, and email. So if I hit enter, let's see. So I've got Zomato Care over here, and we can see marketing@zomato.com. So we got a marketing email over here related to Zomato. Then I've got help@zomato.com. Then I've got again help@zomato.com. So one post is from Dipender Goyal, and we can see that we've got shareholders@zomato.com. That's great. Out now. Okay. If you have any further question or feedback, please email us at shareholders@zomato.com. Always listening. Great. Then we've got Dipender@zomato.com and neutrality@zomato.com, info@zomato.com, and again shareholders. Great. I've got order@zomato.com also. Nice. So this way we can find out the email addresses that we have previously missed while discovering email addresses related to our target organization. And the last doc we have is site twitter.com, and in quotes we can say Zomato. Let's see. So I've got a bunch of results over here. We have already checked Zomato, Zomato Care, Dipender Goyal, Zomato USA, and we don't find anything unusual over here. That's all right. Let's move on. All right, so let's look into the Instagram now. So in Instagram, we can search for, let's say, hashtags. So if I type Zomato, and let's see. So I've got a bunch of posts related to Zomato, or the people who have used the tag or hashtag Zomato. So we can look into them. So something related, it is written in Punjabi and it is using a Zomato hashtag. So we can find out posts related to that. That's great. Another thing we can also use here is that the same. So job or new job, let's say new job. So we've got around 3 million posts related to new job. And look at this. So this particular woman is posting on Instagram. So it's official. I'm beyond grateful for this opportunity at Nailsthetic has given me. I'm finally such a wonderful salon to work with and to improve my skill. I can't wait. So she is working in this particular salon or spa, whatever it is. We can look into the internal infrastructure of the company or salon, and we know that this particular person is working in it. So apart from that, let's look for more. So we've got some congratulations. I think it is from a college, and let's see. So we don't find anything over here. No issue. Let's say hashtag batch. Okay, we don't find anything. Office. Alright, so we aren't finding anything that is related to a organization that we can leverage. That's fine. So let's look into the Zomato's Instagram page and see if it is divulging any information. So Zomato, so we've got this, and Zomato Prachar Vibhag Instagram. All right, so they are using some memes. That's great. So nothing fancy over here, a general brand page, so that's fine. One thing to note is that we can also manually hunt for LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram and Facebook of the target organization and their associated employees. Other than that, we can also look into the job portals. So there are multiple job portals. One, LinkedIn is a famous one, but apart from that, we've got Indeed. So Indeed, and we've got Naukri.com. So Naukri.com. So let's look into Indeed. So I'll type jobs in Zomato. If I type on Google jobs in Zomato, and let's see. So I've got a Zomato career page over here. That's great. I've got Naukri.com as I've told you, and I've got LinkedIn jobs, and I've got Indeed. I've got Job Hai, OLX, Apna.co jobs. Okay. So these are the major ones. So this is the company's career page. So if I look into any job postings over here, all right. So I can't find anything. No issues. So if I look into Naukri.com, it is telling me they required a software engineer backend. Let's look into it. And I've got a full job description over here. So full cycle PHP code development. So they are using PHP, MySQL, Node.js, jQuery, Cassandra or Redis. Memcache. We have already looked into Memcache and Redis before also. Nginx they are using for web servers. That's great. So this particular information is very crucial when we are targeting a specific software or specific application in the target domain or organization. Then we can leverage this particular application to get initial foothold or get lateral movement on the target infrastructure. Apart from Naukri.com, we have got LinkedIn jobs also. So we have already seen into these. And next we have Indeed. So Indeed is also a great and a famous portal for job postings. So we can see a review writer over here, and let's say Zomato. So I'm looking for Zomato, and Zomato delivery partner, delivery. So only got a delivery partner jobs over here, but that's fine. So we can get in touch with the HRs that have posted these particular job postings, and we can then social engineer them to get initial foothold or to get them execute a malicious payload on behalf of us on their target system, getting us initial access. So I hope you get that. So when we are leveraging social media to gather information about a target organization, in that case we are looking for badges, ID cards and computer screens in the picture. These little things can help us tremendously in our exploitation phase. The more we understand our target, the better chance we have attacking on them later. On that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into the Black Widow tool for passive information gathering. Black Widow is a Python-based web application spider tool used for information gathering during the initial stages of web application vulnerability assessment. It can automatically collect subdomains, URLs, dynamic parameters, email addresses, and phone numbers from a target website. To install it, we just have to follow the steps on the GitHub repository. So we will copy the URL from here, and then let's go to our terminal. Let's change the directory to desktop. We'll git clone, and then we'll paste the Black Widow URL, and it will clone it on our desktop. Now let's move to the Black Widow folder, and now we have install.sh script over here. Let's see, do we have? Yes, we do have install.sh script over here. Now if we hit sudo bash install.sh, I'll provide my Kali password, and it is now installing on our system. So I'll let it finish, and once it will finish, we'll use it to find information regarding our target. Okay, so it is done installing. So let's interact with it now. So if I type sudo Black Widow and type -h, it is showcasing me its help. So that's fine. So if we look into the help, we can provide a URL, full URL to spider. We can provide a domain name to spider, or we can use cookies. Then we have a level, so level of depth to traverse. Then we can scan for all dynamic URLs also, and then we got a verbose and a port option. All right. So for this particular demonstration, I will be using this particular website, that is boatlifestyle.com. So it is from a brand name Boat, that is an electronic wearable brand based in India. So it is quite a famous brand. So we'll use their website. So to use Black Widow, I'll type sudo Black Widow -u for URL, and then I will provide the URL. Now we'll let Black Widow do its thing, and it will take some time, and we'll gather all the information regarding boatlifestyle.com, and then we will review the results. Okay, so it is done with its crawling, and it have given me a lot of data over here. So if I go up, look at this, all these URLs it has crawled. So it has crawled all the website. There are some dynamic error also, URL that are some dynamic URLs. So we can look at it. So we got a lot of data over here. It has crawled all the website, all the pages and posts that it have, and the loot have been saved to a particular folder for us. So phone numbers are also discovered over here. So we got some phone numbers and email addresses. So email addresses, 5 email addresses, referral@imaginemarketingindia.com. So Imagine Marketing India is basically the real name of Boat Lifestyle. So Boat Lifestyle is the front name, and the private limited name, the company has the corporate name. The not fancy name that a company has is that for Boat it is imaginemarketingindia.com. That's what I found out. And we got some dynamic URL also, and a lot of data. So to view the data that Black Widow has gathered, we can go to user share Black Widow, and then www.boatlifestyle.com port 80, and we got all the data over here. So the URLs are sorted here. If we see URLs, let's view the first 10 lines of this particular. So URLs, Pinterest, and all of these are sorted here. Then we have dynamic sorted URLs, dynamic unique text. We got emails. So if we only want emails, we got the emails here. Same for the subdomains, forms, and phone numbers. So you can view all of this data. So that marked the end of the level 1 recon techniques. These were quite a lot, but now we will move further with level 2, where we will be looking into some more technical stuff. So stay tuned and keep practicing every technique you are learning here, because practice only makes a difference. With that being said, I will see you in the next video, where we will be looking into DNS recon using host, tick, and NS lookup tool. In this section, we will be diving deep into the DNS recon techniques using tools like host, NSLOOKUP, and dig. As we all know, DNS is a critical component of the internet infrastructure, responsible for translating human-readable domain names into machine-readable IP addresses. During the reconnaissance phase of web application security assessments, understanding and gathering information about a target's DNS setup can provide valuable insights. Before going into the recon techniques, let's understand DNS records first. Each domain can use different types of DNS records. Some of the most common types of DNS records include NS or name server records, contains the name of the authoritative servers hosting the DNS records for a domain. Then we have A records, also known as host record. The A record contains the IPv4 address of a host name such as www.example.com. Then we have quadruple A records, also known as quad A host record. The 4A records contains the IPv6 address of a host name such as www.example.com. Then we have AMEX or mail exchange records that contains the names of the servers responsible for handling emails for a domain. A domain can contain multiple AMEX records. Then we have PTR or pointer records that are used in reverse lookup zones and can find the records associated with an IP address. Then we have CNAME or canonical name records that are used to create aliases for other host records. And at last we have TXT records or text records that contain any arbitrary data and can be used for various purposes such as domain ownership verification. Let's look into the recon techniques now. We will start off with the host command. Host is a command line tool for converting domain names to IP addresses and vice versa. It can also be used to perform reverse lookups, list DNS records, and check for zone transfers. So first we can use a host command to find the IP address of a particular domain. So if I type host and I have a domain name tipsbangalore.com. So if I hit enter, it will give me the IP address related to it. So it is showcasing two IP addresses. That means it is using some kind of a CDN or reverse proxy. If I use host, let's say paytm.com, it is also giving me two IP addresses and other information related to it, like the mail servers. Same for zomato.com. So two IPs and the other MX records information. Wherever there is not two IPs, only one IP address, that means that is the original IP address and that particular domain is not using any CDN or any kind of reverse proxy service like Cloudflare. Next, we can use host to find the name server of a particular domain name. So if we type host-t and then ns for name servers, and then we will provide the domain name that is like zomato.com. So we got the name server information over here. So we got the name server from AWS DNS. Let's test for name server of paytm.com. So it is also using AWS DNS. Let's use, let's say spotify.com. So it is using Google Cloud, Google DNS and something related to ns1.net. Next we have mail server records. So if we want to find out mail server records using host, so we can type host-t, then mx for mail server records, and then the domain name. So we got zomato.com. So Zomato is using Google. We already know that from our previous enumeration. Let's say paytm.com. So Paytm is also using Google, and let's say Spotify. So Spotify is also using Google. And let's check for Facebook. So what Facebook is using. So Facebook is using its own SMTP server or mail server. That's it, smtpin.vv.facebook.com. That's great. We can also perform reverse DNS lookup. So if I have an IP address, let's say I got this particular IP address, and if I do this, so it is pointing to this particular domain name. Actually it is from Google, but I think they are using some kind of a proxy, so it is pointing me to this particular domain name. Now that we have seen how to perform basic DNS recon using hosts, let's move to NSLookup. So NSLookup is an interactive tool for querying DNS servers, mapping domain names to IP addresses, and retrieving DNS records. Great thing is that it works on both Linux and Windows. So if we type NSLookup and then the domain name zomato.com, so it will give me the server's IP address potential. So it is my DNS server IP address. Then we have a potential IP address of zomato.com. So we have both the IPs of zomato.com over here. Now if I want to find out more information, so I will type NSLookup and it is now send me to a particular prompt. Now if I type set type is equal to NS, that means I want to set type is equal to name server. I want to see the name server records, and then I type the zomato.com or the domain name. It will give me the name server information about Zomato. So first I have specified the NSLookup command. It gives me this particular prompt. Then I have typed the command set type is equal to NS and then the zomato.com. Now if I want to see the MX records, let's see the MX records. So I will set type is equal to MX and then again zomato.com, and it has given me the MX record related to zomato.com. At last we have Dig. Now Dig is very flexible tool for interrogating DNS name servers with advanced features for performing complex queries. So to perform DNS recon with Dig, we'll type Dig and let's make a simple query, dig zomato.com. So we got some information. We got the IP addresses, the A records, the IP addresses of this particular domain name, and that's all. So we can perform further enumeration. Let's say dig zomato.com. Let's see the MX records. So it is showcasing me the MX records over here of zomato.com, and the lowest number over here, like the 5 or the 1, indicates that the server with the highest priority. So this is the server that has the highest priority, followed by these servers, and the last one is are the ones that has the number 10. So I hope you get the number, the logic behind the numbers that is representing these particular mail servers. Then if I want to find out information about name servers using dig, so I can type dig zomato.com -t and then the name server, and it have provided me the name server names. We can also look for IPv4, IPv6 records. So if I have some IPv6, we don't have any IPv6. Let's see for spotify.com dash. So we do get an IPv6 record for spotify.com. So this is an IPv6 address. Let's check for a CNAME record for zomato.com. So we do get a CNAME. So that is AWS hostmaster.amazon.com. Same, let's check for spotify.com, and we got the CNAME related to Google domains that Spotify is using. So basically a CNAME record is like a nickname or alias for a domain name. It allows us to point one domain or subdomain to another domain. For example, let's say you have a website at example.com. So you can create a CNAME record to make www.example.com and point to example.com. This way both the root domain example.com and the www subdomain will go to the same website. So that concludes this section. We have learned how we can perform basic DNS recon with various tools, and this information might comes in handy later. In the next section, we will look into DNS zone transfers. In this section, we will be looking how we can perform DNS zone transfers. But the first question that comes in mind is, what are DNS zone transfers? A DNS zone transfer is a process where a portion of a DNS server's database, which called a zone, is copied to another DNS server. This is done for redundancy and reliability purposes. Imagine you have a company website example.com. The DNS server that has the master copy of the example.com zone is called the primary DNS server. To ensure that the website stays online, even if the primary server goes down, you have the secondary DNS servers that keep copies of the zone. When changes are made to the example.com zone on the primary server, those changes need to be copied to the secondary servers. This is where zone transfer comes in. The primary server has the master copy of the example.com zone. The secondary server periodically checks the primary server to see if zone has changed by comparing serial numbers. If the zone has changed, that means the higher the serial number, the secondary server will request a zone transfer from the primary to get the updated zone data. The primary server will send over the entire zone file to the secondary server, allowing it to keep its copy up to date. Now the problem arises when the primary server is misconfigured to allow zone transfer to any server that requests it, not just the authorized secondaries. This allows anyone on the internet to request and obtain the zone data, which can contain sensitive informations like server names, email addresses, and IP addresses. Let's see how we can perform zone transfer. So we have some command line tools that we can use to perform zone transfer. So let's look into one of them. The first one is dig. So dig, we have already seen it in our previous section also. To perform zone transfer with dig, we first have to find out the name server of a particular. So we can type name server. So we got the name server. So the primary name server is ns1286.awsdns32.org. So we'll use this. Next, to perform zone transfer, I'll type dig and then axfr to specify the zone transfer command. Then we have to provide the target domain name, that is zomato.com, and then the @ and then the primary or secondary name server. So I've provided the name server. It will try to perform a zone transfer. Let's see. So we got the result here and it seems it failed because most of the server out there won't be misconfigured like this, that they can let us to perform zone transfer that easily. So we do have other tools also. So there used to be a website called zonetransfer.me. So zonetransfer.me, there used to be a website that people used to try out zone transfer attacks. So let's try that. So we got another tool that is DNS enum. It is pre-installed in Kali. We can use that. So DNS enum, and then we can specify the domain name. So that was zonetransfer.me. Let's use this. So okay, so it has given me some information. So it has given me the host IP address and the name server it is using and the mail server records. Now it is trying to perform some zone transfer. Let's see. So it is connection timed out. All right. So the connection timed out while trying zone transfer and getting bind version. Now it is brute forcing using a word list. So we don't want that. So I'll cancel it. So the zone transfer has been failed. So it was the website that was used to try out zone transfer attacks, but I don't think they allow that now. But no problem with that. We got to know how we can perform zone transfer with DNS enum. Okay, so we do have another great tool, that is DNS recon, that we can use to perform zone transfer. So if I type DNS recon-d and then the domain name zone transfer.me and -taxfr to perform zone transfer, and it is checking and it was not able to perform zone transfer successfully. So to summarize this, zone transfer are a normal part of DNS, but misconfigured servers can expose sensitive data. Proper security measures should be taken to restrict zone transfer to only authorized servers. So on that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will be looking into historical DNS records. While performing passive information gathering, Historical DNS records can be used to build a profile of a target's digital activities over time. By collecting DNS records from various sources, we can uncover information that may not be readily available through current DNS queries alone. By understanding how to leverage historical DNS records, we can gain a more comprehensive view of a target's infrastructure and potentially uncover information that could be useful for security assessment or penetration testing. So let's jump right into it. The first website we have is completedns.com. So if we try to perform a DNS history search over here, let's see zomato.com. So it has given me the history of the name servers of zomato.com from 2006. So from February 2006 to March 1, 2006, it was using park23.secureserver.net name servers. Then from August 2006 to January 2007, it was still using secureserver.net name servers, but the name server name was different. Then we have again secureserver.net. Then we have ncserver.com from 2007 April to 2007 May. Then we got domaincontrol.com 2007 to September to October 2007. Then we have foodiebay.com. And then we have e2networks.net.in in 2011. Then we got Zerico.net in 2011. Then from 2012 July, we are getting these AWS DNS ones. Then it again changed on 2013 September 27, Dynac.net. Then on 2014, it again changed to AWS DNS server. Then again changed to Dynac.net. And from 2019 August 22 to 2019 September 17, we got AWS DNS server. So we don't have the full data over here. So it is 1 reports out of 3. So I think we have to log in to get more information, but we still got a lot of relevant information over here. So from 2006 to 2019. Next website we have is Security Trail. So I've created a free account over here. Let's type zomato.com and let's see what it finds for us. Okay, so we got a bunch of information over here. We got A records, then we don't have an IPv6 related to zomato.com. We got the MX records, the NS records, the TXT records. So we got Zendex verification code and what else? Zoho verification code. Then we got Twilio domain verification code, Relic domain verification, MongoDB site, domain, Facebook, Google site verification, Atlassian, they are using Apple domain. We got Adobe sign-in verification, and we got all these TXT records. That's nice. What else we got? We got a CNAME records pointing to techblog.zomato.com COIA. Let's see. So we got a 112 CNAME records. That's great. So we got the CNAME records, but let's view the historical data. So it is from the recent 13 days ago. So we got Amazon. Let's get back. So 2011 we got Amazon, and let's see the last one. Alright, so the last data it has is from GoDaddy. It is from 2008. Then we got GoDaddy in 2009. Then in 2010 we got Shyam Spectra Private Limited. And in 2012 it changes to NetMagic Data Center Mumbai till 2014. Then from 2014 onwards we got Amazon. And I don't think it has been changed. It has been changed in 2016 to Akamai International BV. And let's see. So from then Akamai International from till 2018, and from 2019. So 23rd of August 2019 we are getting Amazon, and till now it is using Amazon, I think. Yeah, so it is using Amazon till now. So we got a bunch of information regarding that, plus the IP addresses of these name servers. So that's great. Next website we have is dnshistory.org. So if I type zomato.com, let's see what it finds for us. Okay, so it does get some information over here. So it is kind of a confusing to navigate this. So the last records it have is of 2009, I guess. So we got these particular domain control .com thing that we also have here, I think, domain control.net. Somewhere I have seen. Yeah. So in 2007 it is showcasing, but here it is showing in 2009. So we have to use multiple websites, I guess. So it is from 8/7/2010 to I think 13/8/2009. So we can use this particular website too. And at last we have DNS dumpster. So if I type zomato.com here, so this is a great website. It will give me a lot of data. So look at this. So it is giving me the current DNS server, the current MX records, the TXT records, the host records, and then it gives me a good graph to look into. Let's see if we get historical records. Okay, so it is not showcasing any historical records over here, but that's not a problem here. So you can also download an Excel file from here, and you got a bunch of information regarding your domain name. So that's great. So that was it for this one. See, the power of historical DNS records comes into picture when you're performing DNS forensics, like a cyber criminal gang or some shady websites. So on that note, I will wind up this section and will meet you in the next one. In this section, we will see how we can use DNS to gather a list of subdomains of our target. In our previous section of subdomain hunting, we used passive and brute forcing techniques to try to get list of valid subdomains of a target. We will use DNS for the same. But first let's see what DNS brute forcing is and how it is related to subdomain hunting. DNS brute forcing is a technique used to discover subdomains or hostname associated with a target domain. It involves systematically generating and sending a large number of DNS queries to find valid subdomains. Imagine you have a company website example.com. So during DNS brute forcing, you would try and querying the DNS server with different combination of words and phrases like www.example.com, mail.example.com, support.example.com, blog.example.com, and so on. The goal is to find subdomains that resolve to valid IP addresses and are actively used by the target organization. This can uncover hidden or forgotten subdomains that we might have missed with our subdomain hunting before. To perform DNS brute forcing and subdomain enumeration, we can use a command line tool called Nmap. It comes pre-installed in Kali. So we got some options over here. We can specify a word list or a regular result file. We can also create a CSV file, and we can specify a delay in milliseconds, and we can also specify IPs that we want to ignore. So let's use Nmap with its default settings. So I'll type Nmap and then zomato.com. So it is searching for subdomains for zomato.com using built-in word list using maximum random delay of 10 milliseconds. Let's see what it finds out. Okay, so it is done with the brute forcing, and it have given me a quite a lot of subdomains. So the total subdomains it have found is 20. And if we look into that, we got accounts.zomato.com, blog.zomato.com, cc.zomato.com, chat.zomato.com, developers.zomato.com, m.zomato.com, mail.zomato.com, then mobile.zomato.com, upload.zomato.com, and www.zomato.com. So it does work with the default word list. We can also provide a custom word list to it to find more subdomains, but it is a great tool. Remember, this is also kinda active information gathering because we are sending some sort of request to the target. However, these requests can be ruled out as a normal traffic if we don't overload the target server with our request. On that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will look into how we can find and enumerate ASN or autonomous system numbers. But first, what is ASN? An ASN is a unique number assigned to a network or group of networks that are managed by a single organization and use a common routing policy. These networks are called autonomous systems or AS. Imagine a company has its own internal network with multiple routers and switches. This company network is considered an autonomous system. Each AS is assigned a special number called an ASN to identify it uniquely. ASNs are used when networks need to communicate with each other on the internet. For example, when your home internet connects to a website hosted by another company, the data has to pass through multiple networks or autonomous systems to reach its destination. Let's see how we can get ASN of our target and enumerate it. So we can use this particular website, Hurricane Electric Internet Services, and the URL of it is bgp.he.net. And if I search here for a target organization, Zomato, so we did not find anything. Let's try Paytm, and we did get its ASN number. So we got two ASNs related to Paytm. One is for Paytm Payments Bank Limited and other is for Paytm E-Commerce Private Limited. Let's use this one, AS137614 for Paytm E-Commerce Private Limited. So I'll save it in a text file. Next, we will use this particular command to find the IP ranges that reside inside the ASN. So I have typed the Whois command and then specified the host whois.radb.net. Then I've specified this particular flag and the ASN number of our Paytm E-Commerce Private Limited one that we have found out here, Payments E-Commerce Private Limited, this one. So this is the ASN number 137614, and then I'm grabbing and doing some regex over here, and then we will uniquely output whatever IPs we will found. We'll find out the unique ones from it and then we'll output it to ipranges.txt file. So if I hit enter, let's see IP ranges. So I got an IP range over here. I got only one IP ranges over here. That means the ASN contains the ASN is not that big. So we got this particular IP range and we can perform further enumeration on this. So we can next perform reverse DNS lookup on this particular IP range. So for that we need a DNSX tool. So if it is not installed in your Kali system, you can install it by sudo apt install DNSX. Okay. So let's perform an reverse DNS lookup with this. Okay, so before performing reverse DNS lookup, we have to install this particular tool, that is Map CIDR by Project Discovery. So Map CIDR is a developed to ease load distribution for mass scanning operations. So basically it is a CLI tool. So to install it, you just have to copy it from here and you can then git clone it. So I've already git clone it in my desktop. So you can git clone it like this, like you used to. I've already done that. Then you can go to this particular directory. Then you have CMD. You can go to CMD. Then in CMD you have map CIDR, and then inside that you will find two files. I have got this binary also, but initially you will get only these two files. Then you have to type the command go build and a dot or full stop, you can say. Then it will build out this particular binary. Then you have to copy this binary to your local bin folder. So you can use this particular command sudo copy map CIDR user local bin. Okay, now you can use this particular binary from anywhere. Let's say from your home folder. So you can type map CIDR and it is now working. Okay, now to perform reverse DNS lookup, so I have specified my ipranges.txt file over here. Then I am piping it to map CIDR. with the silent flag. After that, we are using DNSX to point it to and will only showcase the responses only that has valid response only, and then we are at last saving it in a hostname.txt file. So you're finding domain names related to the IP addresses in that particular IP range. So if I hit enter, let's see how many domains do we found related to paytm.com. Okay, so it is done performing its thing and we got nothing. That's odd because I do have a IP range over here. That means we don't have any domain name over here, or this command is not working. Either mapcIDR is not working properly or DNSX. So let's install DNSX from GitHub. So if I copy it and let's uninstall this one first. Apt remove DNSX. So now let's use an updated one. So I've git cloned it. Now let's move to DNSX. There is a CMD folder, DNSX, and we have DNS.go. Let's use go build, and it will download all the dependencies it will need. Okay, so I have a DNS binary over here. Let's check it. Yeah, so it is the latest version now. Let's copy it to my user DNSX to my user local bin, and now I can use it from anywhere. So yeah, let's try the command one more time. So here is our command. So let's try it one more time. Let's see if it works now. Okay, let's check the hostname file, and we still got nothing. That means we don't have any hostname in this particular IP range, or I might be wrong, but you can try with other ASNs if you get something. Okay, so we have successfully completed the level 2 recon techniques also. Now we will move our focus to level 3 techniques, but before that, practice with these techniques as much as you can. This will give you a solid clarity of your recon methodology that you will be performing in real engagements. In this section, we will explore techniques for finding and gathering information about cloud resources related to the target organization or domain. By leveraging search engines, public databases, and cloud service provider specific tools, we can uncover details about the cloud resources such as cloud service provider used like AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud, specific cloud services and resources like EC2 instances, S3 buckets and databases, publicly accessible cloud resources and their configurations, and potential misconfiguration or exposures. Now if we found any cloud resources that is misconfigured, let's say an Amazon AWS bucket, then we have a chance of getting credentials, API keys related to the company's product. If we got lucky, then this would be a goldmine of juicy information. We can find potential cloud resources in the target domain with Cloud Scraper. So Cloud Scraper is a tool to spider and scrape targets in search of cloud resources. We just have to input a URL and it will spider and search the resources of spidered pages for strings such as s3.amazonaws.com, windows.net and DigitalOcean spaces. So to install it on our system, we can copy the URL from here and then I can go to my terminal. I'll change my directory to desktop and will git clone it. Now the Cloud Scraper has been successfully cloned to our system. So let's change our directory to Cloud Scraper and Here we have a requirement.txt file. Let's look into it. So let's install all the requirements. pip3 install -r requirements.txt, and all the requirements have been successfully installed. Now let's use it. So I'll type python 3 cloudscraper.py -u for URL, and then we'll type the target domain, that is zomato.com. So it has begun its search, and let's see what it finds. Okay, so I have exited the cloud scraper in between because it's been running for over, I think, more than an hour now, or maybe 2 hours now, and it have found a lot of links over here, but I'm not able to find out anything related to any cloud resources. So we'll move to the next tool, that is Cloud Enum. So Cloud Enum is another great tool for this use case. It also enumerates public resources like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. So let's install it on our system. So I've copied the URL from here, and let's get to the desktop. I'll git clone it. Okay, now move to the Cloud Enum directory. We have a requirements of txt file. Let's install it. pip3 install requirement.txt, and requirement is already satisfied for most of the. Great. So to use it, we will use python 3 cloudenum.py and -k for the keyword Zomato, and then we'll provide our domain name zomato.com. Let's see what it find out. Okay, so it has given me a lot of result. So it took 13 minutes and approx 14 minutes, and it has given me a lot of protected S3 Amazon S3 buckets, but I got an open one also and all the data inside it. So that's a great thing about this tool. And now it is trying to brute force some AWS apps. So it will use 3674 possible DNS names to find out related AWS buckets. So I'm not using it right now, because it will take a lot of time. After this, I think it will check for Azure and Google Cloud also. But on that note, you got the point how you can enumerate open S3 buckets and how you can get the data from it. So if you visit these particular URL, you'll get the data. So look at this particular thing. So you got a request ID, you got a key over here, and that's how you can find information regarding a lot of potential juicy endpoints, and might find credentials or API keys related to it. So on that note, I will conclude this section, and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will explore techniques for filtering live hosts and domains from the vast amount of subdomains we have gathered till now during our reconnaissance process. We will use two tools to accomplish this task. One is HTTP probe and the other one is eyewitness. Let's use HTTP probe first. So if I hit HTTP probe, so it is not installed, let's install it. I'll type Y, and it will ask me for my Kali password, and let's install it. So HTTP probe is an awesome tool that takes a list of domains and probe for working HTTP and HTTPS servers. So we already have a list of subdomains we have gathered till now. We just have to pass it to HTTP probe. So I have a long list of subdomains related to zomato.com, but I have filtered out only 15 for this particular demonstration. So these are those 15 subdomains that I have chosen. Let's see. So to use it with HTTP probe, it's really simple. I'll use cat zomato subdomains.txt and I'll pipe it to HTTP probe, and I'll provide count 50. Let's see. Okay, once we have the live host, we will use another tool to get the screenshot of them. In the real world, it will be really time consuming to check which host have an application running and which does not. We can use this tool to make our life easier. So we will use iWitness. So iWitness, if I type, and it is not installed, so let's install it. So until it is installing, let's see if the result we have got. So it is working. That's great. So HTTP probe is working. And once the iWitness installed, we will use iWitness to screenshot every one of these hosts to check if they hold any content or not. So this will automate the process of looking into each host that that HTTP probe has given us. Okay, so it is installed now. Let's do one thing. Let's capture all of this in a text file. So I'll create a file.txt and let's paste all of these there, and I've saved it. Now let's use iWitness. So iWitness, and we just have to provide the file name containing the list of URLs that HTTP probe has generated. So I have hit enter, and now it is doing its thing. So it is done screenshotting all the hosts, and now it is asking us if we want to open the report. Let's hit yes, and we have a report over here. That's nice. So first host is upload.zomato.com. So we have this particular error. Then on upload we have culture. We have the screenshot. That means we can work with the culture.zomato.com. Again we have culture. WS call center, it only has a page that is that has server running written on it. Then we have tagblog.zomato.com. we don't have any screenshot of it. URL 7479.zomato.com, 404 not found error, we got it. We can filter it out. Now we have API beta.zomato.com internal server error. Okay. Then we have chat.zomato.com 503 server service temporarily unavailable, and that's all. And the last one book.zomato.com, we hit a timeout, and in that let's see if there is a next page. No, it is not. So that's great. So now we have filtered out the host that we have to work on and the later stages of our penetration test. On that note, I will conclude this and will meet you in the next video where we will be finding some juicy JS endpoints. During the reconnaissance phase of security assessments, identifying and analyzing JavaScript files can reveal valuable information about the target's infrastructure, including the existence of undocumented or hidden endpoints. In this section, we will explore techniques for finding and enumerating JavaScript endpoints associated with target website or web application. Hidden endpoints of the website can be used to perform penetration testing on the domain. Detection of these endpoints is difficult if we are using a manual way, so we need to have an automated script that can detect the endpoints of JavaScript links. Link Finder is an automated tool developed in Python language which detects the endpoint and their parameters on the target domain. So let's install Link Finder on our system. So I'll change my directory to desktop and use git clone. So it has been cloned. Let's change our directory to link finder. We got a requirement.txt. Let's check it. We only have one requirement. Let's install it. We also have a setup.py file. So let's run also sudo setup.py file install. And now we can run the link finder. So python 3 linkfinder.py, and we'll provide it URL. So let's say paytm.com. Okay, so it is done with the processing and it have created a output file, output HTML file. So we can find all the related information over here. So we have opensearch.xml file that if it have found, and let's see the other output. So we got a lot of output over here. Let's see the JavaScript endpoint. So we also got something related to a subdomain tickets.paytm.com and a lot of raw data. So I have scrolled to the bottom of this particular report, and now I'm seeing some. Now I can see some JavaScript files that has been highlighted. Let's see some more. So it's a big report actually. So you have to go through it one by one and it will take some time. So look at this. So I have found some of the links and also the JavaScript files I have seen in the bottom. So these particular endpoints could be beneficial for us if we are looking for something juicy, because sometimes JavaScript files contain some information related to either software or some internal information that could come handy later. So I guess you now know how you can use link finder to find out information, and you got a bunch of raw data over here, depends on the target. So Paytm is a big scope, so we do get a lot of information over here. So you can go through it and see if you find something juicy. Next we have Arjun. So Arjun is a tool which is also designed to specifically find hidden HTTP and JS parameters. So if I type Arjun, it is not installed. Let's install it. I'll press Y and it is now installing on our machine. So it is a small tool, so it has been installed. So let's use Arjun. So to use Arjun, we'll specify Arjun and then -u, and then we'll provide the URL. So paytm.com. Let's see. So Arjun is probing the target for stability and analyzing the HTTP response for anomalies, and now it will try to brute force and find some hidden JS endpoints. Okay, so it is done with this analysis, but it doesn't found any parameter. Let's try something else. Let's try Dell.com. Okay, so it is done with the analysis and it have found a parameter that is show message. So we have to check that in our Dell website for this particular parameter. So now we have reached the end of our information gathering phase, as we are about to complete the level 3 recon techniques also. In the last section, we will look into some automated frameworks and tools that makes our life easier while doing information gathering on a target. On that note, I will conclude this section and we'll see you in the next one. In this section, we will be automating our reconnaissance process with tools like Photon and Sniper. So let's get started. We'll start with Photon. So Photon is an advanced web crawler and OSINT tool that designed for thorough website analysis. It is capable of scanning website comprehensively to uncover valuable information, including endpoints, vulnerabilities, and sensitive data. So let's install Photon on our machine. So I'll copy the URL from here. Let's change the directory to desktop. Now we'll git clone the Photon repo here. Okay, so it has been cloned successfully. Let's change the directory to Photon, and now we have a requirement.txt file. Let's look at it. Let's install requirements pip3 install-r requirement.txt, and most of the requirements are already satisfied. So let's run Photon. So photon.py, and if we type -h, we got all this option over here. Let's see the main ones. So if we use --clone, so it will clone the website locally, and --headers will add the headers. --DNS will enumerate subdomains and DNS data, That's great. Dash dash keys will find secret keys. Dash dash update to update photon. Dash dash only URLs will only extract the URLs, and dash dash wayback will fetch URLs from archive.org as seeds. Nice. Okay, so to use it, I'll type python 3 photon.py dash u. Let's say the target is dell.com, and I'll provide the threads be 100, and I'll provide the verbosity flag. Let's see what it finds with the default setting. Okay, so it is showcasing me that it has saved the results in dell.com. Let's see, dell.com, and we got an internal.txt. So we got a bunch of URLs over here, and also let's say and a robot.txt file. So with the default setting we only get a little amount of information, but I have also launched it on swiggy.com, and let's see what I found. So if I type fuzzable.txt, so it found various links related to Swiggy. So Swiggy is quite a big domain. It's like Zomato. And another thing, it has mirrored swiggy.com also. So let's try the mirrored swiggy.com, and if I check the index.html, so it's not loading. That's fine, but for these particular tools you have to wait for, so if the scope is large you have to wait for quite a lot time to get relevant result with these tools. So these tools are automated tools. Whatever we were doing till now, these tools are just automating that task. But to crawl such a big domain, or to crawl such a big host, it requires a lot of time. So we have to be patient with this. But now let's move on. Next we have Sniper, which is an all-in-one vulnerability scanner and attack surface management tool, which is designed for comprehensive penetration testing and vulnerability assessments. So let's install it on our machine. So I've copied the URL from here, and if we go back, let's go to desktop. Let's git clone. Okay, so it has been cloned onto our system. Let's go to the Sniper directory, and we have a install.sh file over here. So let's install all its dependencies. So I'll hit sudo bash install.sh, and it will, let's hit enter, and it will now install all the packages required for the Sniper tool. Okay, so it took a lot of time, but we are done with the installation of Sniper. Now to run it, we just have to use sudo and Sniper, and if I give my Kali password, so Sniper has started. Let's see its help. So I'll type -- help, and we got a lot of options over here. So Sniper uses modes for different types of reconnaissance. So we have a normal mode, then we have a normal plus OSINT plus recon mode, then we have a stealth mode plus OSINT plus recon mode, discover mode, and we have a fully port only scan mode, we have a web mode, we have a airstrike mode, and we got nuke mode with target list, brute force enabled, and all of these options. So let's use a normal OSINT mode. So we will use OSINT plus recon mode because we are doing passive information gathering over here. So to specify that, we have to provide -o-re. So to use it, we'll use sudo sniper -t for target, let's say zomato.com, and let the mode be -o and -re. Now if it enter, it will scan zomato.com and will perform all the enumeration that we were doing till now manually. It will automate all the enumeration for us. Okay, So I have to exit it in between because it was taking a lot of time. But look at this, man. Just look at this. So it started from here. Let's go. So it started with gathering DNS information, and it checked for subdomain hijacking. It does not give any result for this. Then it uses crt.sh to get the list of all the subdomains using crt.sh website. Then it uses some project sonar to find subdomains. Then it got subdomains using rapid DNS and some new subdomains over here. Look at this. Then displaying interesting domain search, we don't get anything. Retrieving ASN information. So it tried to gather information of ASN, but I think it failed. And then it tried to ping the host if it is working or not. It is. Then it run a TCP port scan. So we got two open ports, 80 and 443 for HTTP and HTTPS. Then it performed an all TCP port scan, I think. And look at this. Then it launched Black Widow. So it also launched Black Widow for us. And then it also launched WebWoo for us. So we know that it is using Akamai web application firewall. It also uses WhatWeb. So this is the output of WhatWeb. And we get some web fingerprint. So we got Envoy, Akamai bot manager. I think this is from Netcraft, I guess. We got HTTP accelerator in Netcraft result when we were performing identifying web technologies enumeration. Then it saved some screenshot of the URL, performed some Nmap scans, and look at this. So it fetched ran a passive web spider and found all these links, and then also find some links using with the Wayback Machine. So look at this. And then I have to exit it because it was a lot of information. But on that note, I will conclude this module. And talking about this module, we have explored the fundamentals of passive reconnaissance and its importance in the overall penetration testing process. I hope you have learned and practiced all the technique discussed here, and by effectively applying these passive reconnaissance methods, you will always have an edge on your target. You will understand this better as you progress further into the course, that a comprehensive information gathering is more crucial than exploiting the target, because the more you know your target, the better you are in the position of attacking it. In the next module, we will dive into active reconnaissance, where we will explore techniques for directly interacting with the target system to gather more detailed information. Stay tuned for an exciting journey into the world of active reconnaissance. Welcome to the active reconnaissance module. We have already covered the passive recon techniques in the previous module. Now we will know how we can perform an active recon on our target. But first, let's understand what is active reconnaissance. Active reconnaissance involves directly interacting with the target system or network to gather information about its configuration, vulnerabilities, and potential entry points. It is more aggressive and detectable approach compared to passive reconnaissance. In this module, we will learn about the following topics. First, we will be installing Metasploitable 2 machine for this particular module and the upcoming ones as our target. Next, we will go through the host discovery techniques using NetDiscover and Nmap. After that, we will look into port scanning and service fingerprinting, followed by OS fingerprinting of our target. Post that, we have techniques that we can use to bypass firewall and IDS. Moving on, we will see how we can optimize our scans. Then, we will look into some tools like Masscan and Rustscan as an Nmap alternative. And at last, we will see directory brute forcing. On that note, let's get started with our active reconnaissance and scanning journey without any delay. I'll see you in the next video where we will be installing the Metasploitable 2 machine. In this section, we will set up the Metasploitable 2 machine as our target. Metasploitable 2 is an intentionally vulnerable Ubuntu Linux virtual machine that we can use to perform our scans and exploitation in a controlled environment. without triggering the FBI. So let's get started. So to install Metasploitable 2, I'll type Metasploitable 2, and we got two links over here. One is from Rapid7 and other is from SourceForge. So you can use any one of them. I will use the SourceForge one. So Rapid7 also hint us that Metasploitable 2 is available at this particular Rapid7 address and SourceForge. So let's download it. Click download over here. It will start the download. I've already downloaded it, so I'll cancel it. Okay, so I have my Metasploitable Linux zip file over here. Let's extract it. So I'll extract all and let's extract it. So it is around 2 GB, so it won't take much time. So it is now extracted and we got a virtual machine VMDK file over here. So virtual machine disk file. So to install it, we'll open up our VirtualBox and click on new. We can type Metasploitable 2 and let's say Linux, and I think it's Oracle Linux 64-bit, and let's go to next. So 512 MB RAM will be enough for this. Let's click on next. We'll use an existing virtual hard disk file. Click on this, click add, go to the downloads folder. We have a Metasploitable Linux folder over here. Click on Metasploitable to Linux and this is our file. Click on open, then choose, then next, finish. Now if we double click on it, it will start the Metasploitable 2 machine. Okay, so Metasploitable 2 machine has booted up. So the default password of Metasploitable 2 is msfadmin and msfadmin. So we are now in. Let's check its IP address. So ifconfig and we got this particular IP address. Now if you want to perform any scans from our Kali machine to this Metasploitable 2 machine, so both of these should be in a bridge network. So let's make them. So I'll right click on it and click on settings. Now I got the network tab over here. This is set to NAT. So make it bridge, and whatever wireless adapter, either you are using a wireless adapter or your host in network interface card, whatever it is, just set to it and click on OK, and it is now set. Same we will do for our Kali machine. So I'll click on settings, go to the network tab, click on bridge adapter. I'll choose the same adapter, TP-Link wireless USB adapter, and click OK. Okay, so I have booted my Kali machine also, and we got our Metasploitable 2 machine over here. Let's check the IP address of both the machines. So I'll check the IP address of our Metasploitable machine, ifconfig, and we got the IP address of 192.168.29.150. So this is the IP address of our Metasploitable machine. Let's check the IP address of our Kali machine. So I'll type IP80DR and we got 192.168.29.84. Let's try to ping this particular IP address of our Metasploitable machine. So I'll type ping 192.168.29.150 and we are able to ping our Metasploitable machine. That means we can interact with it. So now that we have set up our Metasploitable 2 machine, let's get our hands dirty with some scanning in our next section, where we will be performing host discovery using the NetDiscover tool. In this section, we will be performing host discovery using the NetDiscover command line tool. But first, let's understand what is host discovery. Host discovery in simple terms refers to the process of identifying active devices or hosts on a network. It is typically one of the first steps while doing network reconnaissance of a target. Imagine you have a large neighborhood with hundreds of houses, but you don't know which ones are currently occupied. Host discovery is like going around the neighborhood and knocking on each door to see if anyone answers. If someone opens the door, you know that house is occupied, or you can say you have an active host. In the context of computer networks, Host discovery involves sending various types of packets or signals to IP addresses with a specified range. These packets are like the knocks on the door. If a device or a host at the IP address responds, it means it is active and online. There are different techniques or knocks that can be used for host discoveries, such as ping or ICMP echo request. This is like ringing the doorbell and waiting for someone to answer. Next we have TCP SYN packets. This is like trying to initiate a connection similar to knocking and saying, "Hello, can I come in?" Third is UDP packets. This is like sending a message and waiting for a response. And at last we have ARP. This is like standing in the middle of neighborhood and screaming for a particular name. Let's say Mr. Sharma. If Mr. Sharma is present in the neighborhood, he will respond with a yes message along with his house number. In this particular section, we will be using NetDiscover to find live host. NetDiscover uses an active reconnaissance technique that sends ARP requests to host on a specified network range and displays any response received. Now the question arises is, what is ARP? ARP or Address Resolution Protocol is like a phone book that helps computers on a network find each other's addresses. Just like you need someone's phone number to call them, computers need to know each other's addresses to communicate and send data. On a network, every computer has two main addresses. Number one is IP address. This is like the street address of a house. It tells where the computer is located on a network but not the exact destination. And the second one is MAC address. This is like the house door number. It uniquely identifies the specific computer or device on the network. When one computer, let's say computer A, wants to send data to another computer, let's say computer B, on the same network, it knows the computer B's IP address but not the MAC address. So computer A uses ARP to look up and discover computer B's MAC address, and the process works like this. So computer A will send out a broadcast message saying who has this IP address, computer B's IP, and please respond with your MAC address. Now the computer B recognizes its IP address in the broadcast and respond by saying that IP is mine and here is my MAC address. Computer A takes notes of computer B's MAC address and adds it to an address book called the ARP cache. Now computer A can prepare the data packet with proper destination, MAC address, and send it directly to computer B. Now that we are done with the concepts, let's jump right into the NetDiscover tool. So to use the NetDiscover tool, I'll type sudo netdiscover and -h. So it will display the help of the NetDiscover tool. So to simply use it, we just have to provide a interface name or IP address. So we have an interface name. So we got the interface Ethernet 0. Let's use that. So sudo netdiscover -i and then the interface name. Now it will try to find all the hosts in this particular interface or this particular IP range. So let's see what it finds. And we do get our Metasploitable 2 machine IP address over here. So the name we got here is PCS System System Techniques, something like that. So I think this is related to its the NIC or whatever it is using. So we can exit it. So now that we know the IP address of our target, we are prepared to perform other actions on it like scanning and looking for potential vulnerabilities. On that note, I will wrap this section, and in the next one we will be seeing different host discovery techniques using Nmap. So stay tuned. In this section, we will take a deep dive and perform host discovery techniques with the most powerful scanning tool, Nmap. In Nmap, we can perform host discovery with various techniques like ARP ping scan, UDP ping scan, ICMP ping scan. In ICMP ping scan, we have three types of scan: ICMP echo ping, ICMP timestamp ping, and ICMP address mask ping. Then we have TCP ping scan. In that, we have also two techniques. One is TCP SYN ping and other one is TCP AG ping. And at last, we have IP protocol scan. Let's start with the ARP ping scan technique. We have already discussed ARP in the previous section. Let's see how a ARP ping scan works in Nmap. In ARP ping scan, we send ARP requests to each IP address and listens for ARP responses to determine which hosts are up. If we got a response, that means host is up, otherwise we conclude it as down. To perform a ARP ping scan with Nmap, we can use the -PR flag. There is also a -N flag which is to enable only the host discovery mode without port scanning. So I'll type Nmap and -N to disable port scanning and -PR for ARP ping scan, and then 192.168.29.150. That is our IP address of our Metasploitable machine. So if I hit enter, it is showing me that the host is up. Nice. Let's move to the second one, which is a UDP ping scan. In UDP ping scan, we send UDP packets to the target, and if we got a response back from it, then we conclude that the host is up. Otherwise, it is considered as down. We also conclude that the machine is not active if we receive a TTL or not found error. Now to perform UDP scan with Nmap, we will use the -PU flag along with -SN. So I'll type sudo Nmap -SN to disable port scanning and -PU and then the target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150. If I hit enter, I'll provide my Kali password and it is showcasing me that the host is up. Nice. Now we have ICMP ping scan. First we will start off with the normal ICMP echo ping scan. In this we will send ICMP echo request to the server, same as we do with ping command. If the host is live, it will return an ICMP echo reply. As I already told you that this technique might not work in Windows machine due to different TCP IP stack implementation, but it does work on Linux boxes. To perform the ICMP echo ping scan, we will use the -PE flag. So Nmap -SN -PE and then our target IP address 192.168.29.150, and it is showcasing the host is up. Now we can also perform an ICMP ping scan on a IP address range like /24. This is called ICMP ping sweep. So to do this, we just have to provide the subnet mask with the IP address. Except this, everything will be same like before. So we'll provide Nmap -SN then -PE and 192.168.29, make it 0 and /24. So it will now perform a ping sweep on all the IP address and it is done. So we got two hosts up. So one is 192.168.29.84 and the other one is 192.168.29.150. Great. So the next one we have is ICMP timestamp ping scan. This is somewhat an interesting one. Basically the ICMP timestamp ping scan sends a "what time is it" message to the target computer. If that computer answers back within the time, it confirms the computer is turned on and connected to the network. This type of scan can be useful when a firewall or security settings are blocking the standard ICMP echo request packets. The timestamp request may slip through when echo requests are filtered. However, ICMP timestamp scans are not as widely supported as echo request. Many systems are configured to ignore or block timestamp requests for security reasons. So while effective in some cases, ICMP timestamp scans are not as readable as other host discovery methods. To perform an ICMP timestamp scan with Nmap, we will use the -PP flag. So Nmap -SN then -PP and then our target IP address. So 192.168.29.150. So it is showcasing me that the host is up. ICMP address mask ping scan. So ICMP address mask ping scan sends a special ICMP packets to the target system asking for network configuration details. If the target replies, it confirms the system is up and provides useful information to the attacker about the network layout. If it does not respond, that means it is down. To perform this scan, we will use the -PM flag. So sudo nmap -sn-pm and then our target IP address. So that is 192.168.29.150. So it is showcasing me that the host is up. Great. Now we have TCP SYN ping scan. As we have already learned about the TCP three-way handshake in our networking refresher module, this will be very easy for us to understand. In a TCP SYN scan, we send a hello message or SYN packet to the target, and if the target replies back with a hello back or ACK, then it confirms that the host is active. To perform this scan, we will use the -ps flag. So sudo nmap -sn-ps and then our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150, and the result is the host is up. TCP ACK ping scan. In this type of ping scan, Nmap sends an empty ACK packet to the server, and if the server responds with a RST packet, then we can conclude that the host is active. And so in simple terms, the TCP ACK ping scan sends a thank you message or ACK packet to the target computer on a particular port, even though no conversation has taken place. If that computer answers back with, what do you want, man, or a reset packet, then it confirms that the computer is turned on. To perform this scan, we will use the -pa flag. So sudo nmap -sn-pa and then our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150. So the host is up. At last we have IP protocol scan. In IP protocol ping scan, we send different packets using different IP protocols like TCP, UDP, ICMP and IGMP to the target computer. If the target computer responds with a "I don't understand that protocol" message, it confirms that the computer is turned on. If it responds with a protocol specific message, it indicates that the host supports that protocol. To perform this scan, we will use the -po flag. So sudo nmap -sn-po and then our target IP address. So 192.168.29.150 and the host is up. So this concludes our session on host discovery. In this one, we have learned about all the techniques Nmap uses to discover live host. One thing to note here is that if you don't specify any flag related to one of the above techniques, Nmap then by default will send an ICMP echo request, a TCP SYN packet to port 443, a TCP ACK packet to port 80 and an ICMP timestamp request to the target in order to find out if it is alive or not. With that being said, I will mark end of this section and will see you in the next video where we will learn about port scanning. In this section, we will look into various port scanning techniques using our favorite scanning tool named Nmap. After discovering live host on a network using host discovery techniques, the next step is to determine which ports are open on those hosts. This information can help identify potential vulnerabilities and attack vectors. But first, what is port scanning? Port scanning is a way to check which ports on a computer are open and accepting traffic. It's like walking up to a house and trying different doors to see which ones are unlocked. Like in host discovery, we have various techniques to perform port scanning in Nmap. So first we have TCP scanning. So TCP scanning consists of full TCP scan, half TCP scan, inverse TCP scan that consists XMS scan, fin scan, null scan and memo scan. After that we have ACK flag probe scan. It also has two types, TTL based scan and Windows scan. And then we have idle IP-ID header scan. Next we have UDP scanning, and after that we have SCTP scanning, which has SCTP init scanning and SCTP cookie echo scanning. Then we have SSDP scanning, and at last we have IPv6 scanning. Let's start with the TCP scanning technique. The first one we have is a full TCP scan or TCP connect scan. A TCP connect scan is a basic port scanning technique that establishes a full TCP three-way handshake connection to determine if a port is open on a target system. Nmap sends a TCP SYN packet to the target port just like it would do on a normal TCP connection. If the port is open, the target responds with a TCP SYN ACK packet indicating it's ready to establish a connection. Once the connection is established, Nmap immediately sends a TCP reset packet to close it down. If the port is closed, the Nmap directly responds with a TCP reset packet instead of a SYN ACK refusing the connection attempt. To perform this scan, we will use the -st flag. So nmap -s small s and capital T, and then our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150. So it has showcasing us a lot of ports over here. So we got a port number like 21 and what type of port it is. So TCP, the state is open and the service is FTP. Nice. So the main advantage of a TCP connect scan are it is simple to implement and doesn't require special privileges, and it works on all platforms, even those that block raw packet scans. Talking about the disadvantages, it is slower and less stealthy than other scans as establishes a full TCP connection, and it is more likely to be detected and logged by the target system. Next, we will see half TCP scan or stealth scan. A TCP half connect scan, also known as stealth scan, is a technique used to quickly determine which ports on a target system are open without fully establishing a connection. So here's how it works. So the scanner sends a TCP SYN packet to each target port, which is the first step in establishing a TCP connection. If the port is open, the target responds with a TCP SYN ACK packet indicating it's ready to establish a connection. If the port is closed, the target responds with a TCP reset packet indicating the connection is refused. To perform this scan, we will use -ss flag. So sudo nmap -s small s then capital S and then our IP address. So 192.168.29.150. I'll provide my Kali password and we got the results. The thing to note here is that this scan does require sudo permissions to operate, and if you are using an nmap scan with sudo without specifying the -ss flag, then it by default uses the stealth scan. So if you don't specify sudo, then it by default falls back to a full TCP connect scan. Talking about its advantages, so first of all, there is no full connection. So unlike a TCP connect scan, the scanner does not complete the full TCP handshake by sending an ACK packet. Instead, it just waits for the SYN ACK or reset response. Number two, it is stealthy. So this technique is stealthy because it doesn't establish the full connection, making it harder to detect by firewalls and intrusion detection systems. And the third one is it is faster and generates less traffic. So TCP half connect scans are faster and generates less traffic compared to TCP connect scan, which makes them more efficient. Inverse TCP flag scans. So inverse TCP flag scans are a type of port scanning technique that exploits a loophole in the TCP protocol specification to determine if a port is open or closed on a target system. So instead of using standard TCP SYN packet to probe ports, Nmap sends packet with unusual TCP flag combination like fin, urge, push and null. So if only the fin scan is set, that means it is a fin scan. If only null packet is set, then or no packet is set, then it is a null scan. And if fin, push and urgent packet is set, then it is an XMS scan. So according to the TCP RFC, if a port is closed and receives a packet without the SYN, reset or ACK flag set, it should respond with a RST packet. If the port is open, it should silently drop the unusual packet. So by analyzing the responses from the target system, the scanner can determine which ports are open or closed. So no response, that means port is open. And if RST packet or reset packet is received, then port is closed. And if ICMP error is received, then port is either filtered by a firewall or other device. Now let's see all the scans one by one, starting off with XMS scan. So to perform XMS scan, we can use -SX flag. So it uses fin, urge and push TCP flags in its packet. So sudo Nmap -s capital X and 192.168.29.150. So let's see. So we got the responses. The thing to notice here is that all the ports here are showing open or filtered. This is because Nmap is not able to confirm if the port are actually open or not. It is kinda confused here, but we can conclude with this result that the ports are open. Another thing with the XMS scan is that it does not work on Windows machine. So if you try to scan a Windows machine using XMS scan, it won't work due to different TCP IP stack implementation. It only works on particular Unix systems. Next we have FinScan. So to perform FinScan, we can use -sf flag. It uses only fin TCP flag in its packet. So sudo nmap -sf and then our target IP. So we got the same result for FinScan also. One interesting thing about FinScan is that it only works on OSs that uses RFC 793 based TCP IP implementation. RFC are basically a document that consists information on how networks are developed and implemented. In real world pen testing, we don't have much to do with that until we are researching on something related. Now we have null scan. So to perform null scan, we use -sn flag. It only sends an empty or null packet. So sudo nmap small s capital N and then 192.168.29.150. Got the same results again for the open ports. At last we have Mammon scan. So to perform the Mammon scan, we use -sm flag. It uses fin and ACK TCP flags in its packets. So sudo nmap -sm and then IP, and it is showcasing me that all TCP ports are closed. So that means it didn't work. Now talking about the key advantages of inverse TCP flag scans. So they can bypass certain non-stateful firewalls and packet filters that only block SYN packets. And second one is that they are slightly more stealthy than a standard SYN scan as they don't complete full TCP connections. However, these scans also have some limitations, like they don't work reliably against all operating systems as some systems don't follow the TCP RFC precisely. Then they can't always distinguish between open ports and certain filtered ports as we just saw. And the last one is that they are less accurate than other scanning methods like TCP SYN scans. ACK flag probe scan. An ACK flag probe scan is a technique used to determine if a target system has a firewall or filtering system in place. So here's how it works. First we send a TCP packet to a target system with only the ACK flag set along with a random sequence number. This is called an ACK probe packet. If the target port is closed, it will respond with a TCP reset packet indicating that the connection is refused. If the target port is filtered by a firewall or other security device, the ACK probe packet will be dropped and no response will be received. By analyzing the responses from the ACK probe packet sent to various ports, we can determine if the target system has a stateful firewall in place or not. To perform an ACK flag probe scan using Nmap, you can use the -SA option. For example, Nmap -SA 192.168.29.150. Let's use it with sudo. And it is showcasing me that the host is up and all scan ports are in the ignored state, but that's okay. There are two kinds of ACK flag probe techniques that are used to find open ports. These are TTL based and window based ACK flag probe scanning. First, let's see what is TTL based scanning. But before jumping into that, let's understand what TTL means. TTL stands for time to live. It is like a countdown timer that tells how long something can live or exist before it has to go away. Imagine you have a balloon that you blow up. The balloon has a certain amount of air in it, and the air can only last for so long before it escapes and the balloon deflates. The amount of time that balloon can stay inflated is like the TTL. In computers, TTL works in a similar way. When you send information over the internet, it gets broken up into little pieces called packets. Each packet has a TTL value that starts at a certain number like 64 or 128. As the packet travels from one computer to another, the TTL number goes down by 1 each time. If the TTL reaches 0 before the packet reaches its destination, the packet gets thrown away because it's too old. TTL helps keep the internet clean and organized. If packets could live forever, they might get stuck going in circles and clog up the whole system. The TTL makes sure old packets don't hang around too long. Generally, the TTL values for Linux machines are 64 and for Windows machine this is 128. Now coming back to the topic, so basically in TTL based scanning, we first send an ACK probe and then analyze its TTL field value for the reset packets. If the TTL value of the reset packet on a particular port is less than boundary value of 64, then the port is open. To perform this scan, we will use sudo nmap, let's say port 22 and IP packet. Now before performing this scan, we'll open a Wireshark. So Wireshark is starting up and this is our interface. Ethernet 0, I'll select it. And so Wireshark basically a network sniffing tool that we can use to capture packets. So we'll capture these packets. Let's copy this IP address and we'll hit the scan. So it is showcasing that the port is open. Let's see if we use IP address is equal to this. So we got this particular, let's make it big. So we got our scan over here and let's see if we can view its TTL values. So if we look into this particular field, so the time to live here is 50, which is less than the boundary value of 64, indicating that our port is open. So I hope you understand that. Next we have window based ACK flag probe scanning method. But first let's understand what is a window size. Imagine you have a bunch of friends over and you are playing a game together. You have a bunch of cards that you need to share with your friends, but you can only give them a few cards at a time. The number of cards you can give them at once is like a packet window size. It's like the maximum amount of information that can be sent from one computer to another before receiving computer has to say, I got it, send me some more. For example, let's say the packet size is 5 cards. That means you can give your friends 5 cards, then you have to wait for them to say, okay, I'm ready for more, before you can give them 5 more cards. If the packet window size is bigger, like 10 cards, you can give your friends more cards at once before having to wait for them to be ready for more. But if the window size is too big and you give them too many cards at once, they might get confused and drop some of the cards. So the packet window size is like a number of cards you can give your friends at a time when you are sharing information. It helps make sure the information gets shared smoothly without anyone getting overwhelmed. The computer uses this system to make sure they can send and receive information as fast as possible without any problems. Coming back to the topic now, in this scanning technique, we first send an ACK probe and then analyze its window size value for the reset packets. If the window size value of reset packets on a particular port has a non-zero value, then the port is open. To perform this scan, we will use -sw flag. So sudo nmap -sw 192.168.29.150, and if we hit enter, Now it does not show us anything. So now the thing to note here is that some of these scans are not working on our target system. This can be because of our target OS, TCP IP implementation, or some other factors. These type of scans are not generally used in real engagements as they depend on some very specific stuff. Talking about the key advantages of a ACK flag probe scan, so it can bypass certain types of firewalls that only filter SYN packets. It is more stealthy than a full TCP connect scan, and it can map out the firewall rule set to identify which ports are filtered. However, it has some limitations also, like it cannot determine if a port is open or closed only if it is filtered. It relies on the target system responding to the ACK probe as expected, and it is less accurate than other scanning techniques like SYN scans. Idle IP-ID header scan. An idle IP-ID header scan is a clever way to scan a target system open ports without being detected by using a third zombie system as a proxy. Here's how it works. So in step 1, the attacker finds a suitable zombie system that has a predictable IP-ID number. This means the IP-ID increments by a known amount each time a packet is sent. The attacker sends a SYN packet to the zombie to determine its current IP-ID value. The zombie responds with a reset packet containing the IP-ID. Then in step 2, the attacker then spoofs the SYN packet to the target system using the zombie's IP address as the source. If the target is open, it will respond to the zombie with a SYNAC packet. In step 3, the zombie, thinking that the SYNAC is a response to its own earlier SYNAC, it will send a reset packet back to the target. This causes the zombie's IP-ID to increment. Then in step 4, the attacker checks the zombie's IP-ID again. If it has incremented by 2, then the target port is open, but if the value has only incremented by 1, then the target port is eventually closed. So in essence, the attacker uses the zombie's system's IP-ID as a sensor to detect if the target responded to the spoofed packets, without the target ever seeing the attacker's real IP address. This makes the idle IP-ID scan extremely stealthy as the target only sees packets coming from the zombie system. It's a clever way to bypass firewalls and avoid detection when port scanning. However, this technique is a little difficult to implement in real life nowadays, as the main requirement of the technique is a zombie system, which is very hard to find nowadays in my opinion. But nevertheless, it is a great technique and you should have it in your arsenal because you never know when it might come handy. Moving on, we have reached to the UDP port scanning section now. UDP port scanning is a way to check if a computer is listening for and accepting UDP traffic on specific ports. Here's how it works. The scanner sends a UDP packet to each target port on the computer. This packet is like knocking on a door to see if anyone is home. If the port is open and the service is listening on it, the service will not send any response back. If the port is closed, the computer may send an ICMP port unreachable message. This is like someone saying wrong door, no one here. So to perform the UDP port scanning, we will use -su flag. So I'll type sudo nmap -su and then our target IP 192.168.29.150. Now the UDP scan has been started. So I'll let it finish and then we will review the output. Alright, so the scan has been completed and we have found 4 open UDP ports. Now talking about the main challenges with UDP scanning. So the first one we have, like, it's harder to determine if a port is open versus filtered since open ports often don't respond. Then it's also slower than TCP scanning since retransmissions are needed for each port. And at last, many hosts rate limit ICMP error messages, slowing down our scan. So now we will look into SCTP scanning. But first we will start with a basic question. What is SCTP? SCTP for Stream Control Transmission Protocol is a computer networking protocol that allows two devices to reliably send and receive multiple streams of data at the same time over an internet connection. It is generally used in VoIP services and is considered as an alternative to TCP and UDP protocols. It works on a 4-way handshake mode as we can see in the picture. Now SCTP uses two types of scanning techniques. One is SCTP init scanning and other one is SCTP cookie echo scanning. Let's look into each one of them one by one. First we have SCTP init scanning. Let's see how it works. So the scanner sends an SCTP init packet to each target port, which is the first step in establishing an SCTP association. If the port is open, the target responds with an SCTP init ACK indicating it's ready to establish a connection. If the port is closed, the target responds with an SCTP abort packet refusing the connection attempt. If no response is received or if ICMP unreachable error is received, the port is marked as filtered. To perform this scan, we will use the -sy flag. So I'll type sudo nmap -sy and then our target IP address. I'll provide my Kali password and let's see. Okay. So as expected, we did not find any successful result back because no SCTP based application is running on the target. So in essence, the SCTP scanner is knocking on each port to see if it answers back with an init ACK, indicating it's open and listening for SCTP traffic. A closed port responds with an abort while a filtered port doesn't respond at all. The main advantage of SCTP scanning is that it can find open SCTP ports that would be missed by traditional TCP or UDP scans. SCTP is used by some services like SS7, SIGTRAN, so scanning for it can uncover additional attack surface. However, SCTP scanning is less common than TCP or UDP scanning as SCTP is not as widely deployed as the other protocols. It also requires special support in the port scanning tool, which may not always be available. Next we have SCTP cookie echo scanning. So SCTP cookie echo scanning is a technique used to determine if a port on a target system is open or closed without fully establishing an SCTP association. So here's how it works. So the scanner sends an SCTP packet containing a cookie echo chunk to the target port. If the port is closed, the target will respond with an abort chunk, refusing the connection attempt. But if the port is open, the target will silently drop the cookie echo packet without sending any response. So in essence, the scanner is knocking on the port with a cookie echo chunk. If it gets an abort back, the port is closed. If it gets no response at all, the port is likely open. To perform this scan, we will use the -sz or -sz flag. So sudo nmap sz 192.168.29.150. Okay, so this time we do get some output unlike the init scan. However, the state of the ports are still filtered. So in essence, the scanner is knocking on the port with a cookie echo chunk. If it gets an abort back, the port is closed. If it gets no response at all, the port is likely open. Okay, let's talk about advantages of SCTP cookie echo scanning. So number one is that it's more stealthy than regular SCTP init scan, making it harder to detect. And the other one is that it may bypass non-stateful firewalls that block init chunks but not cookie echo chunks. However, it has also some drawbacks like it cannot reliably differentiate between open and filtered ports, often showing both as open or filtered. And advanced IDS IPS systems may still be able to detect and block SCTP cookie echo scans. SSDP scanning. SSDP stands for Simple Service Discovery Protocol. It's a way for devices on a network to find and talk to each other without needing to be manually configured. Here's how it works. Imagine you have a lot of devices in your home, like a TV, a computer, and a printer. They all need to be able to talk to each other, so you can do things like print a document from your computer or stream a movie from your computer to your TV. SSDP helps these devices find each other and figure out what they can do for each other. It's like a big "hello, what can you do" message that each device sends out to the others on the network. When a device receives this message, it responds with a list of what it can do. For example, the printer might say, "I can print documents," and the TV might say, "I can play videos." This way, all the devices on the network know what each other can do, and they can work together to make things happen. It's like a big team effort. But SSDP can also be used for bad things, like helping hackers to do something called a DDoS attack. This is when a lot of devices are tricked into sending messages to a single target like a website all at the same time. This can make the website very slow or even crash. Now that we know what SSDP is used for, we can check our target for it if it is vulnerable to UPnP exploits. We will be using Metasploit SSDP_msearch for this instead of Nmap this time. So I'll type msf console to start Metasploit, and now let's search the SSDP module. So SSDP_msearch. So this is the module. We'll use it use and use 0. I'm specifying this number. So it has now been selected. Let's check the options. So we can set the target host with our host parameter. So let's set that. Our host, our target IP is 192.168.29.150. Now let's run it, and if there is any UPnP devices or SSDP devices on the network, we'll find them. Okay, so the scan has been completed and no SSDP endpoints found. So that's okay. Let's move on. At last, we will look into IPv6 scanning. So IPv6 scanning refers to the process of probing IPv6 networks to discover active hosts, open ports and running services. Some common IPv6 scanning techniques include sending ICMP v6 echo request to discover active host, sending TCP SYN packets to common ports to find open ports, sending UDP packets to well-known ports to detect services, and leveraging DNS data, routing information and other sources to guess likely active addresses. Okay, so to perform this scan, we will take the scanme.nmap.org as a target, and we'll use the -6 flag for the scanning. So I'll type sudo nmap -6 for IPv6 scanning, and our target scanme.nmap.org. I'll provide my password and let's see what we find out. Alright, so we did get some open ports over here. So we got a open port, port 22, that is SSH, and an open port of HTTP, and a interesting port that is Elite at port 31337. So that was IPv6 scanning. Before concluding this section, let's discuss one more thing. As you have noticed, there were multiple port states that we have encountered till now in our various scanning sessions. Let's understand each, so that you won't get confused with the port status output later in your engagements, as this might hinder your exploitation methodology. The first one we have is open. This means an application is actively accepting connection on this port. For example, if a web server is running on port 80, it would show as open. Open ports are the main targets for hackers like us who are looking for vulnerabilities. Then we have closed ports. The port is accessible and receives the scan packets, but no application is listening on it. Closed ports are still useful for determining if a host is online and for OS fingerprinting. After that, we have filtered ports. So Nmap cannot determine if the port is open because a firewall, router or host-based software is blocking or filtering the scan packets. These ports provides very little information to the attackers. After this, we have unfiltered ports. So the ports is accessible, but Nmap is unable to determine if it is open or closed. This state is only used by the Masscan, which is used to map firewall rule sets. Post this, we have open or filtered ports. So in this, Nmap is unable to determine if the port is open or filtered. This can happen when open ports don't respond to the scan, or if a packet filter drops the probe and any response. And at last, we have closed or filtered ports. So Nmap is unable to determine if the port is closed or filtered. This state is only used for the IP-ID idle scan. With that, we have covered all the major port scanning techniques which is offered by the Nmap. Nmap is really powerful scanning tool for active reconnaissance, and in my opinion you will be using it in your engagements 95% of the time. Some of the little but important takeaways from this section will be the use of sudo. In my opinion, we should always run nmap as sudo, as it then gives us access to the raw TCP/IP implementation of the system and thus helps us in our scans better. The stealth scan is also a default in sudo and just makes the overall process more streamlined. On that note, I will take your leave from this section, and in the next one, we will be covering the service fingerprinting associated with the open ports. As we have successfully enumerated the open ports running on the system in the last section, in this section we will be covering service fingerprinting, the process of determining what services are running on open ports of the target system. Knowing what services are present is crucial for identifying potential vulnerabilities and planning further attacks. Service fingerprinting involves sending probes to open ports and analyzing the responses to determine what application or service is listening. This can be done actively by directly connecting to the ports or passively by monitoring network traffic. To perform service fingerprinting in Nmap, we will use -sv flag. So I'll type sudo nmap -ss for stealth scan, and then small s and -sv for service fingerprinting, and then we will type the IP address of our target host. So that is 192.168.150. So the scan has been started, and let's see. Okay, so we got the result over here. So apart from the ports and the service, we also got the service version number over here, like it is running VS FTPT 2.3.4 and OpenSSH 4.7 is on the running on the machine. We got postfix SMTP server, we got Linux telnet D, and we got a Samba 3 point something to 4 point something. We got a Samba server running, and we got a lot of MySQL 5.0.51. So these particular versions are really important. VNC protocol 3.3. So we now know the exact service that is running on the target. So now let's move to the next section where we will discuss OS fingerprinting. In this section, we will be covering OS fingerprinting, which is the process of determining the operating system of a target system. OS fingerprinting involves sending specially crafted packets to the target and analyzing the responses to determine what OS is running. This is based on the fact that different OSs have unique TCP/IP stack implementations that responds differently to certain packets. We can perform OS fingerprinting with the help of Nmap using -o flag. So if I type sudo nmap -ss for stealth scan and -o for OS fingerprinting, and then I will type the IP address of my target, that is 192.168.150, and I'll provide my Kali password, and the scan has been started. So the scan is already done, and we found that the OS that is running on the system is Linux 2.6 point something, and the OS details are here. We got a Linux kernel 2.6 here, and OS details, in OS details we can confirm that it is running Linux between version 2.6.9 to version 2.6.33. So that's great. But the question is how it works. So to detect the OS running on the target system, Nmap sends bunch of probe packets and then analyzes their responses with its database of over 2600 known OS fingerprints. If it found a match, it will print out the OS details like this. Sometimes Nmap guesses the target operating system version. This happens more in Windows host, as there are different versions of Windows. We can also confirm the OS details by analyzing other software and services that are running on the target. On that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will be looking into Nmap's capabilities to scan beyond firewall and IDS. Before going further into this section, I should aware you of the fact that these techniques might work in a CTF and controlled environment. However, the scanning techniques here does not guarantee results in real life, as defensive technologies like firewalls and IDS are very much evolved now and can most of the time thwart massive Nmap scan packets. So we have to be realistic while performing these techniques on real websites. On that note, let's get started. So the first technique we have is packet fragmentation. Packet fragmentation refers to the splitting of probe packet into several smaller packets called fragments while sending it to a network. To perform this technique, we will use nmap-f flag. So sudo nmap-ss for stealth scan, -sv for version detection, and then we'll provide -f flag for packet fragmentation. So I'll type 192.168.29.150. Let's provide the Kali password. And we are done with the scan. So we got our result back, we got our ports and the version number. Great. The second technique we have is source port manipulation. Source port manipulation refers to manipulating actual port numbers with common port numbers in order to evade firewall or IDS. Suppose a firewall only allowed traffic to the network from port 80 or HTTP. In that case, we can use source port manipulation technique to send our traffic via port 80 to bypass the firewall rule. To perform this, we can use nmap-g flag. So I'll type sudo nmap-g and then we'll specify the port 80 and then our target IP address. So Nmap has used port 80 to perform this particular scan and has given us the results. So all the traffic that goes to the target will seems like it is coming from port 80. At third, we have IP address decoy. When performing a network scan, our real IP address is used as the source of the scan packets. So this makes it easy for firewalls and IDS to detect and block the scan. To avoid this, we can use IP address decoy techniques. We can create random or specified decoy IP addresses with the help of Nmap and then scan the target. In that way, firewall will get confused which IP address to block and which to allow. We can do this using two methods. One is the random one where we can specify a number and Nmap will automatically create that much of random IP addresses to scan. The other one is manual entering the decoy IPs. This could be beneficial when you want to paint a target to a particular person or computer holding a particular IP address. Let's see how we can perform the same. First, we will look into the random one. So to perform the random IP address decoy scan, we will use sudo nmap, then d for decoy and then rnd for random, and let's say we want 10 random IPs. So I'll give number 10 and then I'll provide my target host. So we got our results, and in this particular scan, Nmap have used 10 different decoy IPs to perform the scan and thus giving us this particular result. To enter the decoys manually, we just have to type them like sudo nmap-d for decoy and 192, let's say 168.29.110, and the next decoy is 192.168.29.111. After that 192.168.29.112 and 192.168.29.113, and last is 192.168.29.114, and then we'll provide our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150. So we have specified 5 decoy IP addresses, 110 host, 111, 112, 113 and 114, and then we have provided our target IP address. Let's hit enter, and Nmap have performed this scan successfully with all using all these decoy IP addresses. Great. But keep that in mind that the decoy technique is not foolproof. Some firewalls and IDS can still detect that your real IP is sending more packets than the decoys. Using IP fragmentation and other evasion techniques in addition to decoys provides better results. Next, we have creating custom packets. So firewalls are designed to inspect network traffic and block packets that match certain criteria, like particular content or data. Nmap scan probes has a particular kind of signature which these firewalls has adapted over the years. To bypass this filtering of our packets, we can append random data in our scans to confuse the firewall, hence bypassing it. Okay, so to use it, we will type sudo nmap, provide the target IP address 29150 and then dash dash data, and then we'll provide a hex string like, let's say, dead beef. So we've got the result over here, and it has used this particular data in the packet that Nmap have used. Next, we can also use a string in the packet. Let's say sudo nmap, again the IP address 150, and then we'll specify dash dash data dash string, and then we can type any string that we want in the packet. So let's say hack the planet boys, and then we'll hit enter, and we've got the result over here. At last, we have using proxies with Nmap. So as we have already set up our proxy chains with Tor, we can also use it to perform Nmap scan on target and hiding our IP address eventually. So let's start our Tor service. So sudo systemctl start tor.service, and let's check the status. So sudo systemctl status tor.service, and it is running. Now to perform a scan with proxy chains and Nmap, we just have to provide the command proxy chains, let's say 4, proxy chains 4, and then we'll specify Nmap, and let's say we want to perform a stealth scan, sudo proxy chains Nmap stealth scan, and a stealth scan on this particular IP address. So we have specified sudo, then we have specified proxy chains 4 to initialize proxy chains with Tor, and then we have specified nmap command along with the stealth scan command, and at last our target host. So I'll hit enter, and it has used this particular proxy to perform this scan, and we got the results. In the real world, there can be issue with Tor, as most of the website on the internet block or scrutinize Tor traffic, so it is better use residential proxies rather than Tor to have better speed and consistent results. On that note, I will conclude this section, and will see you in the next one. Nmap is one of the most powerful and versatile network scanning tools available to security professionals and ethical hackers. However, running inefficient and poorly optimized Nmap scans can waste time and resources. In this section, we will explore techniques to streamline and enhance our Nmap scanning process. The first technique is scan type selection. While performing a scan, we have to choose the appropriate scan type based on our objectives and target environment. For example, we will use Nmap SYNScan for stealthier scanning, while a TCP connect scan for more reliable results. The next technique we have is port scanning techniques. So instead of scanning all 65,535 ports, specify only the relevant ports or ranges using the -p option. This can significantly reduce scan times. So if I type sudo nmap -p 80 22 and let's say 443, and then our IP address, so 192.168.29.150. So it is now really quick. It has given me the results in 0.16 seconds and only displayed result of port 22, that is SSH, port 80, that is HTTP, and port 443, that is HTTPS, which is closed. Now I can also specify a range. So I type sudo nmap -p and I can specify a range, let's say from 21 to 100, and then the IP address of our target. So it has now given me the results from port 21 to 100. So 21, 22, 23 and 53 and 80. So all the ports that comes in between, all the open ports that comes in between this particular range 21 to 100, it had given me in the results. If you don't specify any port option, then Nmap by default takes top 1000 most common ports. So if I type sudo nmap and then I'll provide the IP address. So in the result, it has taken the 1000 most common ports or 1000 most well-known ports. Now if we want to perform an all TCP port scan scanning all 65,535 ports, so we can use -p- option. So sudo nmap -p- and then our target IP. So it has now scanned for all 65,535 ports, and out of which it is showcasing me all of these ports. So it has gone to the length of 55,688. That showcase that it has done all TCP port scan. Now if you want to scan top 100 common ports, we can use -f option or nmap fastest scan. So sudo nmap -f for fastest scan to scan top 100 common ports and 192.168. So it has given me the result of top 100 ports. Nice. The third technique we have is timing and performance tuning. When running Nmap scans, there is a trade-off between speed and accuracy. Faster scans are less accurate while slower scans provide more reliable results. Nmap provides various options to adjust the timing and performance to balance this trade-off based on our needs. So we have timing templates for that. Nmap has predefined timing templates from 0, that is slowest, to 5, that is fastest, that we can use with -t option. For example, -t4 is an aggressive scan, while -t0 is very slow, stealthy scan to evade firewalls and IDS. So the default timing template that Nmap uses is -t, but I can use, let's say I can use -t4 or -t5 for more aggressive scan, or I can use -t1 or t0 to make the scan slower, so that it can bypass firewalls and IDS. So let's use -t4 on our target 192.168.29.150, or let's say a t5. Let's go, and it has given me result in 0.15 seconds. Nice. Let's try t0. And let's see how much time it will take. So the scan has been started, but I'm not getting anything as of now because it is the slowest scan. So I've cancelled it because it was not providing me any results, and you might know why, because we are using a -t0 template, so it is really slow. So I have this scan running for more than 10 minutes now, but it has not given me anything. So you got my point, but you can try it if you want to. You can try with t1 or t2 to get better results, better and quicker results. Next we have parallelism. So Nmap can scan multiple hosts in parallel. The --min parallelism and --max parallelism options control how many parallel probes Nmap sends at once. More parallelism speeds up the scan but can overwhelm networks. Suppose you are dealing with a large network with multiple hosts. Then we can use these techniques to parallelly scan each host in a short amount of time. --min parallelism, this option sets the minimum number of parallel probes that Nmap will have outstanding at any time. Higher values increases parallelism and speed up scans but can overwhelm networks. So I can use Nmap -min, let's use it with sudo Nmap -min parallelism, and let's say 100. So at max it can scan for 100 hosts. Then I'll provide my IP address range. So 192.168.29.0/24. Let's see the results. So we got the result over here, and it has provided me the scan result for 2 hosts. One is my gateway, so 192.168.29.1, and these are the results, and the other one is our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150, and we've got all the scan ports results over here. Other than that, it has shown me that 192.168.29.16 the host is up, and the other host that is up is .82. Nice. Next we have max parallelism. So this option sets the maximum number of parallel probes across all hosts being scanned. So it prevents Nmap from sending too many probes in parallel, which could cause excessive network load. So the maximum amount of parallel scanning we can use this particular flag. So max parallelism, and then let's say 100. So 100 is the max, and let's provide the IP range once again. So 192.168.29.0/24. Let's hit scan, and we'll review the results once it is done. Okay, so we got the result over here. Again, we this time we've got for 3 hosts, and one is our gateway, that is 192.168.29.1. So these are the results, and the other host is 192.168.29.13, and we've got all the filtered ports over here, but it does got another host, and I think this is a mobile phone. I'm not sure. And then we have our target host, so 192.168.295.150, and these are the open ports we have. The next technique we have is host timeout. So the host timeout option tells Nmap how long to wait for a host to respond before giving up and moving on. This is useful for slow networks or firewalls that rate limit connections. So I can use sudo nmap -- host timeout. Let's say 5. This is in seconds, and let's say 192.168.29.0/24. So the scan has started, and it will try, and the scan has ended also. So basically this option, what this option does is that if a particular host is not responding within 5 seconds, it will just move on. So it has given me the results back, and it has only provided me the results for our .150 host, that is our Metasploitable machine. So great. Next we have host discovery optimization. So suppose we have already discovered the live host on a network using the host discovery technique we have learned earlier. Now while performing the port scan, we can skip the host discovery this time, as we already know the live host. This can be done using -pn flag. We can also skip the DNS resolution using -n, as we already dealing with the IP addresses and no DNS lookup is required for that. So I can just type sudo nmap -r to skip the DNS lookup, and -pn to skip the host discovery. So, and then I'll provide the IP address. So it is done with the results, and it has taken me 0.2 seconds. Great. At last we have output formatting technique. While performing all the scans, we have to wait for the results to come back. Sometimes this is fast, but sometimes it takes a lot of time. We can use the verbose mode to output real-time information of our scans by providing -v flag. So it works on the intensity. If we provide, let's say, sudo nmap, and let's give the IP address of our target 150. So let's say if we specify -v flag, so it is level 1 verbosity, and if I increase it to -vv, it will increase to level 2, and at last the maximum we have is level 3. So let's go with the level 1 only and see this. So we got whatever Nmap is doing. So we've got the results in a real time. So first it started its scan on one port. It completed its ARP ping scan at this particular time. Then it initiated parallel DNS resolution of one host, completed its parallel DNS resolution, then initiated the SYN-style scan, and whatever ports we have discovered. So we have got in real time, so 53, then 22 it discovered, then 3306, and all the ports. After that it completed its SYN scan, and then it moved to the service scan, initiated the service scan, and after that it completed its service scan, then used script scans and then completed its script scans, and then we've got the results. So if we want information, these ports information in real time, we can use the dash verbosity flag, and if we want to wait, we can then have the output later also. So after performing so many scans, we do not store the results somewhere so that we can review them later and add it to our penetration testing report. To do that, we have various Nmap options. So if I type Nmap, we've got various output options over here. So we've got -on, that is for normal scan, normal output, and that -ox for XML output, and -os that for script kiddie, and -og for graphable format. After that we have -oa. I think this is the best output format to use because it gives output in all three major formats. That includes text one, XML one, and the graphable one. So it will give me output of -on, -ox, and -og. So let's use it. So I'll type sudo nmap -ss for stealth scan, -sv for version detection, and then I'll provide the target IP address, and then I'll specify the output format. I'll use the -oa one, so it uses all the three output formats. So it gives me the output in all the three major formats, and then I'll provide the file name. I'll use the file name as nmap results. So the scan has been started, and let's see. Okay, so we are done with the scanning. Let's see our directory, and we got three files. One is nmap result.g nmap, and then we have got nmap result.nmap, and then we've got nmap results.xml. So we have got the graphable format, we have got the normal text format, and we have got the XML format. Let's look into them, each one of them. So let's I'll first use normal format, so that nmap. So we've got the normal text based format. Next is G nmap, I think G nmap graphable nmap. So this is the graphable format, and at last we have .xml. So I think this is an XML file. So this is an XML file. Let's review this in Firefox. So nmap results, what is the file name? Firefox, and it is showcasing me like this. Okay, so all right, fine. So on that note, let's conclude this section, and I will meet you in the next one, where I will be discussing my personal scanning methodology with you. In this section, we will look into how we can perform port scanning if we are on a Windows machine instead of a Linux host. We will use the test net connection commandlet for that. Test net connection is a PowerShell commandlet that displays diagnostic information for a network connection. It supports various tests including ping, TCP connection, route tracing, and route selection diagnostics. Let's open up a command prompt. So I'll type cmd and open up a command prompt. Let's change our shell to PowerShell. So we are on a PowerShell right now. Now I'll use test net connection and then port flag, and let's specify the port, let's say 445, and then our target host or IP address. So I'll try nmap scanme.nmap.org. Let's test this. So it will now connect to a scanme.nmap.org at port 445, and let's see what it find out. Okay, so we've got the results back, and it is showcasing me that the TCP test succeed false. That means the port is closed. Let's try another one. Let's try 22. So test net connection -port 22 scanme.nmap.org, and it is showcasing me that the port is open because TCP test succeeded is equal to true. Great. So we just have to, we can specify any port over here and it will display if the port is open or not based on this TCP test succeeded parameter. So if it is true, that means the port is open, and if it is false, that means the port is closed. Next, I have this PowerShell one-liner to scan for 1024 ports. So I've specified 1 to 1024, then I'm piping it to this particular command. It is connecting to a particular host. Let's change the IP address here. So let's change it to scanme.nmap.org, and if I hit enter, it has now started the scan, and once it is finished, we'll review the results. Okay, so we've got one entry over here that is for TCP port 22, which is open. So it is taking a lot of time. I'll cancel it. But you've got this also, so you can use this particular one-liner to find open ports on the target if you are on a Windows machine. So on that note, I will conclude this section and will meet you in the next one. In this section, we will explore Masscan, a powerful and lightning-fast TCP port scanner that can scan the entire internet in under 6 minutes. While Nmap is the industry standard for network scanning, Masscan offers unparalleled speed and efficiency, making it an essential tool in a security professional's arsenal. Now the question arises is, why use Masscan? Masscan is designed to scan networks at an extremely high rate, making it ideal for scanning large networks or the entire internet. Masscan can scan the entire IPv4 address space in under 6 minutes, far surpassing the speed of Nmap. Then we have performing reconnaissance on a large scale. Masscan allows us to quickly identify live hosts and open ports across vast networks, providing valuable intelligence for further investigation. The third point is evading detection. Due to its speed, Masscan can often evade firewalls and intrusion detection system that may flag slower scan as malicious activity. And at last, we have stress testing system. So Masscan's high-speed scanning capability can be used to test the resilience of systems and network under heavy load. To use Masscan, we have to provide a port number and an IP address or the rate of packets. So we'll use sudo masscan -p to specify the ports. So 80 and let's say 22, and then we'll provide the IP address range. So 192.168.29.0/24, and then let's provide the rate of the packets be 10,000. Now the scan has been started, so I'll wait for the scan to complete. Once it is complete, we'll review the results. Okay, so we have already got the results, and we've got port 80 open on 192.168.29.1 and 192.168.29.150, and port 22 on our .150 host only. So in this example, we have only provided a small IP range, but Masscan has the capability to scan the whole internet in just few minutes. So it is better to use it when we are dealing with a large network. But the thing to keep in mind is that due to its fast nature, it also creates a lot of noise in the network. And if the number of packets is greater than the expected amount, then there is a chance that network might also crash. So we have to keep that in mind while using Masscan. But overall, it is a great tool. So on that note, I will conclude this section and will see you in the next one. In this section, we will explore Rustscan, a fast and efficient port scanning tool that leverages the Rust programming language to achieve lightning-fast scanning speeds. It is an other alternative to Nmap, but it does integrate with Nmap perfectly, and that's what I love about it. Talking about its key features, so Rustscan offers several key features that make it a valuable addition to your security toolkit. Number one, it is extremely fast. So Rustscan can scan a host of 65,535 TCP ports in under 10 seconds. Second is Nmap integration. So Rustscan can automatically run Nmap scan on the identified open ports, providing a comprehensive analysis. Third is flexible output. So Rustscan supports various output formats including JSON and CSV, making it easier to integrate with other tools and scripts. And at last, it has customizable scanning. So Rustscan provides options for specifying target IP addresses, port ranges and scan rates. Okay, so to install it, we just have to scroll a bit and we got a installation guide. There is a link for the installation guide. Let's click on it. So it will redirect to us to this installation guide page, and here if we scroll down, we got Debian/Kali. So we've got pre-compiled Debian images for us, so we can download that. So let's get the latest version. So this is the file, rustscan _2.2.3 amd64.deb. Click on this and it will download the file in our downloads. So let's get there. So I'll change my directory to downloads, and I've got the Rustscan Debian file over here. So to install it on our system, I have to type sudo dpkg and -i, and then after that our file name. So sudo dpkg -i rustscan and whatever the name of the file is. If I hit enter, it will now install Rustscan on our system, and if I now type Rustscan, I can use Rustscan from anywhere. So let's move to our home directory. Okay, so let's use Rustscan. To perform all TCP port scan, we have to provide a -a flag. Let's view the -h first, so we can specify the help over here. So to perform a TCP port scan, we just have to provide an IP address with -a command, a -a flag. So let's do that. So we'll perform a TCP port scan. So rustscan -a 192.168.29.150. So it is now performing a TCP port scan and it is done. So that's really fast. It took 0.03 seconds only and it gave me a result back. So I've got the TCP port and their state and their service name. So great. So let's integrate it with Nmap. So to integrate it with Nmap, I'll type rustscan. Let's say I want to specify only some ports. So 22, 80 and let's say 445. So 22 for SSH, 80 for HTTP and 445 for Samba. And then I'll provide my target IP address with -a flag. And at last I'll perform a Nmap aggressive scan. So for that I have to provide 2- and then the Nmap flag I want to use. So -a for the aggressive flag scan. This is to specify that we want to perform an Nmap scan on these particular ports. So let's do that. Okay, so it is done with the results. It took 6.68 seconds and we've got the results over here for port 22, port 80 and port 445. Great. So we can also use Nmap flags with for all the ports, not just the one that I have specified. So I'll type rustscan and then I'll provide the IP address. So 192.168.29.150 and -- to specify that we want to run Nmap with it and -sv. So let's do that. And it will now display the service version of all the ports that it will detect. So it is running the script -v and the port and -sv. So it is also specifying what it is doing. Okay, so I've got the results over here now and it has performed the service detection on all the ports that it have identified. So if I want to compare Nmap with it with all TCP port scan, that is 65,535 ports, along with the service scan. So Rustscan is a clear winner. So by leveraging the speed of Rustscan and the power of Nmap, you can conduct efficient and thorough port scans, saving times and resources in the process. And on that note, I will conclude this section 2. So allow me to leave, and I will see you in the next section of this module, where we will be looking at directory brute forcing. Welcome to the directory brute forcing section of the scanning module. In this section, we will explore the powerful technique of directory brute forcing, which is used to discover hidden or unlinked directories and files on web servers. Directory brute forcing is a technique used to find hidden or unprotected directories and files on a web server. It involves systematically checking a list of potential directories and file names against the target website to discover content that may not be publicly linked or accessible. Imagine you have a house with many rooms, but some of the doors are hidden or locked. Directory brute forcing is like trying every possible door and room name to see what's inside, even if the doors aren't labeled or visible from the outside. To perform a basic directory brute forcing, we can use tools like GoBuster. GoBuster is a powerful open source tool used for directory and file brute forcing, DNS subdomain enumeration, and virtual host discovery. Let's see how we can use it. So to use GoBuster, I'll use the GoBuster command. After that, I'll use dir argument to specify directory brute forcing, and then I'll use -u to specify the target URL. So there is a web server running on our Metasploitable machine. So if I type 192.168.29.150, so we've got this web server running. So we'll use this only for our directory brute forcing. So let's copy the URL from here and let's paste it. HTTP. And after that, let's provide a word list for brute forcing. So user share word list sec list discovery web content, and we'll use common.txt. And then after that, let's also brute force for some extensions. So let's php, txt, and pdf. So let's go through the command once more. So we are using GoBuster, so we have specified the GoBuster command. Then dir argument to specify that we want to perform a directory brute forcing. Then -u flag to specify the target URL. So this is the web server address of Metasploitable 2 machine. Then -w to specify the word list. So we are using common.txt word list. And then -x to specify for any extension. So if we want to find out any PHP file, txt file, or PDF file, so we have specified that, and let's hit enter. So it has now started, and it is now so it is done. So we have found all these files. So .hta and related to files, so these are hidden files, so we cannot access them basically, but we do have a CGI bin directory. We've got a dev directory, a php myadmin, php info.php, and server status test directory, and a tv key. So let's check the test directory test. So we have got a test directory over here, and we have got a file. This file might contain some juicy information. Then we also got php myadmin, so that's great. php myadmin, it did found that, yes. So let's try it. So yeah, we've got the php myadmin login panel, so we can either log into it using default passwords, or can try other methods to get in. Then we have got a php info.php file. Let's view that. So we've got information about the PHP version number, so it is using this particular version, and all other related information. Great. So by discovering hidden directories and files, we may uncover sensitive information, exposed configuration files, or even vulnerabilities that could allow unauthorized access to the web application. So keep this in your methodology whenever you are facing any web server, either on port 80 or any random port. directory brute forcing is one of the technique you have to perform in order to find hidden assets, because most of the sensitive pages like login panels and files are not listed in a website's homepage. So on that note, let's conclude this module. We have learned a lot in this, and now with our scan results, we will move to the enumeration module where we will find more detailed information about each service for potential exploitation. In this section, we will be taking a deep dive into service enumeration, and in my opinion, this is one of the most crucial module of this course. But first, what is enumeration? Enumeration is a crucial phase in penetration testing and ethical hacking, where the goal is to gather as much information as possible about the target system or network. This information can be used to identify potential vulnerabilities and attack vectors for further exploitation. In this module, we will look into FTP enumeration, then Telnet enumeration, then SSH enumeration, NetBIOS enumeration, SMB enumeration, SNMP enumeration, LDAP enumeration, NTP enumeration, NFS enumeration, SMTP enumeration, IMAP enumeration, POP enumeration, MySQL enumeration, TFTP enumeration, and at last IPsec enumeration. By the end of this module, you'll have a solid understanding of the enumeration and its importance in the penetration testing process, as well as the skills to conduct effective and responsible enumeration on target systems and networks. On that note, let's get started without any delay. The File Transfer Protocol (FTP) is a widely used protocol for transferring files between computers over a network. FTP servers often contain sensitive information and can be vulnerable to various attacks if not properly configured. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating FTP servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phase of our penetration test. Let's start with the first technique, in which we will enumerate the version of the FTP server. This can be done very easily with the help of Nmap. So I'll type sudo nmap-p for port 21 for FTP -sv for service version detection -sc for default script scan, and then our target web server. So 192.168.29.150. I'll type my Kali password, and the scan has been started and it is finished also. So we've got the port 21 as open and it is running FTP, and the version we have here is VS FTP 2.3.4, and we have also run a FTP anon script, and as per that, anonymous FTP login allowed. Nice. So now that we know the version of our FTP server, we can look for potential exploits related to it. Another way to find the version of the running FTP server is using Metasploit. So I'll type msf console. So now the Metasploit framework is starting. And now if I search for a particular module, let's say search FTP version. Now to use this module, I'll type use command and then the module name. If I hit options, I can set the target host with rhost parameters. So set rhosts 192.168.29.150, and if I hit run, it is showcasing me the banner of the FTP server, that is, and which reveal the version of the VS FTP installation. So we've got 2.3.4 over here. Nice. FTP anonymous login. Now this is one of the most important thing you have to check while performing FTP enumeration, as this can create potential entry on the server. Anonymous FTP is a misconfiguration on the server where it allows us to access public files on an FTP server without needing a special username and password. It's like a public library where anyone can walk in and borrow books. To check it, we can use Nmap default scripts like we have done before, but to interact with it, we can do it manually. So FTP 192.168.29.150, and it will ask me for my username now. So I'll type anonymous for that, and in the password I'll just hit blank. So hit enter. So I'm now logged into the FTP server. So if I type ls, so there are no directories over here. Now let's understand why this is a jackpot for us. If we find any server with FTP anonymous login enabled, and if we can put on files on that server using this, then we can eventually also upload our payload on the server and execute it. Also, if we are in the user's home directory after logging in, then we can use our SSH keys to create a backdoor on that machine. Let's check if we can put file on that server. So if I check, I've got a file.txt over here and hello.txt. So let's put file.txt on it. So for that I'll type put command and then the file name file.txt. So it is showcasing me that could not create file. That means we have a permission issue over here, but no worries. One thing to note here is that we've got the binary mode selected over here. So there are two modes in FTP. One is binary for binary files. Binary file consists of any executable files, and the other one is ASCII mode, which is for the text files. So if you want to switch between both of them, you can do it just by typing like ASCII and binary. So if you upload a binary file in ASCII mode, so the file gets corrupted. So you have to use corresponding commands or related commands if you are uploading a particular file. I hope you get that. Next we have recursive download. So suppose there are folders in the FTP servers that you want to download. You can do that recursively using a single command. So we can use wget-m and then FTP and then the username. Let's say the username is anonymous, and then the password, let's say the password is also anonymous, @ and then our target FTP server IP address. So 192.168.29.150. Now if I hit enter, I've got this no such file because there are no directories on the server. There is also another command, that is wget-m --no passive FTP, then the username, then the password, @ the target server IP address. So we've got no such file over here also. Next we have guessing potential usernames. So we can guess potential usernames using the FTP user enum Perl script. So I've got the Perl script over here. So this is the Perl script. You can download it from GitHub. So this is the Perl script. So you can find it in the pentest monkey GitHub repository, and then you can click on this particular user FTP user enum.pl, and then if you click on raw, you can just copy it and save it in a file like this, FTP user enum.pl, and to provide it executable permission you can use chmod +x FTP user enum.pl, and after that you will be able to execute it. So to use it, I'll type /FTP user enum.pl, then -u for to specify username word list. So let's do that. User share word list seclist usernames, and then top username shortlist.txt will use, and then we'll provide -t to specify our target IP address. So 192.168.29.150. If I hit enter, it will start the scan, but beware of this as the script sometimes also shows false positives. Okay, so we've got the results over here. So we've got some potential usernames that could belong to the FTP server, but we are not sure as of now. But after we have a potential username list, we can perform a brute force attack to get its password using Hydra. I will not go into too much detail of that in this section as it will be covered thoroughly in the exploitation module. So let's move on. Next, let's talk about configuration files. So if we land on a server, then there are some sensitive FTP configuration files that we should look into. The first one is FTP users, and other one is ftp.conf. Next, if there is a pro FTP, so proftpd.conf you can look into, and then as we are dealing with vsftpd, so vsftpd.conf you can look into. So on that note, let's conclude this section, and I will meet you in the next one. Till then, keep enumerating. Telnet is an older protocol used for remote access to systems over a network. While it has largely been replaced by more secure protocols like SSH, some legacy systems and devices still use Telnet. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating Telnet servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. First, we will start off with service enumeration. We can use Nmap service and script-based scan to gather information about running Telnet server. So I'll type sudo nmap -p, telnet port is 23, then we have -sv for service version detection. Then to specify the script, I'll use -script parameter and then the script name. So telnet encryption, and let's also run telnet ntlm -info and then our target IP address. So 192.168.29150. I'll provide my Kali password. Okay, so we've got the results over here. So port 23 is open and it is running Linux telnet D, and it has run telnet encryption script, and telnet server does not support encryption. So as it is a Linux server, we have got nothing from the telnet ntlm info, but that's not a problem. Next, we have capturing telnet creds using Wireshark. So as we know that telnet is an old protocol and it has no encryption. That means whatever data is sent through it, including username and password, travel in clear text. We can use packet sniffing tool like Wireshark to capture these clear text credentials. So let's type sudo Wireshark and Wireshark is starting. Let's select our interface, that is Ethernet 0, and now Wireshark is running. Now in our next terminal, let's log into telnet. We are looking for telnet traffic over here, so let's log into telnet. So 192.168.168.29.150, and it is asking me for my password. Let's provide it msf admin and msf admin. So we are logged in successfully. Okay, so now going back to the Wireshark, let's see this. So we've got a bunch of telnet data over here. Let's open any one of them. If I right click on it and go to follow, so it is a TCP stream, and look at this. So we have got all the commands that I run in clear text. So I've got msf admin over here and msf admin password. That's great. If I do follow TCP stream on any one of them, I can get the password. So this shows us that telnet sends password in clear text and we can just sniff it if we are in the network. Nice. Next, we can also perform an MITM attack on the network using Metasploit to capture telnet creds. So basically we will create a fake telnet server that will be pointing to our IP address, and if the user mistakenly logged into it like it does with the real telnet server, we will get his credentials. So to set up this, let's use Metasploit as root. So sudo msf console. So it is starting now and we have got the prompt. So let's search for an auxiliary module, that is telnet search telnet. So we have got a lot of here, but we have to use this auxiliary server capture telnet. So I'll copy it and use auxiliary server capture telnet. Let's view its options. So we have to use our local host over here to serve the telnet, fake telnet server. So let's get our IP address. So if I type IP addr, this is my IP 192.168.29.84. I copy it and let's change the srv host parameter to my IP address. Let's set the banner also. So I'll set banner is equal to welcome to invent your shit server. So if I type options now, both our parameters has been successfully set up. Now if I hit run, my server has been started. Let's log into it. So let's say I am a victim over here, and if I type telnet 192.168.29 and mistakenly I typed 84, and now it is asking me to log in. So if I give my username and password to it, msf admin, so it is showcasing me that connection failed and connection lost by foreign host. Now if I check my msf console, so telnet login, I've got a login and I've got the username and a password combination. Great. At last we have configuration files. So if we land on the server somehow, then we can look into some sensitive telnet configuration files. So the one is hcinetd.conf. This is the one you can look into. Another one is hcxinetd inet.d/telnet and xinet.d s-telnet. So you can look into these configuration files, and these contains bunch of settings and configuration information that might help you for your enumeration. We can also perform brute force attack on telnet with a username and password list. Along with that, we can have full control over a server by uploading our payload on the telnet server and executing it, like we discussed in the FTP enumeration too, but that will come again under exploitation and will be out of scope of this module. On that note, let's conclude this section, and I will meet you in the next one. Secure Shell SSH is a widely used protocol for securely accessing remote systems over a network. While SSH provides strong encryption and authentication, improper configuration or the use of weak credentials can leave SSH servers vulnerable to enumeration and exploitation. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating SSH servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. Let's start with the first technique, in which we will enumerate the version of the SSH server. This can be done very easily with the help of Nmap. So I'll type sudo nmap-p 22 for SSH port 22 and -sv for version detection, -sc for default scripts, and then our target host. So 192.168.29.150. Let's provide my Kali password, and the scan has been started and finished also. So we've got the port 22 open over here, that is SSH, and then we've got the version that is running on the server. So the SSH server that is running is OpenSSH 4.7, and we've also got the distribution name, that is Debian or Ubuntu. So that's great. Then we have got a SSH host key information over here based on the default script scan. So now that we know the version of our SSH server, we can look for potential vulnerabilities and exploits related to it. Another way to find the version of the running SSH server is using Metasploit. So I'll type msf console, and this will start the Metasploit framework. So now the Metasploit framework has started. So let's search for a particular module, that is SSH version. So I've got this one over here. Let's use it. So use auxiliary scanner SSH version. Let's view the options. So I can specify the target host using our host. So let's do that. Set our host 192.168.29.150 and let's run it. So I've got a bunch of information over here, starting with key fingerprint. So I've got SSH RSA key over here. That's great. Then after we have SSH server version, so SSH 2.0, Open SSH 4.7. This particular version is running on it. And then we have some server information and encryption. So that's nice. We can also find potential SSH usernames using Metasploit. So I'll use a particular module that is SSH enum users. So this is the one. Let's copy it and use. Then let's view the options. So we can specify the R host, and then we have R port is 22. That's okay. Threads we can increase if we want to, and then we have got amount of second need to before a user is considered, so that's a threshold. Then we can specify a user file, so file containing username, so we can specify that. So let's specify the R host first. So 192.168.29.150. Next we can specify the threads. Let's make the threads be 5, and let's set the user file to be, let's say, user share word list sec list usernames, and then top usernames shortlist.txt. If I check options now, so I can see that our R host has been set up, our threshold has been set up, and our user file has been set up. Let's run it. So I've got the results over here. So we've got a user, root user found, we've got a MySQL user, we've got a user, and we've got a FTP users. That's great. So once we have collected the potential usernames, we can perform a brute force attack on them like FTP. But as I told you before, that is on hold till the exploitation section. Next, we can use Nmap script SSH auth methods to check the authentication scheme used on the target SSH server. This can be password, a private key, or both. So for this, I'll type sudo nmap-p to specify port 22. Then script name is --script is equal to SSH auth methods, and then the target IP address. So it is showcasing me that the supported authentication methods are public key and password. So we can use both public key and password to log into this particular SSH server. At last, we have configuration files. So if we land on the server somehow, we can then look into some sensitive SSH configuration files. So the number one is SSH config that you can look into. Another one is SSHD underscore config. And then we have authorized keys. If you are in a target home folder, let's say this one, and if I use -la, I can find a .ssh folder over here, and then inside that I can find authorized keys file, and one SSH known host file we can find on the host known host, and there is another file that is named as shost. So these are the files that you can look into to find information about SSH and its configuration. Along with that, we should also look into the user's home directory, as I told you, for the SSH keys, which are usually present in .ssh folder. So the authorized keys generally contain the public SSH keys, while IID RSA holds the private SSH keys. We need private keys to log into the server from outside. It's like a password, while the public key checks the private key if it is correct or not. So with that, I will conclude the SSH enumeration section. In the next one, we will be looking at NetBIOS enumeration. NetBIOS, short for Network Basic Input-Output System, is a protocol that enables communication between applications on a local area network or LAN. It is commonly used in Windows environments for sharing files, printers, and other resources. In this section, we will explore how to enumerate NetBIOS information to gather valuable intelligence about target systems and networks. Let's start our enumeration with the NBT scan tool. So I'll type NBT scan and -v, and then I can provide our target username, target host address, that is 192.168.29.150 and -h. So it is giving me various information about my NetBIOS names, that is Metasploitable, and related information with to that. Next, we can also perform NetBIOS enumeration with the help of Nmap. So for that, I'll type sudo nmap -sv for version detection -p139 because the NetBIOS port is 139. Then we'll specify the script parameter -dash script, and then the script name, that is nbstat, and then our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150. So the scan has been started, and we'll wait for it to complete, and then we will review the results. Okay, so we've got the results over here, and the script and we've got the port 139 open, running NetBIOS service, and the version it has detected is Samba SMD 3.x to 4.x something. And if we look into the script output, then we've got this Metasploitable NetBIOS name and other related information. At last, we have NB lookup tool, which is another great tool that we can use to perform NetBIOS enumeration. So if I type NB lookup and -a to specify, then we will specify the IP address of our target. So 192.168.29.150, and then if I hit enter, it will show me the details regarding NetBIOS service. That's all for the NetBIOS enumeration section. NetBIOS is an old Windows protocol. It now works alongside SMB usually. We will get into the SMB enumeration in the next section, so stay tuned. Server Message Block (SMB) is a network protocol used for sharing files, printers, and other resources between computers on a local network. While SMB provides convenient file sharing capabilities, improper configuration or the use of older, insecure versions can leave systems vulnerable to enumeration and exploitation. In this section, we will explore various techniques and tools for enumerating SMB servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. Let's start with the SMB enumeration techniques. So to perform SMB enumeration, we can take help of our good old friend Nmap. We will specify the -sv flag and -sc flag for the default scripts to divulge as much information as we can. But before that, I just want to tell you that for this particular demonstration, I will be using this blueprint room from TryHackMe. So it is a Windows machine because SMB works well in Windows. Now coming back to our Nmap scan, so I'll use the command sudo and then nmap and -p445 for SMB because SMB works on port 445, then -sv for version detection, -sc for default scripts, and then our target host. So our target IP is 10.10.152.237. So this is our target IP. I've copied it and let's paste it. I'll provide my Kali password, and now the scan has been started. So once the scan is complete, we'll review the results. Okay, so we've got the results here now. So we've got port 445 open, and the service is running Microsoft DS, and the version is running is Windows 7 Home Basic 760 Service Pack 1. So we have got the exact OS details over here. And if we look into the script scans, so we've got SMB2 security mode. So message signing is enabled but not required. So this is something that we will look into later, because this particular thing is relevant to us if we are working in Active Directory. And then we've got nbstat, so it has done some NetBIOS enumeration also. So the NetBIOS name of the machine is Blueprint, and we've got some MAC address of the machine. Then we've got SMB security mode, so account used guest, and authentication level is user, and challenge response supported, so something related to it. And this, look at this one, SMB OS discovery. So the OS we are running here is Windows 7 Home Basic 7601 Service Pack 1, and the exact version of the Windows 7 that is running. Next, the computer name is Blueprint, NetBIOS working name is computer name is Blueprint, workgroup is workgroup, and other details related to it. We can also use Nmap scripts to enumerate SMB shares, usernames and protocol versions using specified scripts. Let's see each one of them. So I'll type sudo nmap -p 445 -script, and let's say we want to enumerate SMB shares. So SMB enum shares, and then our target IP address, that is 10.10.152.237. So the scan has been started and I'll let it run, and once I got the result, we'll review the result together. Okay, so we've got the results over here. So here are the script results. So the account used is guest, and we've got an admin share, then we've got a C share, an IPC share, and a user share, and a Windows share also. So that's great. Out of these, admin, C and IPC are the default shares, so they do not give as much information, but shares like users and Windows are custom shares, so that can help us to get files or some related information that could then lead to further exploitation. Next, we can also use Metasploit SMB version auxiliary module to enumerate version of the SMB server running. This can later help us to find potential vulnerabilities related to it. So I'll start Metasploit using MSF console. So we've got the Metasploit running. Let's search for our module, that is SMB version. So this is the module. Let's copy it. To use it, I'll use the use command, and let's view the options. So I can specify the R host. Let's do that. So I'll copy the IP address once again, and let's paste it. And if we hit run, so we've got the results over here. So SMB detected is either version 1 or 2, and we've got related information. We've got the name, the build it is using, and the name, basically the name of the OS. So that's great. We can also enumerate available SMB share with it. For that, we have to use SMB enum share auxiliary module. So if I hit back and search for SMB enum share, SMB enum shares, and this is the module. So I'll copy it then, and again use, let's check it, options. I can specify a R host. So let's do that, R host, and that is 10.10.152.237, and let's run it. So I've tried to rerun it, but it is not working. But that's okay. We have already tried it using Nmap, and it was able to enumerate shares for it. But this is another option that you can keep in your arsenal. Now we will see how we can enumerate SMB using SMB client. This is hands down my favorite and go-to tool to perform SMB enumeration. First, to list SMB share, we just have to provide the target IP with -L flag. So if I type SMB client -L and then the target IP, that is 10.10.152.237, and if I hit enter, it will use a SMB null authentication to print out the listed shares. So I've got admin, C, IPC, and then I've got users and Windows. Now that we have the shares listed, let's access them. For that, we will do SMB client and // IP address. So IP address is 10.10.152.237, and then the share name. Let's say I want to look into the user share. So SMB client // then the target IP address, then / and then the share name, that is users. So if I hit enter, and then again enter. So now I'm into the SMB share. Let's view it. So I've got a default and public folder over here. I can go into a default folder and list out its contents. So I think this is a users directory because we've got desktop, downloads and other related folders, but I will not go into too much detail into it. Let's exit it out. Now if we have credential of a valid user, we can also pass it to SMB client. For that I will use SMB client, again // then the IP address, then the target share, let's say users I want to access, and then I've got a username. Let's say the username is user and the password is password. I'm just using random strings for that. So let's try it. There is no user or password I have right now, but it was able to log me in because I think it is using null share because I don't have any user or password. But if you have a user name or password combination and you want to access a restricted share or a protected share, you can use it using -u to specify the username and -- password is equal to parameter to specify the password, and then you can log into that particular share. Another tool alternative to SMB client is SMB map. It also take IP address as input with -h flag. So if I type SMB map -h and then the IP address, let's use our blueprint machine IP address, and it will also list out the permissions we have on particular share. But here I have got some error. I think it is related to something, the access is denied. Let's try it with sudo, if that helps, and it is showcasing me that 0 host serving SMB. That's strange, but we can also use it to, if you have a username and password, we can also use it in combination with that. For that we can just use user and let's say password, and then we can use it on the machine. Okay, so I've got the results over here. Surprisingly, I've got a results with this command, not with a normal one. But we've got the shares here, and we've got the share names over here and the permissions and the related comment or related description with particular shares. So we've got no access on admin, C and IPC, but for the user share we've got a read only. So we cannot write on it, we cannot put files on it, but we can read files on it and get files from it. So that's great. We can use SMB to find out the exact model and version of the target OS. For that we will use CrackMap exec. CrackMap exec is a great tool which is primarily focused on Windows Active Directory post exploitation. This is also one of the few tools that I love the most. So we will use CrackMap exec on the target to find out its underlying operating system version. This will help us to tailor specific attack vectors for the target later. So I'll type CrackMap exec and then SMB and then the IP address of our target, and then I'll provide the flag -- shares. So it has started and it has given me some errors also, but no worries with that. But we've got the IP address and the name of our machine over here, and this is the exact operating system and version number it is using. So Windows 7 Home Basic 7601 Service Pack 1. That's great. At last we have another tool for performing SMB and Samba enumeration, and that is Enum for Linux. So there is a version installed in Kali, that is Enum for Linux, and I think the version here is 0.9.1 and I think it is outdated. So we can also get its new version. So I'll type Enum for Linux. And there is this version Enum for Linux NG. This is this version is based on Python and it is updated. So let's copy it let's copy it. Let's git clone it here. So git clone, and we are done. Let's move into the folder, and we have got a requirement.txt file. Let's install it. So pip3 install -r requirements.txt, and most of the requirements are already satisfied. Let's use it. So I'll to use it, I'll use python 3 enum for linux ng.py -a to specify our target IP address, and then our target IP address is, let's copy it from here, 10.10.152.237, and it is now giving checking all of these and will give us information regarding NetBIOS, SMB, RPC and LDAP. So it is an all-in-one tool, but we are more focused on SMB. So it has given us something related to SMB and NetBIOS over here. So we have got SMB version information over here. Let's see. So we have got OS details also. OS version, it is 6.1, OS build is 7601, and the OS name is Windows 7 Home Basic, and it is still enumerating. So we do not get anything related from here, but we do get some information with enum for linux ng. It do get some really great piece of information sometimes. So this is another tool you can look into if you are into SMB enumeration. So whatever we have done till now manually, enum for linux is just automating the whole process, making it easier and faster to us to enumerate. Apart from that, there is a possibility of brute force attacks using Hydra and Metasploit to get the password of an SMB user, but we keep brute force as the last resort, even in exploitation also, as it creates a lot of noise and successful results are not guaranteed every time. On that note, let's wind up this one, and I will meet you in the next one. The Simple Network Management Protocol (SNMP) is a widely used protocol for managing and monitoring network devices such as routers, switches, servers, and printers. While SNMP provides valuable information about the health and status of network devices, improper configuration or the use of default community strings can leave systems vulnerable to enumeration and exploitation. In this section, we will explore various techniques and tools for enumerating SNMP-enabled devices to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. Let's start with the SNMP enumeration, but before that, I just want to tell you that for this particular demonstration, I have taken Ear of the Owl machine from TryHackMe, and this is the IP address of that particular machine. So I'll copy it and let's move on. So let's start with the SNMP enumeration with Nmap. The thing to note here is that SNMP works on UDP port 161. So before throwing any script on it, let's first confirm it is running or not. So for that, I'll type sudo nmap-pn to skip the ICMP ping, and -su to specify the UDP port scan, and -p161 for SNMP, and then our target IP address. Okay, so we've got the results over here, and I've got the state as open or filtered. So I will be optimistic and I will assume that it is open. Now that we know that it is potentially running, let's perform nmap scripts on it. So for that, I'll type sudo nmap-pn. We are specifying -pn because this particular machine is not responding to our ICMP pings, and then we'll specify -su for UDP scan, -p to specify our SNMP port, that is 161, and -sc for default scripts, and then our target IP address, that is 10.10.183.142. If I hit enter, the scan has been started. Once it will finish, I'll review the result. Alright, so I've got the results over here, but as per the output, we do not get anything. Let's try to rerun it. Sometimes the Windows host gets bugged up and do not provide us the expected results. So the scan has been started, and if we do not get anything also this time, we'll move on. Okay, so again we've got the same results, no worries. But I just want to point out one more thing to you, that there are various scripts related to SNMP in Nmap. So we can list them out if we want to. User share Nmap, and let's grab for the script SNMP, Nmap scripts and SNMP. So these are all the scripts related to SNMP. We can try all of these if we want to, but as of now, as it is not providing any result to us, we'll skip them. But this is something that you can also try. I just wanted to point out that. Next, we have another tool that we can use for SNMP enumeration, which is SNMP walk. So basically, SNMP uses community string, which is like a password that allows devices on a network to communicate with each other. There are two main types of community string. Number one is read only, and second is read write. So most of the network devices comes with default community strings, often public for read only and private for read write access. Now let's enumerate SNMP service using public community string. For that, I will use SNMP walk. So SNMP walk -c. Let's assume the public string is public, and then the IP address of our target. Okay, so we've got a timeout over here. No worries. Let's see if we can enumerate the SNMP version 2 with a community string of public. So v2c version 2, and then let's see the community string is public, and then our IP address, and let's check this out. So we've got another timeout response over here, but you've got my point. You can enumerate SNMP. I think the SNMP is either it is open but it is not responding to any of our requests. Either it is bugged or it is not working properly. But you can use this particular command to view information regarding SNMP using a public community string, and you can use enumerate version 2 SNMP to with this particular community string to divulge more information. Next, there are other flags also, like HRSW installed name. Like you can use it like this, HRSWI install the name. This will display the installed softwares on the machine. And then we have HR memory size also. So it will search for the amount of RAM on the host. So it will display regarding that. Next, we have brute forcing community string with SNMP brute. So sometimes the read only community string is not equal to public. In that case, we have to brute force it to get the actual one. We can use SNMP brute tool for that. This tool uses a word list containing common SNMP community strings, and then try to check it against the SNMP service. The successful hit gives us the information about the used community strings. So to use it, let's git clone it on our machine. So I've copied the URL from here. Let's git clone it. Let's move to the SNMP brute folder, and I've got two files over here. One is SNMP brute 2.7.py, so it is a Python 2 based file, and the SNMP brute.py. So we'll use this one, SNMP brute.py, and then we can provide the target IP address using -t. So the target IP address, we'll copy it from here and let's paste it. Then we'll have to provide a file name containing the SNMP community strings. So let's say user share word list seclist, then discovery, then SNMP, then common SNMP community strings.txt. So if I hit enter, it will use all these community strings and will try to brute force them in order to find the one that is used by the machine. So I think I've got it. So open view, it got failed. I think I've got open view community string for these machine, but select community to enumerate. Let's use V2C. So it is enumerating read write community string open view for V2C and enumerating the routing table using SNMP walk. Alright, so I've got a lot of information over here. So it was able to brute force the community string and found that the community string running on the machine is open view. Then it list using that community string, it lists out the various information related to like routing table, and then we've got a system related information. So I've got that the machine is running a Intel 64 based hardware and a Windows version 6.3, the software it is running. We've also got a string year of the while. Sometimes these string variables, you can say, contains username and password information. Then I've got interface related information. Then I've got routing table information related information. Then it also tried to enumerate, I think, the TFTP server using Metasploit, and now it is trying to find passwords. But so you got my point, what you can do with this particular tool. So it is a really great tool that I frequently use in my SNMP enumerations. So there are other tools like Hydra and 161 to perform community string brute forcing also, but for me SNMP brute always works like a charm. While performing SNMP enumeration, we are bombarded with a lot of data which can make us overwhelmed real quick. So to avoid this, one advice would be to look for credentials only rather than processing the whole SNMP output. Look for the areas where credentials are exposed and avoid unnecessary information overload. On that note, let's wind this up and I will meet you in the next section. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol (LDAP) is a widely used protocol for accessing and managing directory services such as Active Directory in Windows environments. LDAP servers often contain sensitive information about users, groups, and other resources within an organization. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating LDAP servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. So in this section, we will be using a Active Directory room from TryHackMe as our target. So the target IP address is 10.10.126.13. Let's copy it and let's move on. But before going further with the LDAP enumeration techniques, one thing I want to clear out that the LDAP works mostly with Windows Active Directory. As this course is a rolling release one, that means we will be adding Active Directory modules in the near future. Going too deep into the LDAP enumeration techniques at this time will only confuse you more. So I will only discuss one or two techniques related to LDAP enumeration here. Rest will be covered thoroughly when we will discuss Active Directory enumeration. Let's start off our enumeration with Nmap. So just like every other service, we'll start off our enumeration with Nmap. For that, I will use the command sudo nmap-p 389. LDAP works on port 389. Then -sv for service version detection and -sc for default Nmap scripts. And then I'll provide the IP address of our target. Let's provide the Kali password. And now the scan has been started. So once it is finished, we'll review the results. Alright, so we've got some information over here and we've got port 389 open. It is running service LDAP and the version Microsoft version Active Directory LDAP. So we've got service information. So the host name is Active Direct and the OS is Windows. So that's great. LDAP has a lot of scripts that you can use. I'll provide them in the notes if you want to test them out. So let's grab the LDAP scripts. LDAP. So these are the scripts that you can use. So the main one here is LDAP search that you can use, but it does requires a lot of arguments. So you can use that also. I'll provide them in the notes. So if you want to try them out, you can. Another tool to perform LDAP enumeration is enum for Linux. So enum for Linux is also useful while performing LDAP enumeration. We can perform the same full scan using it, like Python 3 enum for Linux -a and then the target IP address. But we can also use grep to get the relevant results for us. Let's say egrep, and let's say I just want account, domain, lockout, and group related information. So if I hit enter, let's see what I find out. Alright, so I've got the results over here. So I've got the domain information via LDAP for this particular host. So NetBIOS names I do not get, and I've got the domain name, so it is THMAD, and I've got the domain SID. So that's great. Other than that, it was not able to enumerate groups, domain groups or built-in groups. So that was enough for Linux for you. On that note, let's conclude this section. Going more deep will overcomplicate things for you. So I am wrapping this up and will meet you in the next one. The Network Time Protocol (NTP) is a widely used protocol for synchronizing time across networks. While NTP is essential for maintaining accurate timekeeping, it can also be a potential security risk if not properly configured. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating NTP servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. As an attacker, we can query NTP servers to gather valuable information such as list of hosts connected to NTP servers, client IP addresses in a network, their system names and OSs. Internal IPs can be obtained if NTP server is in the DMZ. Let's start NTP enumeration with Nmap. So I'll type sudo nmap-pn to skip the ICMP ping request, then -su to specify UDP port scanning, and -p123. So NTP uses UDP port 123, and script. Then we'll use NTP info script, and we can use NTP monlist script, and then our target server. So let's type it. So 192.168.29.150. Okay, so we've got the NTP port closed. Okay, so let's try another target. So I'll use this ear of the owl machine from TryHackMe once again. So let's copy the IP address from here and let's change the target, and let's see if we get anything. Okay, so we've got the results over here. However, the state is open or filtered, and we do not get anything related to these particular scripts also. Next, we have NTPQ and NTPDC command line tools through which we can monitor NTP daemon, that is NTPD, operations and determine its performance. So if I type NTPQ and -c read list and then the IP address of our target, let's see if I get anything, because it is not responding to any of the script scan that I've done earlier. So the request has been timed out. Let's try another one. Let's try read var. Again, I've got the request timed out, and let's try associations. Again, the request has been timed out. Okay, so next we have NTP trace to trace the chain of NTP servers back to the primary source. So I can use NTP trace, and if we display its help, let's say --help. So I got this help. So to specify the host, I can use -r. So let's do that. So NTP trace -r and then our target IP address. Let's see if we get anything. So I've got the results over here and I've got nothing. But that was NTP enumeration for you. This was short and not very detailed because I was not able to find any machines that I can use for demonstration purpose. The other option was that I install and set up my own machine, but that then would require misconfigurations also to print out the juicy information. But on a quick note, if you find NTP running on UDP port 123 anywhere, just keep these techniques in mind. It would be more than enough. On that note, let's wrap up this section and I will see you in the next one. Network File System (NFS) is a distributed file system protocol that allows clients to access and manipulate files on a remote servers as if they were local. While NFS provides a convenient way to share files across a network, improper configuration can leave systems vulnerable to unauthorized access and exploitation. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating NFS servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test or security assessment. Let's start NFS enumeration with Nmap. So I'll type sudo nmap-ss-sv for version detection -p, and let's specify the ports 111 and 2049. Both of these ports are used by NFS. And then I'll type script, and then I'll give NFS and a wildcard. So all the NFS script is included, and now let's provide it the target host. So 192.168.29.150. Let's provide my Kali password, and the scan has been started. So once it is finished, we'll review the result. Alright, so I've got the results over here, and the port 111 is open and is running RPC bind 2. We've got some information regarding RPC, and then I've got NFS show mount command, and it is showcasing me that I can mount on this particular share, that is the whole file system on the target. Then I've got some information regarding NFS volume, and I've got all these folders inside this particular share. That's great. And then I've got NFS statfs script, and it is showcasing me that this file system and its related information. Nice. Next, we can also use RPC info command line tool to check if NFS is running or not. So for that, I'll type RPC info -p and then our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150. So we've got the results over here. That means NFS is running. Next, the most important thing to check is the available mounts that we can connect to. We will use the show mount command for this. So I'll type show mount and -e and then our target IP address. So 192.168.29.150. So I've got this particular NFS share, that is the whole file system that I can connect to. I can also use the -a command to check, and it is showcasing me that all mount points on this, but it is not displaying any result. Strange. Here we can see a wildcard with the root file system, which is denoted by the /. That means we can connect to the root file system directly and thus can access the server files. Let's do this. So in order to perform the mount, we'll first create a test folder in our temp or any working directory. Then we will use the mount command to connect to the root file system of the target to our test folder. So let's create a test folder, mkdir test, and I have created this folder. Nice. Now let's use the mount command. So sudo mount -t nfs and then our target server IP address, that is 192.168.29.150. Then we have to provide the NFS share that we want to connect to, that is the /, because we can connect to the whole file system. And then if we will type our path of the directory we have created. So it is in temp and test. If I click and the symlink has been created, it is showcasing me. Now if I go to the test directory inside my temp folder, now I'm inside the test directory, and if I hit ls, I can view the contents of the / file system, root file system that belongs to the Metasploitable machine. So if I go to home and ls, I can see the MSF admin folder over here. That means I am onto the Metasploitable machine. Great. Now that we are into the target file system, let's understand how can we exploit it. One technique is to create a SSH backdoor access, like we discussed in FTP section, I guess. So if we have write permission to the root user directory via our mounted share, then we will upload our SSH keys to it and access the server as root from our machine. But we are not going into exploitation here, so let's move on. We can also unmount our mounted NFS share using the umount command. So let's see how. So if I go backwards in my temp folder, I can type sudo umount dash f dash l and dash then our test directory. And let's see, if I go to my test directory now, I cannot list out anything. So I have unmounted my NFS share from the root file system of the target. We have already seen how we can enumerate available mounts using show mount command. This can also be done with Metasploit. So let's cover this also. So I'll type msf console to start our Metasploit framework. Okay, so it is now started. So I'll type search and nfs mount nfs, and this is the particular module that we can use. So let's use it. So use auxiliary scanner nfs mount. Let's view its options. So I can specify the R host and all the options are set over here. Let's set the R host 192.168.29.150 and let's run it. So as per the scan results, I can mountable NFS export as this particular file system along with our wildcard operator. Nice. At last we have one more tool by which we can perform NFS enumeration, and that is RPC scan. The idea of exposing you to multiple tools and technique is that if in case one tool becomes irrelevant suddenly, then you should have a backup in your arsenal for that. Now coming back to RPC scan, so we can install it from here. So its GitHub is here. If you type RPC scan, you'll find its GitHub. Let's copy it and we'll git clone it on our system. So let's git clone it. Now if I move into the folder, I've got this particular file over here, rpc-scan.py. So to use it, I can use python 3 rpc-scan.py and then our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150, and then I can use the flag -rpc. So I've got the information over here. So I've got some NFS related information. That means NFS is running on the target. Next we can also view the available mounts using the -- mounts flags. So python 3 rpc-scan.py, then our target IP address 29150 and then the mounts flag. So we can see that we can mount to this the whole file system, and we also have the wildcard operator over here. On that note, I will end this section. Make sure you play with all these techniques in your lab because practice makes a hacker perfect. Simple Mail Transfer Protocol (SMTP) is the standard protocol used for sending and receiving email messages on the internet. While SMTP is essential for email communication, improper configuration or the use of default settings can leave SMTP servers vulnerable to enumeration and exploitation. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating SMTP servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. Let's start with the basics first, banner grabbing. So we can do this using netcat. So I'll type netcat nc and then our target IP address, that is 192.168.29.150 and then the target port, that is 25 for SMTP. So we've got the banner over here. So Metasploitable.local domain, and it is showcasing me that it is running SMTP postfix on a Ubuntu machine. Great. As we all know, we can use Nmap to discover a service and its version running. Let's find out if SMTP is running on our target and which version. So sudo nmap -ss-sv for version detection, -p 25 for SMTP and then our target host. Let's provide the Kali password and it is showcasing me that port 25 is open, running SMTP, and the version is postfix SMTPD. Nice. Next, if the target is using the secure version of SMTP, that is SMTPS, then we can use the OpenSSL utility to gather information from it. So I can use OpenSSL, then s_client -crlf-connect and then the SMTP server name or IP address. So let's say smtp.mailgun.org at 465, and I've got information regarding the certificates and other relevant information from the SMTPS server. We can also use another command, that is openSSL s_client start tls smtp crlf connect, and then our SMTP server, that is smtp mailgun.org, and the port is 587. So it is connected and now giving us information. So I've got information regarding server certificates once again, and let's see. So it is still scanning. I'll let it do its thing, and once it is finished, we'll review the result. So it is done with the scanning, and we've got all these results only, so I don't get any more results. So now let's move on. We have already used dig to find out information in our DNS recon section. However, the MX records are now crucial when we are targeting mail server of our target. Let's find out the mail servers of paytm.com. So I'll type dig plus short to keep the information in brief, then MX to display the mail servers, and then our target domain, that is paytm.com. So I've got the information regarding our target domain, that is using Google Mail as its mail servers. Let's now use Nmap scripts to perform some deeper enumeration into the target SMTP servers. We'll first start with the SMTP command scripts. This will tell us which SMTP commands we can run on the target. Some common useful commands are like recip2. This specify who the email is being sent, and then we have verify VRFY. It checks if a particular email address is valid, and then we have expn. This asks for a list of email addresses that a mailing list expands to. So let's use the command now. So sudo nmap -sv for version detection -p25 for SMTP, and then I'll specify the script flag and then the script name, that is SMTP commands. Now the target IP address 192.168.29.150. So I've got the results here, and it is showcasing me that I can use verify, ETRN, start TLS, enhance status codes, 8-bit time, and DSN. Nice. Now that we know which commands we can run on the SMTP server, let's enumerate some potential usernames with the help of verify command and the SMTP enum user script. So I'll use sudo nmap -sv -p25 and then the script argument, and the script name is smtp enum users -script arguments args are smtp enum -users dot methods is equal to verify and then our target IP address. So it is saying that couldn't find any accounts. Okay, so Nmap gave us no output for the users. There is an alternative way of doing this also. Remember, in FTP enumeration we use a script to enumerate the potential usernames. Like that, in this one we will use smtp enum perl script to perform the same task. So if I go to Google and smtp enum perl script, and this is the script we are looking for from Pentest Monkey. If I click on raw, let's copy it and let's paste it in a file, smtp user enum.pl. let's paste it, Control X, Y, enter. So we now have the script over here. Let's make it executable. So chmod +x smtp user enum.pl, and now it is executable. So to use it, I'll use smtp user enum.pl -m. We are using verify command, and -u for the username files. So I'll type user share seclist word list seclist names usernames, and then top username shortlist.txt and dash t to specify the target. So 192.168.29.150. If I hit enter, it is showcasing me that it have found root exist, user exist, MySQL exist, and FTP exist. So it have found 4 usernames. That's great. But this thing can also be done manually using telnet. Let's see an example. So if I use telnet, let's telnet and then the IP address of our target 29150 and then the target port is 25. We are now connected with the Metasploitable SMTP server. So if I hit verify root, so it is showcasing me that it exists. If I use let's say a user that don't exist, let's say Itachi, so it will give me recipient address rejected, user unknown in local recipient table. That means it does not exist. So whatever SMTP user enum script is doing in an automated fashion, we can do it manually also. Now let's check the target SMTP server for Open Relays. But before that, let's understand Open Relays. A Open Relay server is an email server that is misconfigured to allow anyone on the internet to send emails through it to any recipient, even if the recipient is not part of the server's local network. Imagine an Open Relay server as a mailbox that anyone can drop letters into, and the server will dutifully deliver those letters to the intended recipients, even if the recipients have no connection to the mailbox owner. So if we found a server vulnerable to Open Relay, then we can send emails from their server to anyone on their behalf. In short, we can use their domain name to send our emails like architect@zomato.com. Let's see how we can check this using Nmap. So sudo nmap -sv for version detection -p25 for SMTP -script, and let's specify the script name, that is SMTP Open Relay, and then the target IP address. So I've got the results over here and it shows that server doesn't seems to be an Open Relay, all tests fail. Alright. On Windows with NTLM authentication enabled, sending a SMTP NTLM authentication request with null credentials will cause the remote service to respond with NTLM SSP message disclosing information to include NetBIOS, DNS and OS build version. So if we are dealing with a Windows machine, I can type sudo nmap -sv -p25 -script and then SMTP -NTLM -info and then our target host. So this has failed because we are running a Unix machine, not on a Windows host. But if you have found a target that is running SMTP and is a Windows machine, then you can use this particular command to find more information about it. Now let's check if the target server is vulnerable to any known vulnerabilities using Nmap. So sudo nmap -sv -p25 -script smtp -1 -cve 2010 4344 and then smtp -1 cve 2011 1720 and smtp 1 cve 2011 1764 and then our target IP address. So it is showcasing me that SMTP server is not exim, so not vulnerable to CVE 2010 4344 and others I don't have the results over here. Okay, so like every other section, there is a Metasploit module for enumeration of SMTP servers. So let's quickly see what we can do with it. So I'll type MSF console and it will start the Metasploit framework for us. So it has started. Let's check the first module, that is SMTP version. Let's use it. let's check it options, and we can specify the R host 192.168.29.150 and let's run it. So it had displayed us the SMTP version running, that is postfix, SMTP postfix. Nice. Second, we can also enumerate SMTP users with it. So let's get back, and if I search SMTP enum, so this is the module. Let's copy it. I'll use the use command and options. Let's change the let's set the R host 192.168.29.150. It is using one thread, so let's increase the threads to 5. And so the target is Unix only. Yes, it is, and it is using a user file from its own word list. So we've got unix user.txt. Will not change it, and let's hit run. So it will now try to enumerate SMTP users using the unix user.txt word list. So I'll let it run, and once it finishes, we'll review the results. Okay, so we've got the results over here, and I have found backup, bin, daemon, and all these users using this particular module. So that's really nice of it. Now there is very interesting technique that we can use to gather juicy information from the target SMTP server. If we can trick our target to send us an email by any means, like for example a web form in a contact page, then we can understand the internal topology of the organization using the email headers of his email. One neat trick to do is that to send an email to a non-existent address, the server will respond back with an NDR mail stating that the recipient is not available. For example, we send a mail to furzymail@zomato.com. Now the recipient fuzzy mail does not exist in Zomato's mail server list. The Zomato mail server might bounce back our email stating that it did not find the recipient. So let's do that. So I'm on my dummy Gmail account, and if I type furzymail@zomato.com, hello guys, hey guys, I will not hack you, regards, and let's send it. So the message has been sent. Let's see if I got an NDR mail. So I've not received any emails over here, but let's use a Gmail account. So I'll specify a random Gmail account, and gmail.com. hello and test. Let's send it. Okay, so I've got an NDR mail over here, and it is from Google. So it is saying me that the address was not found, and the response was, the email account that you tried to reach does not exist. Please try double checking the recipient's email address. So I did not get anything from the Zomato side, but I do get from the Google's end for this particular Gmail account. So one thing to note here is that we have to send the email from an allowed address as per the SPF records. So if we are not allowed in the SPF records, then we will not receive the NDR mail from the server. And that's something we can conclude for the Zomato address that we use. So we can add different contents also while exercising this technique, as we might find more interesting information in the headers, like X virus scanned by av.domain.com, indicating that the antivirus in use by the target organization, which can help us to develop better payloads later. So let's view the email header. So if I look into original, and it will show me all the details related to it. So the message ID is this, created on this particular date, and these are the emails header. So what we are looking here for, let's say I got a X virus scanned related something. So that means the email has been scanned from a particular antivirus or EDR endpoint, and we can figure out from that they are using a particular software or antivirus software. And apart from that, we can find out other related information, like we got these headers. So we can look into these things and can find out more information related to target organization. It depends on organization to organization, and the raw headers can reveal a lot of information. On that note, I will conclude this section and will meet you in the next one. The Internet Message Access Protocol (IMAP) is a widely used protocol for accessing and managing email messages on a remote server. IMAP servers often contain sensitive information about users, such as email addresses, usernames, and potentially even email contents. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating IMAP servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. We will be using a Whois CTF machine from TryHackMe for this demonstration. So let's copy the IP address from here. And let's start with the banner grabbing with telnet and netcat. So to perform banner grabbing with telnet, I'll specify telnet, then the target IP address and port 143. So it is showcasing me the banner, welcome to the Whois corporate mail server. Nice. We can also use netcat for this. So netcat, then the IP and then the port. So we've got the same result over here. Welcome to the Whois corporate mail server. If the target is using the secure version of IMAP, then we can use OpenSSL utility to gather information from it. So we can use OpenSSL, let's say s_client connect and then the target IP address on port 993, and we've got a connection refuse error. That means the port is not open. No worries with that. But you can use this particular command to find out more information if they are using IMAP Secure or IMAP S. On Windows, with NTLM authentication enabled, sending a IMAP NTLM authentication request with null credential will cause the remote service to respond with an NTLM SSP message disclosing information that include NetBIOS, DNS and OS build version. So I'll type sudo nmap -p 143.993 and then we can specify SV for version detection, then -- script, let's say IMAP -NTLM -info, and then we'll specify the target IP address, that is 10.10.140.31. If I hit enter and the scan has been started, let's see what we find. Okay, so I've got the results over here. So I've got 143 port open running IMAP and the version is Dovecot IMAP-D, and I've got port 993 that runs IMAPs is closed, and I did not find any information related to the NTLM authentication because I think this machine is running Linux. On that note, I will conclude this section and will meet you in the next one. The Post Office Protocol or POP is a widely used protocol for retrieving email messages from a remote server. POP servers often contain sensitive information about users such as email addresses, usernames and potentially even email contents. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating POP servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. We will be using this Whois CTF machine again for this particular demonstration. So let's copy the target IP address. We'll start with banner grabbing with netcat. So if I type NC and then the target IP address and port 110, I can now see the banner of the particular mail server. So welcome to Whois corporate mail server. Now if the target is using secure version of POP, that is POP-S, then we can use the OpenSSL utility to gather information from it. So I can write OpenSSL s_client -connect, then the target IP address, then port number which is 995, and dash crlf dash quite. So I've got a connection refused error, that means port 995 is not open on the target. But you can use this command to gather information of POP as servers. Let's now perform enumeration of POP service using Nmap. So I'll type sudo nmap -p 110-995-sv and then our target IV address. So I'll provide my Kali password, and now the scan has been started. Okay, so we got the result here. So the target is running port 110 and it is running the service POP3 on it, and the version is dovecot POP3D, and the port 995, which is for POP3S or POP secure, it is closed. Now we can also perform a script scan, so let's do that. Nmap sudo nmap -p 143 and we'll specify -sv for version detection, and script, let's say pop3 -ntlm info and pop3 capabilities, and now we'll specify the target host. So the scan has been started, and let's see what it find out. Alright, so we got the result now, but we don't get any result for these particular scripts. So pop3 ntlm info, it only works on the Windows host, and I don't think it is a Windows based host. And pop3 capabilities, so it lists out the capabilities related to the server, but we did not get any result with that. But you can use these scripts along with other scripts and along with other Nmap scripts to find out more information about the target. Next, we can also use Metasploit for POP version enumeration. Let's see how. So I'll type msf console to start my Metasploit framework. So Metasploit framework has started. Let's search for our module, that is POP3 version. And this is the module, so I'll copy it. I'll type use and then paste it, and let's check the options. So we can set the target host by setting the rhost parameter. So let's do that. So rhost, let's copy the IP address from here and let's run it. So we've got the banner over here that says welcome to the Whois corporate mail server. So we do not get any version related information because it is running dovecot, but I don't find anything related to that, but it does give us a banner, so that's great. Now let's see what we can do if we have a little access on a POP server and how it can be abused to get a full control over the target. Suppose after enumerating the other services, we found a username and a password combination. The username is Sienna and her password is Scooby-Doo2. Now we will first log into the POP server. So I'll use telnet for that. So telnet and then the IP address and then 110. Now we are logged into the Whois corporate mail server. So if I type user Sienna to and the user is there, so let's use its password. So that is Scooby-Doo2, and now we are logged in. So once we are logged in, we will use the list command to list the number of messages here. So I'll type list, and here we can see that there are 2 messages. So let's retrieve and read the first one. For that we will use the rter command. So rter for retrieve, and let's use the first one. So we got a mail over here, and it is to all these users including Sienna that we have access, and urgent security event, and it is saying that the temporary password for SSH is this. So we've got a potential password over here from AJ Stone, so we can use this to get into the server via SSH. Nice. On that note, I will take your leave and will meet you in the next one. MySQL is a widely used open source relational database management system that stores and manages data for various applications. MySQL servers often contain sensitive information about users such as username and password that can be used in social engineering attacks or password guessing. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating MySQL servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. Let's start our enumeration of MySQL with Nmap. So I'll type sudo nmap -ss for stealth scan, -sv for version detection, -p to specify the port. The port that MySQL uses is 3306, and then we'll use the script parameter to specify, let's say, all the script related to MySQL. So I'll type MySQL and then the wildcard operator, and then after that we have to specify the target host. So 192.168.29.150. So now the scan has been started and the scan has finished also. So as per the results, we are running MySQL 5.0.51a, and we've got no valid accounts found. So it tried to brute force some accounts, but it did not find any MySQL account. MySQL empty password error. So the script failed, and with MySQL info script we got the protocol number, we got the version, thread ID and other related information. And then it checked for CVE 2012-2122 and it also failed, and with MySQL enum no valid accounts found. So that's all right. We can also perform MySQL enumeration with Metasploit. So I'll type msf console to start Metasploit, and now it is starting. So we've got the prompt. So Metasploit has various modules to enumerate MySQL service. We'll start by enumerating the MySQL version. So I'll search for MySQL version module. So I got this module here. Let's use it. Let's check its options. So I can specify a target port, target host. So let's do that. 192.168.29.150. If I run it, I get the MySQL version that is running on the target. Nice. Now we can also enumerate MySQL service using Metasploit, but it needs scripts to go deeper. But let's test it with some common username like root and password. So I'll use search MySQL enum. So there is the module. So let's set the username to root, and let the password be blank. So I'll set only the R host. So 192.168.29.150, and let's run it. So the operation failed because password must be provided. Let's provide a blank password. So I have set the password. Now let's run, and it is still saying that password must be specified. Okay, let's try password, and if I hit run, so it tried to connect, but the connection got timed out. No problem. So if we have creds, we can further enumerate it using this particular module. So it is a nice module. We can get a lot of information with it, but it required credentials for that. Next, we can also dump the database schema using the MySQL schema dump module. So let's search for it. MySQL schema. So I've got this. Let's copy it. Let's use it. Let's view its options. So I can provide our host. Let's do that, and let's increase the threads to 5. If I run it, so it is telling me to specify the password. So this also requires a username and password combination, and after that we will be able to dump the schema of the particular from the particular target MySQL server. Further, we can also dump MySQL password hashes with Metasploit. For that, we have modules MySQL hash dump. So this is the module, and if we use it, so it also I think requires username and password combination, but let's try it. Yeah, it requires a username and password combination. So if we have a username and password combination, we can use this to dump the password hashes from the MySQL database. Okay, so with the help of MySQL module, we can run SQL queries on the target. So if I search for MySQL and I got this module, and using this I will be able to run SQL queries on the target. So I'll provide 150, and it also requires username and password. Okay, so if I have the credentials, I can use this particular module to run SQL queries on the target, and I can dump the passwords from the MySQL databases. I can dump a schema of the MySQL with this auxiliary module, and I can further enumerate using MySQL in a module. So if I have the particular password, I can target the MySQL server using different Metasploit modules, and I will be able to get enough information for my further attacks. Now when we are done with the enumeration, let's see some post enumeration things we can do. The first thing is to connect with the target MySQL server. This can be done locally, like MySQL or -u, and then I can specify a username, let's say root, and no MySQL service is running I think on my Kali system, so it won't connect. But if I want to connect to a remote system, let's say MySQL, and then I can specify the H for hostname. So here I can provide the IP address of my remote server, and then I can specify the username using -u, and it is telling me that wrong version number, so it is not letting me, let's say, yeah, so I'm not able to log into the server. So I can use this particular command to log into the remote server. On that note, I will conclude this section and will meet you in the next one, so stay tuned. Trivial File Transfer Protocol (TFTP) is a simple connectionless file transfer protocol that is often used for booting diskless workstations, loading router configuration, and transferring files between systems. While TFTP can be a convenient way to transfer files, improper configuration can leave systems vulnerable to unauthorized access and exploitation. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating TFTP servers to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. We'll start off with the Nmap again to enumerate TFTP. So I'll type sudo nmap -pn-su -p to specify the port, and that is 69 for TFTP. Then we'll specify -sv for version detection, and -script, and we'll use TFTP enum script, and then we'll specify our target host. So I'm using Ear of the Owl machine for this one. Let's see. Okay, so we've got the result now. Here we can see that the state of the port is open or filtered, and we do not get any version related information or any information based on our TFTP enum script. Let's try another host. Let's try our Metasploitable machine. So 192.168.29150, and let's see if we got anything. Okay, so 10 minutes have passed and it was not giving me anything, so I have cancelled this. Let's try a normal port scan if the port is open on the target or not. Let's check that first, and it is showcasing me that the port is either open or filtered. Okay. Yeah, it is showcasing me that the port is open or filtered. Now I tried to find a machine that has TFTP enable, but I wasn't able to find any. But that's not an issue. Just keep the techniques in your notes, and whenever you found this controversial port 69, just enumerate the hell out of it. Moving on, our good old friend Metasploit has a TFTP module named TFTP transfer util that helps us to check if download and upload is possible from a TFTP target server. Let's have a quick look on it. So I'll type msf console to start Metasploit framework, and it is starting. So we got the prompt. Let's search for that module, TFTP transfer util. So this is the module that you can use. Let's check the options, and I can specify the R host. Let's do that. It needs local file or file data to upload. So let's say set file name. I got a file.txt. So file.txt, and let's run it. So aborting got error, permission denied as expected. Let's try with another host. So let's R host. And if you run it, okay, so we got the success here. So file has been successfully uploaded to the TFTP server. Great. I wasn't expecting that, but it got through. So on that note, I will take your leave and will meet you in the next section. IPsec is the most commonly implemented technology for both gateway to gateway or LAN to LAN and host to gateway or remote access enterprise VPN solutions. IPsec provides data security by employing various components like ESP, that stand for Encapsulation Security Payload, and AH, that stands for Authentication Header, and IKE, that stands for Internet Key Exchange, to secure communication between VPN endpoints. Most IPsec based VPNs use ISA-KMP, Internet Security Association Key Management Protocol, a part of IKE, to establish, negotiate, and modify and delete security association and cryptographic keys in a VPN environment. In this section, we will explore techniques for enumerating IPsec implementations to gather valuable information that can be used in subsequent phases of our penetration test. Let's start our enumeration with Nmap. So I'll type sudo nmap-su-p500 for IPsec, and then we'll provide the target IP address. Let's use our Metasploit one. So we got the results and the port is closed. So like the previous section, I wasn't able to find any machines that has IPsec installed and running. So keep adding these techniques to the notes. Next, we will see how we can perform enumeration with IKE scan. IKE scan is a command line tool that comes pre-installed in Kali and is used for discovering fingerprinting and testing IPsec VPN servers. It sends IKE packets to target host and displays any response received. So to extract the hash or pre-shared key, we can run the command IKE scan and then the target IP address. So 192.168.29.150. So the scan has started and it ends and it gives a 0 return handshake because the target port is not open. Next, to extract some details about the VPN configuration, such as hashing format and encryption techniques that are being used, we can use the command IKE scan -m and then our target IP address. So the scan has started, and if the port was open, it would give us VPN configuration information like hashing format and other encryption related information. Next, to confirm whether or not the VPN is using IKE version 2, we can run the command IKE scan-m-2 and then our target IP address. One thing to note here is that the Nmap scan across an established IPsec connection will need to run with a ST flag to get accurate results. The default for Nmap is to run with synscan that is -ss with sudo. So if you want to run IKE scan with Nmap, please use ST command or TCP full connect scan rather than the -ss which is default in sudo. On that note, I will wrap up this section and the module. Throughout this module, we have explored a wide range of enumeration techniques and tools that are essential for conducting effective enumeration for our penetration test and security assessment. From network scanning and service enumeration to probing specific protocols and services, we have covered the key steps for gathering valuable information about our target systems and networks. With that information in our hands, we will now proceed to the next module, which is vulnerability scanning. So stay tuned.